This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Good morning on this Saturday. I am Judy Woodruff, and welcome to day number 5 of the second Trump impeachment trial, a PBS NewsHour special. After arguments by the impeachment managers from the House of Representatives for why former President Trump should be convicted of inciting the attack on the Capitol on January the 6th, his lawyers presented their defense yesterday over just 2.5 hours. A defense that was primarily an attack on Democrats. But there has been news overnight. There was a statement from a Republican congresswoman about the president's refusal to call off the rioters, even after he had been repeatedly asked to do so. And then just moments ago, the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, told his colleagues that he will vote to acquit the former president, a significant development. There's going to be a decision this morning on whether to call witnesses. Potentially, that would be closing arguments would start right after that. And of course, that would mean a vote on whether to convict could happen as early as today. We are watching it all along with our colleagues, our correspondents on the Hill, Lisa Desjardins, who covers the Capitol for us, and Yamiche Alcindor, who of course covers the White House, but having covered the Trump administration, has been speaking with the Trump defense team. It has been a week of developments, the pictures, video that we had not seen before, all of which was used by the prosecution, by the impeachment managers to make their case. Some of that video never seen, very powerful, emotional video. There have been senators who've spoken up about their own personal experiences, as Senator Patty Murray, Democrat of Washington State, did yesterday, about how she was literally inches away when protesters, rioters were knocking on her door, yelling, "Kill the infidels." So it's been a tumultuous week, a week of news, and today we may be just moments away from getting to a vote. We're watching Barry Black, who was the Senate chaplain, finish the prayer for this morning. It's an unusual Saturday session. Typically, of course, the Senate not in session on a Saturday. Our correspondents have been following the story closely, as I mentioned, Lisa and Yamiche, and they're going to be watching along with us this morning. We think the first order of business is going to be whether a decision on whether to call witnesses. The Democrats have not announced whether they want to do this or not. They know that it could help make their case, but it could also undercut their case, and Republicans could vote not to go along with it. Let's go to the Senate floor and to the presiding officer, Senator Patrick Leahy.
No objection. The journal proceedings of the trial are approved to date, and I'd ask the Sergeant at Arms to make the proclamation.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silence on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the article of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, former President of the United States.
And pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 47, the Senate has provided up to 2 hours of argument by the parties, equally divided, on the question of whether or not it shall be in order to consider and debate under the impeachment rules any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents. Are both parties ready to proceed at this point? He said they are ready to proceed. They may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Senators. Over the last several days, we presented overwhelming evidence that establishes the charges in the article of impeachment. We've shown you how President Trump created a powder keg, lit a match, and then continued his incitement even as he failed to defend us from the ensuing violence. We've supported our position with images, videos, affidavits, documents, tweets, and other evidence, leaving no doubt that the Senate should convict. We believe we've proven our case. But last night, Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler of Washington State issued a statement confirming that in the middle of the insurrection, when House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy called the president to beg for help, President Trump responded, and I quote, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." Needless to say, this is an additional critical piece of corroborating evidence, further confirming the charges before you, as well as the president's willful dereliction of duty and desertion of duty as Commander-in-Chief of the United States, his state of mind, and his further incitement of the insurrection on January 6th. For that reason, and because this is the proper time to do so under the resolution that the Senate adopted to set the rules for the trial, we would like the opportunity to subpoena Congresswoman Herrera regarding her communications with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, and to subpoena her contemporaneous notes that she made regarding what President Trump told Kevin McCarthy in the middle of the insurrection. We would be prepared to proceed by Zoom deposition of an hour or less, just as soon as Congresswoman Herrera Butler is available, and to then proceed to the next phase of the trial, including the introduction of that testimony shortly thereafter. Congresswoman Butler further stated that she hopes other witnesses to this part of the story, other patriots, as she put it, would come forward, and if that happens, we would seek the opportunity to take their depositions via Zoom, also for less than an hour, or to subpoena other relevant documents as well.
Mr. President, thank you. Senators, good morning. And good morning to the American people. The first thing I want to say on the issue of witnesses is that the House manager just got up here and described the articles of impeachment and the charges. There is no plural here. That's wrong. There's one article of impeachment and there's one charge, and that's incitement of violence and insurrection. What you all need to know and the American people need to know is, as of late yesterday afternoon, there was a stipulation going around that there weren't going to be any witnesses. But after what happened here in this chamber yesterday, the House managers realized they did not investigate this case before bringing the impeachment. They did not give the proper consideration and work. They didn't put the work in that was necessary to impeach the former president. But if they want to have witnesses, I'm going to need at least over 100 depositions, not just one. The real issue is incitement. They put into their case over 100 witnesses, people who have been charged with crimes by the federal government. And each one of those, they said that Mr. Trump was a co-conspirator with. That's not true. But I have the right to defend that. The only thing that I ask, if you vote for witnesses, do not handcuff me by limiting the number of witnesses that I can have. I need to do a thorough investigation that they did not do. I need to do the 911 style investigation that Nancy Pelosi called for. It should have been done already. It's a dereliction of the House manager's duty that they didn't. And now at the last minute, after a stipulation had apparently been worked out, they want to go back on that. I think that's inappropriate and improper. We should close this case out today. We have each prepared our closing arguments. I had 8 days to get ready for this thing, but we each had those 8 days equally together to prepare ourselves. And the House managers need to live with the case that they brought. But if they don't, please, in all fairness and in all due process, do not limit my ability to discover the truth. That would be another sham. And that's the president's position, my position.
I should just have it standing by. Mr. Askin.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is the proper time that we were assigned to talk about witnesses. This is completely within the course of the rules set forth by the Senate. There's nothing remotely unusual about this. I think we've done an exceedingly thorough and comprehensive job with all the evidence that was available. Last night, this was breaking news, and it responded directly to a question that was being raised by the President's defense counsel, saying that we had not sufficiently proven to their satisfaction, although I think we've proven to the satisfaction of the American people, certainly, that the President, after the breach and the invasion took place, was not working on the side of defending the Capitol, but rather was continuing to pursue his political goals. And the information that came out last night by Congresswoman Butler, apparently backed up by contemporaneous notes that she had taken, I think will put to rest any lingering doubts raised by the President's counsel, who now says he wants to interview hundreds of people. There's only one person the President's counsel really needs to interview, and that's their own client. And bring him forward, as we suggested last week, because a lot of this is matters that are in his head. Well, why did he not act to defend the country after he learned of the attack? Why was he continuing to press the political case? But this piece of evidence is relevant to that.
If I may.
And finally, I was a little bit mystified by the point about the article of impeachment, which I referred to. The dereliction of duty, the desertion of duty, is built into the incitement charge, obviously. If the President of the United States is out inciting a violent insurrection, he's obviously not doing his job at the same time. Just like if a police officer is mugging you, yeah, he's guilty of theft and armed robbery, whatever it might be, but he's also not doing his job as a police officer, so it's further evidence of his intent and what his conduct is.
If I may.
Counsel?
First of all, it's my understanding, it's been reported that Mr. McCarthy disclaims the rumors that have been the basis of this morning's antics, but really the rumors that have been the basis of this entire proceeding. This entire proceeding is based on rumor, report, innuendo. There's nothing to it, and they didn't do their work. Just like what happened with Mr. Lee 2 or 3 nights ago, some supposed conversation had happened, and they had to withdraw that. They had to back off of that because it was false. It was a false narrative. But it is one article of impeachment. Yeah, they threw a lot of stuff in it in violation of Rule 23. Rule 23 says you cannot combine counts. It's a defect in their entire case. It's one of the 4 reasons why you can vote to acquit in this case. Jurisdiction, Rule 23, due process, and the First Amendment. They all apply in this case. Let me take my own advice and cool the temperature in the room a little bit. It's about the incitement. It's not about what happened afterwards. That's actually the irrelevant stuff. That's the irrelevant stuff. It's not the things that were said from the election to January 6th, it's not relevant to the legal analysis of the issues that are before this body. It doesn't matter what happened after the insurgents into the Capitol building, because that doesn't have to do with incitement. Incitement it's a point in time, folks. It's a point in time when the words are spoken and the words say, implicitly say, explicitly say, commit acts of violence or lawlessness. And we don't have that here. So for the House managers to say we need depositions about things that happened after, it's just not true. But if he does, there are a lot of depositions that need to be happened. Nancy Pelosi's deposition needs to be taken. Vice President Harris's deposition absolutely needs to be taken, and not by Zoom. None of these depositions should be done by Zoom. We didn't do this hearing by Zoom. These depositions should be done in person, in my office, in Philadelphia. That's where they should be done. I don't know how many civil lawyers are here, but that's the way it works, folks. When you want somebody's deposition, you send a notice of deposition, and they appear at the place where the notice says. That's civil process. I don't know why you're laughing. It is civil process. That is the way lawyers do it. We send notices of deposition.
I would remind everybody that we will have order in the chamber during these proceedings.
I haven't laughed at any of you, and there's nothing laughable here. He mentioned my client coming in to testify. That is not the way it's done. If he wanted to talk to Donald Trump, he should have put a subpoena down, like I'm going to slap subpoenas on a good number of people, if witnesses are what is required here for them to try to get their case back in order, which has failed miserably for 4 reasons. There is no jurisdiction here. There has been no due process here. They have completely violated and ignored and stepped on the Constitution of the United States. They have trampled on it like people who have no respect for it. And if this is about nothing else, it has to be about the respect of our country, our Constitution, and all of the people that make it up. And so that I ask, when considering or voting on this witness matter, and to be clear, this may be the time to do it, but again, and everybody needs to know, the backroom politics, I'm not so much into it all, and I'm not too adept at it neither. But there was a stipulation. They felt pretty comfortable after day 2, until their case was tested on day 3. Now is the time to end this. Now is the time to hear the closing arguments. Now is the time to vote your conscience. Thank you.
Mr. Raskin?
We were involved in no discussions about a stipulation, and I have no further comment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Position on that.
I would remind everybody, as Chief Justice Roberts noted on January 21st, 2020, citing the trial of Charles Swain, 1905, all parties in this chamber must refrain from using language that is not conducive to civil discourse. I listened to Chief Justice Roberts say that. I agreed with him, and I thought for our colleagues I would repeat it as I did last night. So the question we have before us is whether it shall be in order to consider and debate under the rules of impeachment any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents. The request for the yeas and nays has been made. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be there is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso.
And so just 20
Bennett.
minutes into this Saturday session of the Senate
Mrs.
trial, the
Blackburn.
senators are voting one by one
Mr. Blumenthal.
on whether to call witnesses or documents
Mr. Blunt.
to bolster the case on either
Booker.
side. What happened here is that Jamie Raskin, the
Bozeman.
congressman from Maryland, who's the lead House
Mr. Braun.
impeachment manager, began the proceeding
Brown.
by recalling news development
Mr. Burr.
overnight. That news is
Cantwell.
that the congresswoman from the state of Washington,
Mrs.
Jamie
Capito.
Herrera Butler, has issued a statement describing her conversation with the House
Harper.
Republican leader, Kevin
Mr. Casey.
McCarthy, where Mr. McCarthy described
Cassidy.
his attempt during the riot at the Capitol, the
Collins.
attack on the Capitol, his attempt to get President
Coons.
Trump, then President Trump, to call it off, to
Cornyn.
plead, to urge his supporters to back off,
Cortez
to leave the
Masto.
Capitol. And according to
Mr.
Butler's statement, McCarthy
Kramer.
said the president told him that
Crapo.
words to this effect, that I guess, Kevin, they are more with me than you are.
Mr. Daines.
Their view of the election is closer to mine than yours.
Ms. Duckworth.
McCarthy has been very loyal to President Trump, so, and it has been
Ernst.
reported widely that McCarthy
Ernst.
reached out to the president, as did a number of other
Mrs.
people,
Feinstein.
to ask him to issue statements,
Mrs.
to
Fisher.
tweet, to put whatever statement out that he could, to make a statement to
Mrs. Gillibrand.
urge people to get away, to back
Mr.
off,
Graham.
to leave the Capitol, to stop the attack.
Mr.
But the
Grassley.
president didn't make a statement for several hours after
Mr.
the attack
Haggerty.
began, and didn't make a forceful
Ms.
statement
Hassett.
until much later,
Mr. Hawley.
and indeed did not at all during
Mr.
that
Heinrich.
day back off his claims that the election was stolen, which was the entire rationale for the
Mr. Rono.
attack on the Capitol.
Mr.
So
Hogan.
Raskin, Congressman Raskin this morning
Mrs.
is saying
Smith.
to the senators, in order to get to
Mr.
the bottom of
Inhofe.
this, I'd like to question,
Mr.
to
Johnson.
have a deposition of Congresswoman Butler.
Mr. Kane.
And he said, I'm prepared to do this by Zoom. He said,
Kelly.
I can do it in less than an hour.
Mr. Kennedy.
However, after he finished his
King.
statement that the managers want a witness,
Klobuchar.
the lawyer for President Trump,
Mr. Langford.
Michael Vanderveen, using an outraged tone of
Lee.
voice, insisted that this has nothing to do
Lujan.
with the charge against the president, that this is all about,
Thomas.
this is completely
Bates.
irrelevant in his words. It's an attempt by the House
Mr. Marshall.
to strengthen their
Mr.
case,
McConnell.
which he claims is weak and a
Menendez.
case that they haven't made.
Mr.
So, and he
Wainwright.
also went on, Mr. Vanderveen
Moran.
threatened to go on to call, in his words, over 100 witnesses.
Murkowski.
And he said there at the end, you heard him
Murphy.
say, I would call these
Mrs.
witnesses
Murray.
in person. I'd have them come to my office in
Ossoff.
Philadelphia.
Mr.
So
Padilla.
there you have it. You have one
Paul.
argument by the House managers that they need,
Peters.
that they would like to
Mr. Portman.
deposition Congresswoman Butler, and then
Mr.
the
Reed.
president's defense saying,
Mr.
we think
Risch.
it's unnecessary, we think you should vote now
Romney.
on conviction, this trial is over.
Ms. Rosen.
But if you do this, then we insist that we
Rounds.
be allowed to call witnesses to.
Mr. Rubio.
So this was not a development anyone foresaw yesterday. At
Sanders.
least most of the reporting was that they were likely
Mr. Sasse.
to go to closing arguments this morning. But
Mr. Schatz.
clearly now, with these new developments from the Congresswoman,
Schumer.
we will
Scott
see
of
what
Florida.
happens. Let's see if our analysts
Mr.
are
Scott of
there
South Carolina.
with me. We're waiting on this
Shaheen.
vote count. Okay, Lisa Desjardins,
Shelby.
our Capitol Hill correspondent, is listening to this. Lisa, I've been talking over the vote, so we haven't been able to hear how the senators are voting. Maybe you're keeping
Smith.
track.
Right. I see now that Collins, Murkowski, and Romney of the Republicans have all voted yes for witnesses. So it does look like that. I believe I haven't heard every Democratic vote, but I assume they are also voting yes.
Toomey.
And it does look like, with those votes from those 3 Republicans alone, that the Senate will then proceed to allow witnesses of some sort. And it does mean that this trial, then the timing of this trial is completely kind of thrown now up into the air. We don't know how many witnesses. We don't know. The Senate's going to have to prescribe exactly the guardrails on that, what those will be. And I think we're in for even more drama on top of the drama we've already been going through with this trial.
I think you're right, and thank you for sharing what you just heard from these Republican senators, because it would take a majority for there to be witnesses. I believe it's a simple majority, Lisa.
That's right.
The decision on whether to call witnesses or to have documents added to the record. If this happens, then we'll have to see if they do subpoena or if they do call Congresswoman Buettler, then how long does it take to organize, to arrange that interview, that deposition? And then aside from that, what does the defense do? And what witnesses do they want to call? What do they say in their cross-examination of the witness? And so on. We did not see witnesses in the first trial, impeachment trial of President Trump. That became a major subject of debate. There were witnesses the Democratic House managers wanted to call, but the Republicans opposed that, and they had the majority. Now you have a 50-50 divided Senate, and with some Republicans coming over to join the Democrats and saying, I want to hear from witnesses, it looks like it's going to happen. Let's listen and see if they're going to announce the count and see what the chair says, Senator Leahy. Just listen in for a moment.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Leahy, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Romney, Rosen, Sanders, Sasse, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Blunt, Bozeman, Braun, Burr, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Paul, Portman, Risch, Rounds, Rubio, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Tuberville, Wicker, Young.
Mr. President. I'd like to change my vote to aye.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye.
Mr. President.
Mr. Sullivan.
Just a point of inquiry. There's a little confusion here. Was that a vote on one witness or many witnesses?
Debate is not allowed during the vote. I advise the
Not debate, it's a
Senator
point
from
of
Alaska.
inquiry. Mr. President, it's a point of inquiry on what we just voted on.
That is, I'm advised that is not allowed during the vote.
Can't know. Immediately before they start to cast.
Motions are not in order in a vote.
The points of order and debate are not allowed during the vote. That is established Senate procedure that we always follow.
We just heard 4 and then 5 Republican senators. It sounded like Lindsey Graham of South Carolina. That she said Senator Graham changed his vote. Have voted to join the Democrats to call witnesses, and the only witness the Democrats have asked for is Congresswoman Herrera Beutler of Washington State, who came out with a statement overnight saying the Senate Republican leader Kevin McCarthy related to his conversation with President Trump, wherein he declined to urge his supporters to leave the Capitol during the riot. Lisa Desjardins, you're watching this along with us. There was a lack of, one of the senators from Alaska, Dan Sullivan, was asking what the vote was about, which I think was, I guess you could say was amusing because this was after they had voted.
That's right. Well, the vote is still open. The vote hasn't closed. That's the problem. That's what Senator Leahy, the President Pro Tem presiding officer, is getting at here. He's saying we can't actually have any discussion while the vote is ongoing. Before the vote, yes. After the vote, yes. But right now, they're still in the middle of the vote. They haven't closed the vote. That's why you were able to see, as you correctly reported, Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina changing his vote. Now, we're all very eager to hear why he did that. He himself, of course, is an attorney. He's been an attorney who's served in combat as well, or served overseas with the military. And he's very strategic, as our viewers know. And it would not surprise me if he saw the way this vote was going. Clearly, there were votes for witnesses. Witnesses were going to happen. And perhaps for some strategic reason, he believed that it would be beneficial for him in the future to say, I supported witnesses. I'm in favor of this.
That's right. I mean, you're right. Lindsey Graham had a distinguished career with the Judge Advocate Corps in the military, so he does have a very robust legal background. But he's also been a big supporter of and close to President Trump. So a little surprising to hear him. It is surprising to hear him vote with the Democratic request to call for a witness. But Lisa, we do need clarity on what exactly they voted about, because it sounded like Jamie Raskin, the lead manager, was.
Whether it shall be in order to consider and debate under the rules of impeachment any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents. The motion is agreed to by a vote of 55 to 45. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
They are taking, So they are taking a break, and as you just saw, they confirmed the vote was 55 to 45 on whether to call witnesses, to subpoena witnesses, or require documents be provided. Lisa Desjardins, it was broader than just the request for Congresswoman Herrera Beutler. So this does open up the possibility that others could be called, and that means the defense potentially could be calling witnesses. Lisa, I have to ask you, is there a separate vote on each witness who is called or not?
This is what I'm asking now. It's my recollection from the first impeachment trial that we did expect there to be separate votes on each witness and procedure going forward if the general topic of witnesses was allowed. Remember, there was that question last year about John Bolton and whether he would be called as a witness. And my recollection is that the first step in that was that the Senate had to approve witnesses in general. And then after that, that there would be separate discussion is how I understood it. And in theory, the way that I remember that was going to work, if it happened, was that there was going to have to be another resolution passed detailing how the witness portion would work of the trial. That's the ideal here, I think, for the Senate to operate, that there would be an agreement of some sort or some kind of resolution that would pass. But as we've seen, Judy, to get any resolution passed through the Senate, including for it to operate itself, sometimes has taken weeks with this Senate. Obviously, this is a group of lawmakers who are eager to move forward with this trial. They, I'm sure, want to figure this out as quickly as possible, but that's why we're in a quorum call. Whenever you see a quorum call like this, which is really sort of a name for establishing who's in the chamber, telling senators they should come to the chamber, it's really just a way to buy time for the leaders to figure out what's going on and for senators to figure out what's going on themselves. As we saw, senators have the same questions that you do about what they just voted on, which, as a side note, is an extraordinary example of how the modern Senate has been ruled really by leaders and by script. When the modern Senate faces a situation like this, where they're making decisions minute by minute, you can see that this is not something that they really have the muscles for. Perhaps the Senate of the 1800s did, but this Senate is confused when there's not a script, and they're trying to figure out what's going on.
It's very interesting to watch the Senate in a situation like this, as you say, Lisa, where it's not all scripted ahead of time, where we don't know what's going on. We haven't had that many impeachment trials to watch. We've only had the one, at least since the Clinton impeachment, which of course was in the late 1990s. Here we are in the year 2021, 2 years in a row we've had an impeachment trial, but it's hardly as if this is something that has become the norm, even though there have been two within roughly a year. But we are watching now to see what happens next. As Lisa's been saying, the vote is 55 to 45 to allow calling the subpoena of witnesses and documents to support the case on either side. It was the House managers, the Democrats, who asked for this. The lawyers for President Trump argued against it. They said the case has been made. We need to go to a final vote on conviction or not. But here we are, and now we see where it goes from here. Who is called, whether there are separate votes, separate debate on each witness, witness. For a little bit of analysis while we wait to see what the Senate does next, we're going to turn to our two Capitol Hill veterans who've been joining us over the last few days. Melody Barnes, she was chief counsel to the late Massachusetts Senator Edward Kennedy when she helped broker the rules for President Clinton's impeachment trial. Melody is now with the University of Virginia's Democracy Initiative, Miller Center, and the law school. And Republican strategist John Hart. He worked in both the House and the Senate for the late Republican Senator Tom Coburn of Oklahoma. John recently joined the Conservative Coalition for Climate Solutions. Hello to both of you, and we're going to keep one eye, as we talk to you, we're going to keep an eye on the Senate at the same time. John Hart, we're watching as they figure out what to do next. I think we all would like to understand what has to take place for there to be a subpoena and interview of Congresswoman Herrera Beutler, which is what Jamie Raskin said the Democrats would like to do.
Thanks, Judy. It's great to be with you. And I think Lisa's done a great job reporting. And I think she did a good job capturing just the uncertainty of this moment. You know, people sometimes look at Washington from the outside and think it's a well-oiled machine. There's an establishment. There's a group making things happen. And the truth is, it's often house of chaos. It's not house of cards. And we're seeing that unfold right now on the floor of the Senate. And Judy, I think what's one of the takeaways from this morning that I think is important is that there is frustration on both sides that this case needs further investigation. The president's team, of course, has criticized the House managers for not fully investigating the impeachment. And as we talked about yesterday, it is a narrow impeachment. I think they underreached in terms of the scope of what the president's misconduct was here. But both sides have important questions, and we're about to open a can of worms that is going to be hard to close. And, I think there will be some kind of agreement coming out of this moment of uncertainty, this quorum call, which is where senators to go to figure out what's happening. They don't even know what's going on the floor themselves right now. And I think going forward, I think we've got to figure out both sides on how do we get these questions answered? How do we move forward? If acquittal is a done deal, if that with Senator McConnell saying he's going to vote to acquit, that puts us on a different path. It puts us on a path of perhaps having a commission. There was a 9/11 commission that Lee Hamilton chaired that was created almost a year after 9/11. I think at a minimum, we need something like that to fully investigate all of the dimensions of this case and these events. The president's team has a good point that, look, if they want to call one witness, we need to call 100 witnesses. And senators aren't going to have the patience and appetite to sit through an impeachment trial that's going to last for weeks and months. So it's going to be interesting to see what unfolds over the next few minutes here.
No, we did hear the criticism, John Hart, as you say, by the defense team toward the Democrats, saying they didn't do their job. On the other hand, we know the managers moving swiftly because President Trump was in his final days of office. They had actually attempted to move this over to the Senate while President Trump was still president. But the Senate at the time, Mitch McConnell was the majority leader, and the Senate moved to delay until President Biden was in office. Melody Barnes, you are watching along with us. Shed some light for us, if you will, on what are the next steps here. We're waiting to find out when or whether, how witnesses might be called. And as John Hart just said, now that we know the Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell has announced he's voting to acquit, what purpose does anything serve here because of his influence over his own party?
Well, it's certainly been, I guess you could call this the February surprise. This isn't something that most people expected, but I believe that the House managers read the statement that was made by Republican Congresswoman Butler and put out last night and determined that it was an important part of their case. It was important to add this to the record. As I read the resolution that's in place that's governing this, this was the moment to ask for witnesses to be called. There were up to 2 hours of debate that would be provided for that. And then after the vote, then there would be the opportunity to depose the witness, to gather any other evidence that's necessary. And then the Senate could decide whether or not that witness would be called to actually testify before the impeachment court, the Senate. And that's the process that would be underway. When I listened to former President Trump's lawyer, Mr. Castor, it struck me that he was obviously surprised, not inappropriately so. This was the moment in the trial to do so, but he was surprised. And as we were discussing yesterday, they didn't do much because they didn't believe they had to do much. He thought that this was going to be wrapped up. And as a result, he started to kick up some dust. If you call a witness, I'm going to call 100. If I call witnesses and depose them, they're going to have to come to Philadelphia. In other words, the message was, I'm going to make this extremely difficult for you. This isn't going to be easy. And senators understand that if you decide to vote for witnesses. And hearing all that, the Senate and several Republicans still decided to do so.
And that was striking, really interesting, Melody Barnes, in that you did have four of those Republicans. I think not as surprising because they are the Republicans who have voted that the trial is constitutional: Romney, Collins, Murkowski, and Sasse. But the surprise, I guess, was Senator Lindsey Graham. And as Lisa Desjardins said a few minutes ago, maybe there was some strategy there in thinking about where this impeachment trial goes from here. But I still have questions at this point, Lisa, and let me bring in Yamiche as well, about what the process is. Yamiche Alcindor, who's there at the Capitol as well. I have questions about the process because they have decided, they voted yes, we are prepared to subpoena witnesses and records, but there still is a protocol for debate and a decision on which witnesses, and I'm not clear on whether they vote on individual witnesses before they move forward. Yamiche?
That actually might be a question for Lisa in terms of how they vote on each witness. From my understanding, and Lisa, please correct me if I'm wrong, they're going to have to look at every single witness and decide whether or not that person comes. I think that's the way this works. The bigger issue here is that or I should say part of that issue is that the president's own lawyers are now in some ways threatening to use that fact that they are going to be calling witnesses to really slow this down, to really make the case that House impeachment managers, in their view, rushed this case. They're saying that they, of course, got laughed at by saying that they wanted to call Vice President Harris as well as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi into their offices in Philadelphia. Of course, senators know that they are the ones with the power to decide where this happens and how it happens. The lawyer there, Michael Vanderveen, saying that it has to happen in person and in his office. The bigger issue here also is that what we saw from the Trump lawyers was them coordinating and talking to GOP senators throughout this. So Senator Lindsey Graham, I spoke to him this morning on his way into the chamber. He, of course, had that surprising vote where he changed from a no on witnesses to a yes on witnesses. Some people see that as, oh, well, maybe he really is thinking about trying to change his mind when it comes to acquitting President Trump. I think probably the deeper reading is that he has been talking to the Trump lawyers throughout this, talking to them about strategy, meeting with them behind closed doors over and over again during this trial. So there's this feeling, I think, that Graham changed his vote because he also wants to make sure that the defense can have witnesses and will be able to, in some ways, defend the president robustly if this happens. I think what's interesting here is that the president's lawyers are now in this case where some people think they might be bluffing. Some people think, are they really going to call the vice president and the House Speaker to say what exactly and to ask them about the way that they use the word fight or the way that they were talking about fighting for healthcare or policy. So we are really in, I think, a tense situation here. I've been saying this week that it feels like we were on a train and that we all knew the destination. Now we have to wonder whether or not this is a break from that, if we're kind of winding but still heading in the same direction, or if this is a complete detour and everything has changed. It seems like that this is more of a break rather than a complete detour, but we'll see what actually ends up happening here.
We will see what happens. But you're right, Yamiche. We came into this morning thinking we were probably, there was probably not going to be a call for witnesses, that both sides had made the decision to move on, and that there would be closing arguments, and that we might even see a vote on conviction or acquittal within a matter of a few hours. But clearly that has changed, and it was triggered by the news overnight. This statement from Congresswoman Herrera Beutler from Washington State about the Kevin McCarthy conversation with President Trump, in which McCarthy reported the president refused to call off his supporters from the Capitol, and that was during the riot, during the attack, when members of Congress and his own vice president were in danger. But quickly back to you, Lisa. Have you learned about the protocol on witnesses?
Right, a few things. I want to read from the actual resolution governing this trial right now. This vote, we got it right. This vote was just to open the topic of witnesses in general. Now we proceed to a section 7B, for those of you reading the resolution at home, that says if the Senate does allow for witnesses in general, if the Senate agrees to allow either party to subpoena witnesses, which is what's happened here, provisions for the admission of evidence, issues of subpoenas, arrangements for depositions, testimony by witnesses, all of that and any related matters are to be determined by subsequent resolution of the Senate. So what we need is another resolution governing the next step. And in addition, there's another clause in here, I'm put on my bold glasses, that says that there needs to be, there could be up to an hour equally divided over each potential subpoena and witness motion. Now, they could avoid that, I think, by having one large resolution that they all agree on, but we could be in for back and forth dueling motions potentially with each up to an hour equally divided. I also want to remind people that there were video depositions in the Clinton case. So while we hear the Trump team saying these depositions have to be in person, in Philadelphia, you heard the Senate laughing at that idea. They're laughing because two reasons. One, they know that video depositions are possible. The Senate has done it before. Also because clearly the Trump team was trying to make an argument that they weren't saying it in these words, that if you open this box, if you allow any witnesses, we are going to make this trial last weeks and weeks. They know the Senate doesn't want that. And I think that's what the Trump attorney Vanderveen was trying to say. One other update, Lindsey Graham, why did he switch his vote? We were right, it was strategic. I was wondering if this was it. He we understand now, switched his vote so that he has the ability to recall this motion about witnesses later on and ask the Senate to change its mind and to close the topic of witnesses later. We see the majority leaders often do this in close votes that they want to bring back up later. Now Lindsey Graham has that ability. And we're getting some color from the floor from the pool reporters, or my colleagues who are in the chamber right now, saying that there have been some very dramatic huddles going on. Lindsey Graham had many conservative senators gathered around him. He was clearly explaining the process, explaining what he's doing. On the other side, Senator Schumer, same thing, had a good deal of the Democrats around him. And then around where Senator McConnell sits in the middle, apparently Mitt Romney was over there, some of those more swing senators talking to one of the staffers for Senator McConnell, as well as to Senator Thune. So everyone's sort of trying to figure things out. And literally we have Democrats huddling on the left, Republicans huddling on the right, and in the middle, the swing votes huddling with the Republican leadership.
Fascinating. All that really important to understanding as best we can what's going on during this quorum call, which, as you pointed out, Lisa, is what the Senate does when it's trying to figure things out. This one's gone on for, I don't know, I'm guessing 15 minutes or so at least, since they were at an impasse over, or at least had not made a decision on how to proceed after the vote to go ahead with the idea, with the broad general approval of the idea of calling witnesses, of subpoenaing documents. But as Lisa just pointed out, that is another process. There still has to be a debate over witnesses, over which witnesses, which documents, and it's very clear that the defense did not want this. It's clear that much of the Senate doesn't want it. Presumably many Democrats, even though they're voting, yes, let's hear from some witnesses, you have to assume that many of them would like for this trial to be over with as soon as possible so that the Biden administration can get on with its agenda in these early days and early weeks of the new administration. This is a trial that is occupying enormous amounts of time, hour after hour of time on the part of the senators. That is time that they could be using to consider appointees to the Biden cabinet. We know the Attorney General appointee. That has already been delayed, and the reason given by the majority leader was this trial, among other things. I do want to pursue where we are on what would happen if you started to call. Let's go back now to John Hart and Melody Barnes. If each side did start to call witnesses, you are looking, John Hart, at an extended trial, are you not? I mean, if we don't have any reason to know for sure that the defense lawyer, Mr. Vanderveen, was serious when he said, there are 100 people I'd like to call or more, but you I think you used the term can of worms, and that's what it could be.
No, it certainly could, Judy. This could go on for weeks and weeks if they decide to call as many witnesses as he's threatening to do. And look, if in a criminal trial, would be entirely appropriate and probably necessary. But in this situation, I don't think there's going to be the votes to do that. I think we're in this quorum call now, so the Senate can write the script going forward. And I think the script is going to include a very limited, narrow number of witnesses. And the Democrats have the votes to muscle that through. So they have their 50 votes plus, I think you just safely assume at least a handful on the Republican side to join them in a resolution that will move forward with a limited number of witnesses. But, having worked on a lot of procedural maneuvers with Senator Coburn is we often would use, Senate procedure to offer an unlimited number of amendments. And the threat of having a long, open-ended amendment process is a tool of leverage to get your way in a negotiation. And so I think that the president's lawyers threaten that. But the truth is they don't have the muscle procedurally to actually do that. They don't have the muscle to bring people into Philadelphia, to have witness after witness, to have Nancy Pelosi come in and repeat what she said in the videos that we saw yesterday. So there's a bit of showmanship here, but there really is a moment of, uncertainty as they figure out where to go from here. And I suspect where we'll end up is a resolution with a limited number of witnesses, limited scope that will have a bookend, clear process spelled out going forward.
But that's a huge decision, Melody Barnes, this agreement on which witnesses to call or documents. We believe it's just the Congresswoman from Washington who the Democrats are interested in, maybe potentially Congressman McCarthy, although they didn't say they would call him, I don't believe. But then who would the Republicans, who would the president's defense team be allowed to call? Melody Barnes, I mean, the Democrats had to have thought through this before they requested the witness, a resolution to call witnesses this morning, surely, right?
Absolutely. I think that they were using and thinking about process that had been put in place for past impeachments. I think, like Lisa, it's surprising to me that in my professional career, have now seen 3 presidential impeachments. But I think they were using that past process, that they wanted to leave the door open. I remember when we were looking at the impeachment trial of President Clinton, the decision was to move forward and then get to a point in the trial when we could determine whether or not the Senate would determine whether or not they thought witnesses would be prudent. They did, and used the video technology to depose witnesses and use that information. Senators were then allowed to watch those videos as a part of the proceedings. So they were using that as a roadmap for how to proceed. And I think from the House manager's perspective, they're there to try this case. Their objective is to convince the Senate that the former president of the United States should be convicted. And they, making that determination, with that responsibility, made the determination that this witness would be necessary for them. They aren't there to determine whether or not this is going to be easy or difficult for the Senate.
Exactly right. And one would have to believe that they came into this final day, or at least they completed the first 4 days, thinking that they would not need to call witnesses. We heard the defense lawyer, Mr. Vanderveen, saying that there had been an understanding, a stipulation, which Jamie Raskin, Congressman Raskin, denied, but there had been reporting that there was an unspoken understanding that there would not be witnesses. And after all, the only witness they're speaking about at this point is someone who popped up in the news last night, which leads you to believe the Democrats think that their case wasn't going to be made. I mean, they knew the numbers were against them going into today. They had to know it was going to be very uphill for them to get the 17 Republican senators they need to have the 2/3 vote to convict. But they changed that. They thought, let's try it. Let's see if trying to subpoena and get information from one Republican congresswoman could change minds, John Hart. I mean, it appears to me they made this decision on the fly over the matter of the last few hours.
Judy, I think that they may have. I think, to Melody's point, I think they wanted to keep the option open, and there are clear precedents of having video depositions. So this is something that's imminently doable, but it does significantly complicate the path going forward. And on the substance, what the Congresswoman statement she made last night it is material. It is on point. It's critically important to know for both sides what did the president actually do or not do when he knew that the riot was happening. And some of the senators' questions got at that last night as well. Because again, this is not just about words, it's about actions. Is what decisions did the president make or not make, and how did those decisions provide insight into his state of mind as he was speaking to that crowd? Did he intend this to be an insurrection or not? That is the material question before the Senate. And I think we're going to at least hear from, perhaps one person on that, but there are a lot of other people around Kevin McCarthy who can provide insight into that, including the House Minority Leader McCarthy himself, and candidly, I was in touch with House members the day of the riot as I was sitting in this chair talking to you about can they go talk to the rioters, and there were members who were trying to figure out a way to calm the crowd down, and so there was a lot of movement. There's a lot of uncertainty about how could they stop this from happening, and if the president of the United States, while this was going on, while his supporters were trying to calm the crowd and think about how they could intervene, if he was saying to Kevin McCarthy, I don't want to intervene, that is a very significant finding in this case that needs to be fully investigated and really explored through these witnesses.
And we also heard the president's lawyer say yesterday that he did not know. In the question not only about whether he didn't step in to urge the rioters to stop, they claimed that he did, which is not the case. He didn't step in until very late in the day after the riot was over. He didn't make a plea to them to leave. But in addition to that, whether he knew about the danger that Vice President Pence was in came up in this phone call, this mistaken phone call to Senator Tuberville of Alabama. And Senator Tuberville has said that he told, at least it's been reported, that he told President Trump, I can't talk, the vice president is being taken out, I need to hang up, words to that effect. And we haven't heard the White House or former President Trump's version of that. But that's what Senator Tuberville, who's a very loyal Republican and has been very loyal to Donald Trump, for him to say that is certainly significant. He's coming at this from the point of view of someone who is supportive of the president. It's also been reported in connection with all this, and I can bring Lisa back in or someone who has information on that, Kevin McCarthy is not necessarily backing up Congresswoman Herrera-Beutler's story. There was an assertion that McCarthy either hasn't made a statement about it or has been unclear or may even be denying it. Lisa, do you have more information on that?
You can bet that they're on my speed dial right now. My sources in and around Kevin McCarthy's office, he has not made a public statement about that phone call and has not responded to Congresswoman Herrera-Beutler's statement last night. She clearly in her statement was inviting him and others to say what they know about this. And I'll say going into the chamber today, very few senators on either side said that they wanted witnesses. One exception was Senator Angus King of Maine. He sits on the Intelligence Committee, among other posts that he holds. He told reporters the one person he wants to hear from is Kevin McCarthy. It is interesting to me that Jamie Raskin did not include Kevin McCarthy in his request yet today. Now, at the same time, what's going on right now is, I think, very fervent and fast negotiations. I don't know if the Senate will be able to complete these negotiations anytime soon, but negotiations between Republicans and Democrats over how to proceed. And of course, that also means it's really negotiations too between the Trump team and House Democrats. So that is a complicated set of dynamics to try and maneuver through quickly. The Senate, even when it just has very simple, difficult questions, takes a long time. So I really am wondering if we're going to be able to get resolution on this today, to be honest. it's not impossible. They could do something where they allow motion by motion, and they allow perhaps, say, the Democrats to work on a deposition for Jaime Herrera Beutler, and they allow one for the Republicans, for the Trump team as well, and then leave open any future possibilities. That seems to me the simplest idea, but I'm not involved in these negotiations. And on that Senate floor, there have been continued huddles. You can see them in the screen next to me, of senators trying to figure out what they want to do and go forward. Emotions are high, Judy. We also have reports from the Senate floor that Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, a very ardent Trump supporter, has been visibly mad, and in fact had a heated conversation with Senator Mitt Romney, who they sit in the same row of the chamber, in the back of the chamber, and obviously expressing displeasure at him. Romney, who voted to allow witnesses. Johnson's also been heard to say that he really thinks this should have just ended. Right now, senators who are not on the floor, many of them have returned to their hideaway offices in the U.S. Capitol. I'm told that's where Mitt Romney is, for example. Those are very small offices that they use when they have to be on the floor at a moment's notice. But now I'm hearing some of them maybe returning to their kind of farther away offices in office buildings, as it seems this is going to take a few minutes. Who knows? Maybe they'll figure this out quickly. But these are complicated dynamics that even just setting up the dynamics for this trial took a couple of weeks for the two sides to negotiate. But nothing motivates our lawmakers more than a deadline, and a deadline in their minds right now is they were all planning to go on recess as soon as this trial ended. And I can't tell you the number of sources from both sides who have been just saying to me throughout the last week, I can't wait to recess. Let's just get to recess. They all want to get out of town. That's big motivation, but they may not be able to do it until this is resolved.
You are right, Lisa. We do not know this quorum call. I'm reminded by our director, Joe Camp, we're now 35 minutes into this quorum call as they try to figure out how to move ahead now that you have the vote to proceed with the proposal to call witnesses, to subpoena witnesses, to call for documents to support either side. It was the Democrats who asked for this. The former President Trump's lawyers argued against it, but the vote was 55 to 45, with 5 Republicans joining the Democrats to proceed. Now, as Lisa's been saying, they are discussing exactly what form that would take. Do they just call Congresswoman Herrera Beutler, or do they call others? You can assume if the Democrats want to call one, the president's team is going to want to call at least one of their own. And you heard the lawyer for the president saying we would like many more than that. Yamiche Alcindor, you're also reporting on all this at the Capitol. I'm going back and reading right now as I turn to you the final few words from the statement from Congresswoman Herrera Beutler last night. She said to the patriots who were standing next to the former president as these conversations were happening, or even to the former vice president, if you have something to add here, now would be the time. She's calling on the people who may know more about what President Trump did and didn't do, didn't say, to please come forward.
That's right. And what's interesting about that statement is that she isn't actually urging, at least in that part, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy to come forward. There are sources saying that he is, quote unquote, disclaiming this idea that he had this conversation with President Trump. But I have to tell you and remind our viewers, we were reporting that from sources that I talked to just the same day that this attack happened, that in fact, yes, Kevin McCarthy got on the phone with President Trump, was really urging him to call off the mob, to tweet, to call, to do something to really signal to these people that were breaking into his office as he was on the phone with the president to say this needs to stop. Kevin McCarthy was very, very angry. People around Kevin McCarthy described his anger to me. We heard that also, that same reporting in other outlets. We also saw this Congresswoman Herrera Beutler. She says in her statement, I've said this time and time again. I've told this to multiple people. I've told her constituents. She also is willing to put her name on this and saying, no, I know what Kevin McCarthy told me personally. So there really is this gamble going on right now with Trump attorneys who are calling this rumors. They're relying on the idea that Kevin McCarthy won't want to cross the president. Our reporting is that he at one point, of course, went down to Mar-a-Lago, was trying to hint at whether or not he could get some sort of donor list from President Trump, understanding that he still has the power with a lot of different constituents, with a lot of different Republican voters. So the feeling is that Kevin McCarthy is trying to preserve his relationship with President Trump, and also that he would likely be a hostile witness if Jamie Raskin called him to the Senate floor. That's in some ways why you see possibly this subpoena for the Congresswoman instead of for Kevin McCarthy. So this is all really very interesting, but I think there is that feeling in Trump world, who else might speak up? There is no way that President Trump took that call with Kevin McCarthy without a number of people around him, including Mark Meadows, the former White House chief of staff, a number of his family members who had gathered on January 6th in the White House. We know that from videos and from pictures that were taken that day. So this really is very interesting to me because we knew all this in early January. The thing that is literally stopping the trial now, that is breaking news on the Senate chamber floor, we knew this as early as January 6th and 7th, and it was in local reporting as early as January 17th. So in some ways, it's this thing that everybody knew about, at least seemingly everyone knew about, but it wasn't really getting that much attention. And you can understand now why it's bubbled up again, because there was this feeling that President Trump did not do enough. And with, of course, the details with the Tommy Tuberville call with the president, calling him, trying to slow the process down while Vice President Pence was being evacuated. All this, I think, came together, and it hit really this high point where now we're seeing senators saying, we want to know more, we want to see more. I'm also hearing from people that are close to President Trump that they are not happy about the way that this is going. The president had a legal team that did not want to work together, that was already really afraid, that was already really feeling like they were kind of trying to get through this day so that they could finally put this behind them. And the president was hoping for an acquittal today. If that doesn't happen, you will see the president, the former president, Trump, a very, very angry person, because he was hoping that today would be the day that he could at least put this impeachment behind him.
And on your point, Yamiche, about we knew many weeks ago, we knew at the time of the riot that there were attempts to get the president to call off his supporters. That actually came up during the House manager's presentation. They referred to the attempts not only by, they mentioned the call to Senator Tuberville, but they also spoke about, remember, they put up pictures of former administration officials. I remember several pictures, including one of the former White House chiefs of staff, urging the president, who were tweeting, issuing statements. I think it was primarily tweets urging President Trump to call off his supporters, saying, this is serious, please stop. And I believe they included a statement from Kevin McCarthy, but we'd have to go back and look at the record to confirm that. Lisa Desjardins, you have a little bit of reporting on what's going on the floor. We saw some interesting huddles among the senators there in the front.
That's right. If you look at that huddle, the main group of senators you see, as we're looking at the screen, it's the one to the right. That's Senator Mitch McConnell's area where Republican leaders gather. You may have been noticing, eagle-eyed viewers and some of our top staffers have noticed, Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona, the Democrat, has been in that huddle off and on significantly. And I want to talk about her for a minute. This is such a great opportunity to talk about things we don't get the chance to on air a lot. Kyrsten Sinema is someone who, I have to say, she may have the best read, certainly of any Democrat, maybe of many senators themselves, on where each senator stands and what motivates them. She's sort of a natural politician in the way that she understands the base level motivations, the voter dynamics for each state, and when she was in the House, in each district. She's also someone who is close friends with Kevin McCarthy as well as with Tim Scott. Those three I know have been buddies for a while since Sinema was in the House. There are three people that speak openly about how well they get along and how they are friends together. So it's fascinating that Sinema, who is someone who is very able to discern where people stand and why, and where there may be grounds for a deal or an opening, and who is also someone who is connected to Kevin McCarthy, is having these conversations. Clearly, she's trying to figure out, as they all are, a way forward. But she is someone who is able to kind of not just straddle both sides, but sometimes stitch together both sides based on her understandings, not just of the big picture, Trump versus Joe Biden, but the small picture, the Republican and Democratic dynamics in each state and what each senator cares about. Some of our viewers may have noticed she spends a lot of time on the floor talking with Republicans. She knows them personally, and this is the kind of moment where that might be paying off.
So interesting, Lisa. You're right. We don't get enough opportunities to talk about this. We so often talk in terms of Republicans versus Democrats because there truly are not that many members of the Senate or the House who have these close friendships across the aisle. But there are some, and as you say, Senator Sinema is one of them. Because there are so few, they stand out. In fact, I know in talking to some members of the House and the Senate, it's a point of pride for those who can say, well, I've worked with people in the other party. It used to be maybe not the norm, but much more common than it is today. Today, there are many more members who tend to vote party line, who just don't have the relationships that they used to. And as you and I both know, from having covered Washington for a long time, there's a whole variety of reasons for why that's happened.
That's right. And Sinema herself is a very colorful character. Throughout the pandemic, she was actually wearing sometimes neon-colored wigs. For the impeachment trial, she's not been doing that. But she's sort of someone who stands out on the Senate floor. She likes that. She's very fashionable. That's part of her identity. And to see her sometimes in honestly thigh-high, high-heeled boots talking to some of the 70 or 80-year-old senators. But it has been really an incredible visual thing on the Senate floor. The Senate doesn't change often, but she's someone who has changed what it looks like, and she's someone that has earned a lot of respect, not eye rolls. She's definitely an unusual character by Senate history, but that's not how senators see her. She is well respected, and Kevin McCarthy himself once told me that it's impossible not to like Kyrsten Sinema, that she really reaches out and she tries to understand your district. So that's a lot about Kyrsten Sinema, but it's just to say that this is a moment where the Senate is being tested. It's a 50-50 Senate. They have to make some very important decisions about the trial of a former U.S. president, and they are divided 50-50. And this is the moment where any of those relationships matter. And at the same time, we do have a contentious process. We have a process of a prosecutor and a defense team. And those dynamics are going to run counter to each other in some ways, but in the end, they have to figure this out. It's just a question of how long.
And it's interesting, as I look at the Senate floor, Lisa, and see who's there, I see some of the president's defense lawyers on the floor. I see, as you just pointed out, former Majority Leader, now Minority Leader Mitch McConnell standing on the floor talking. Some of the House managers, which all makes me wonder who's off writing the language for the next steps here. If Mitch McConnell isn't involved, and I believe that's Jamie Raskin still at his desk, but I could be mistaken. Who's involved? I mean, they must be involved at least in giving direction to how this is structured.
Well, there's a very good chance, and your panel can speak to this too, that this is an incredibly busy moment for staff, especially top-level staff. Senator McConnell and Senator Schumer both have very steeped aides in Senate process, and I can guarantee you that those top-level staff for many of these offices are having major conversations. Don't forget, the House Democrats' impeachment team also has some very high-powered attorneys working for them. You don't see them because you have to be a House member to present here, but those attorneys also have very serious opinions about what should happen. So it's not just the elected members that are involved. They make the decisions in the end, but this is a moment where I suspect there is a lot of staff conversation going on.
No doubt about it, and of course we'd love to be a fly on the wall in the room where all that's happening, so we could report on it. But it's happening behind closed doors. We assume we don't see people frantically drafting in front of us. Those conversations must have been had, and they're going on. And for a little bit more enlightenment on that, let me go back to Melody Barnes and John Hart. Melody, take us inside the room where the staff is drafting some kind of language right now on how to proceed. What would be going on right now?
I was smiling and when Lisa made the comment about staff, because as you were asking the question about who's doing the drafting, I was thinking staff. And the staff are often 10, 20, 30-year veterans of the Senate, people with distinguished legal careers themselves. I think about some of my former colleagues. And in fact, one of the comments that was often made about Senator Kennedy is that he would bring his own parliamentarian to the floor. My former colleague, Ron Weiss, who's now the dean of a law school, often played that role because understanding parliamentary procedure, understanding Senate procedure is a very, very important tool to getting what you want to get done. So the staff are, I am sure, sitting in a room and they understand the direction that their bosses want them to take. And they are negotiating, talking about language, probably reflecting on past precedent and starting to craft language that they will then go back to their bosses and discuss. And at some point, at least this is the way it often happened when I was there, everyone would be crowded into a room, maybe not with the pandemic so crowded, but in a room discussing language, going back and forth and hashing out final terms.
And John Hart, this is the case in both parties. The Democrats do that, the Republicans do that, because we know the congressional rules and Senate rules can be arcane, they're complex, and it helps a lot to have someone there who's very familiar with the details of parliamentary rules.
That's right, Judy. I think in the Senate in particular, the rules are extremely important. The House tends to be more of a majoritarian top-down body where the Speaker and the Rules Committee dictate terms in most circumstances. But in the Senate, an individual senator who is skilled with parliamentary procedure, Senator Kennedy certainly was, my former boss, the late Senator Tom Coburn, a parliamentarian master himself. In normal circumstances, often weeks of work would go into drafting amendments on a particular bill, whether the health care bill, the Affordable Care Act. We had hundreds of amendments drafted. On other spending bills, we also would have hundreds of amendments drafted, but we would only offer maybe a dozen of those at the time. So this is a different situation where they don't have a full arsenal of amendments and different versions ready. But I think Melody described the reality pretty well, that you've got very talented attorneys on both sides, what we call cloakroom staff, the staff of the majority and minority leader, who are skilled both as attorneys but also with parliamentary procedure, who can turn this prose and agreements written in the back of a napkin or the back of a piece of paper into a resolution very, very quickly. And once that broad framework is decided upon, and that's what we're seeing unfold right now in the Senate, you'll have the staff very, very quickly turn that into language that will have legal meaning and force. And but it's going to take longer than I think any of us expected. But that is where we are, and it's going to be up to the staff to put that into language that moves us forward here.
Well, I think we are going we are almost an hour, maybe a little less, into this, what they call quorum call, where they essentially are taking a break, calling members. I'm told it's a little over 50 minutes into this recess of a kind of unique to the Senate. Quorum call where members and staff go off, as we've been discussing, to draft language on what they vote on next, what they do next, how they proceed. They've just finished a vote about an hour ago to agree to call witnesses. 5 Republicans joined the Democrats for a vote of 55 to 45. They're in the Senate to call at least one witness and presumably more. It's hard to believe that the president's team wouldn't at least want a witness to match the witness the Democrats are calling. And it's interesting to think about who that witness might be, or witnesses that might be. And we don't know. We know it's Congresswoman Herrera Beutler, the Democrats are interested in talking with, but perhaps others. Jamie Raskin referred to possibly others, and he said we'd be willing to quickly interview them using, depose them using Zoom, the technology we've all become intimately familiar with during this pandemic. But that's all being worked out right now. It's all happening out of sight. We're watching groups of senators and then the defense team and the House managers there at the front of the Senate floor. But beyond that, we can't tell what's going on. What we do know is that this impeachment trial that a lot of us thought was going to move to conclusion pretty quickly today, that we were going to hear. We came in this morning thinking we're probably going to hear closing arguments on each side. I believe that was going to be up to 2 hours on each side. Then they were going to go to a vote, and it was all going to be over by early afternoon. But now, with the developments overnight, again, this Congresswoman Herrera Beutler of Washington State, who issued a very pointed and timely statement retelling what happened on the day of the insurrection, when Kevin McCarthy, the Republican leader in the House, later shared with her and others that he had pleaded with President Trump to please call off his supporters, to tell them to leave the Capitol, that the president balked at that. He did not want to do it and said in so many words, well, Kevin, I guess they care more about, they see this election as I do, more than you do, which is a reference to the fact that the president at that point, and still does, believes that he won the election and that Joe Biden didn't win, that the election has been carried out fraudulently, that it's been stolen from him, and the president was essentially saying these people are with me, and he was saying I'm not going to ask them to leave. But there are a number of questions there, because what did the president know about the vice president? The danger then Vice President Pence was in on the day of the Capitol insurrection. So a number of questions. In an ideal world, if there were plenty of time and you didn't have a new Biden administration with a lot of items on its agenda, getting people confirmed to the cabinet, getting COVID relief passed, dealing with the pandemic, not to mention other issues, a number of other issues. In an ideal world, if it were a regular trial, as one of our guests said earlier, you would hear, you would be calling many witnesses, but they are under enormous time constraints. The House managers are, and they knew this, and they went into this saying this was going to be wrapped up within a matter of days. But now we are seeing a delay, if you will, and we're seeing where this goes. If there is this deposition by the Congresswoman, is the Senate going to agree to the specific deposition of Congresswoman Herrera Beutler or not? Are they going to agree to other depositions? We just don't know. We don't know where this is going to go. And while we wait, I want to come back to our correspondent, to Lisa, to Yamiche, ask both of you if you're picking up any more information about what's going to come next. I think I see the president's lawyers there on the floor, Mr. Van der Veen, Mr. Castor, so they don't seem to be involved in the next steps, but as we've been saying, it's probably staff. Lisa, Yamiche, is one of you available right now?
I can tell you, Judy, I've got from pool reporters who are staking out the kind of outside of the chamber that they're saying that the president's lawyers, most recently Van der Veen, just a few minutes ago, actually walked back into the room that they've been using as their essential office space for this trial. They've been huddling in that room and also talking to some sources involved with the House management team. They're confirming that no one's really sure exactly how this is going to go, how long this will take. I noticed one tweet from a communications director, Tim Mack. He works for Madeleine Dean. He tweeted out, "You need to relax," and sent out a GIF. But obviously, he's getting pounded with people questioning what's happening, what's going to go on, and he's pushing back and saying, "Listen, deep breath. Everyone relax. We're going to figure this out." But for those of us eager to find out what's going to happen, that's difficult. We are in a moment of limbo right now. But it does appear that The president's lawyers are meeting, at least a few minutes ago, in their own office space. I also want to note, to me, maybe the more significant thing I've seen in the last few minutes is Senator Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader, leave the chamber floor in the last 10 minutes and go to his office. To me, that's a signal that they're not close. But you do see many senators on the floor holding out hope. The more senators you see on the floor, it's an indication of their hope that something's going to happen soon. The fewer senators, that means that they know it's going to be a longer time. Mitch McConnell returning to his office is a signal to me that they're not close.
And what about Senator Chuck Schumer, Lisa? Any word on where he is?
I am checking on that. I don't know where he is. I suspect he's also in his offices, which are on the same level and just around the corner from Senator McConnell's. He left, I think, shortly after we entered this kind of quorum period, this confusing quorum period. But he's probably huddling with his own advisors there. By the way, Schumer's office is right across the hallway from the office space that the House managers are using. So they are able to connect with each other in a hallway where we really don't have any reporters aren't able to go back there and monitor that interaction. But they are very close together in proximity. So it'd be very easy for Senator Schumer and the Democrats to connect and talk with the House Democratic managers.
Well, as we wait, as this quorum call approaches 1 hour long, and we wait to see what happens next in the Senate trial of former President Donald Trump, I want to turn back to you, Yamiche Alcindor, and to what you and I were discussing a few minutes ago about the fact that what triggered this call for a witness for deposition is information that some of it was out on the day of the insurrection itself. The fact that people were pleading with President Trump to call off his supporters. I was struck that, I went back and looked at my notes, I was struck, Yamiche, that when House Manager Jamie Raskin said that they did indeed want to ask for, to depose Congresswoman Herrera-Beutler, that he also mentioned her notes and said, we'd like to have access to her notes. So they obviously have reason to believe that she took notes contemporaneously that they believe can bolster their case.
That's right, Judy. It is really remarkable to think that we have arrived at this moment where everything is upended, where senators are walking in and out of the chamber, where President Trump's own lawyers are scrambling because they thought this trial was going to be over. And the president, of course, is angry because he also thought that this trial was going to end in his acquittal today. We are at this moment because of information that we knew as early as January 6th. I was just going through my own notes with a source that I talked to on the day of the attack, and that person told me they were proud of Kevin McCarthy for calling the White House during the attack and urging the president to try to stop it, to try to reach out to his supporters, to try to send a tweet or to try to do something to send a signal to people that had been listening to the president at that rally saying fight like hell, and who had then gone and broken into the Capitol. So there is this feeling that it really comes down to whether or not this new details that we learned in the last few days here, last few hours really, that this is the thing that is upending this. And I think if you look at Congresswoman Herrera-Beutler's statement, something that I think is also remarkable, she said, I told countless people, I told my constituents, I told all sorts of people. But the quote from President Trump, I think, that bubbled up last night in the last 24 hours is, I think, what really got Jamie Raskin and the House impeachment managers particularly angry, and that is that President Trump reportedly told Kevin McCarthy while he was urging him to do something to call off his supporters, the president's response was, well, Kevin, I guess these people are more mad about the election than you are. Essentially saying and confirming my reporting that the president was in some ways reveling in the idea that he had the power to get thousands of people to go to the Capitol, to break into the Capitol in his name, saying that these are the people that were being loyal to him. It's that moment, I think, that really in the last 24 hours made House impeachment managers say, we can't just let this go. We have to have this Congresswoman on the record. And we've been talking about this all week. Part of this, even if it doesn't change the outcome of this election, of this impeachment rather, so he's so used to covering elections. If nothing changes in this impeachment trial, what House managers want to do is make sure that America hears from Congresswoman Herrera-Buehler. They want to make sure that it's on the record for whenever we look back at this trial in 10 years, in 5 years, in 50 years, that there will be a Congresswoman who stood up to say, this is what I heard Kevin McCarthy say to me personally. This is what President Trump was doing in this moment, because we all know that this time period will be studied. We all know that this time period will end up in textbooks. And the Congresswoman is saying here, I want to be patriotic. I want to come forward with what I know. I'm also struck by the fact that she's calling on other White House officials that were around the president to speak up in this moment. That tells you that she also has this sense of history that says, look, I want to be on the side of people who are trying to stop the white supremacists, who are trying to stop the people that were hurting our Capitol. I'm trying to stop the people who are trying to hurt our democracy. And it really, to me, is telling that as of right now, Kevin McCarthy's office isn't saying anything. Kevin McCarthy could come out right now to the cameras and say, yes, this conversation happened. No, it didn't. But he's not doing that. And I think that is also telling of the situation that we're in, the political calculations that everyone is making.
Right. It is our understanding that Kevin McCarthy isn't saying anything. And a reminder that Congresswoman Herrera-Buehler was one of the 10 members of the House who voted to impeach the president. So this is a very small group. And then you have only 5 members of the Senate who have voted that the impeachment trial was constitutional. So these are a minority of the Republican Party, of President Trump's party, and in almost every single instance, they are taking enormous criticism from others in the party for their stand. As we continue to wait to find out where we go next with this trial, we're joined by someone who's a longtime friend of the NewsHour, Norm Ornstein of the American Enterprise Institute, a longtime observer of the Congress. Norm, hello, somebody who's written about the Congress and spent a lot of time studying that body. So Norm, you've been watching this very closely, as we have. How do you read what's going on right now?
This is a big step, and Yamisha is absolutely right. What we're going to get here on the record, and we're going to see how many witnesses they allow. My guess is that the House managers really don't want to have more than 1 or 2, and they'll probably constrain the other side to do 1 or 2. But it's to let large numbers of Americans know what is, by any standard, a smoking gun here in terms of Trump's desires and feelings while all of this was going on. But it's not likely to change many votes. And as you just said, the fact we know that at least from some of the statements made by House Republicans, that Kevin McCarthy shared widely his appalling conversation with President Trump with his colleagues, but only 10 of them responded to it, not including McCarthy. And 3 weeks after this, McCarthy went down to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump. And that tells you, I think, the mindset of Republicans in the House and Senate right now. If, as President Trump said when a candidate, he had shot somebody in broad daylight on Fifth Avenue, he wouldn't lose a vote. It appears that that's true among House and Senate Republicans as well.
And Norm, it goes right to the heart of President Trump's hold on his own party, on the Republican Party. There's some evidence that there's some bleeding away, some falling away of support for the former president, but not enough to have a material effect on, certainly on what's happening with this impeachment. As you pointed out, and as both of us have pointed out, just 10 Republicans in the House of Representatives out of, 210, 11 voted to impeach. And in the Senate, we've seen only 5 Republicans vote that the trial is constitutional. We don't know how many will ultimately vote to acquit. We're now waiting to see whether there's evidence or not. But the point is that there is still a very strong and loyal following of this former president, President Trump, among Republicans, and the threat that he may, which he's been very open about, that he will support primary challenges. He said it on the day of the insurrection. He said it on January 6th. In fact, his own defense lawyers were happy to include that in their presentation. They said he's talking about primarying Republicans. But that is part of what is going on here. That's in the background. And these members very much want to be reelected. But we also know they have taken an oath to support and defend and uphold the Constitution of the United States?
You know, it's interesting, Judy, because the primary threat is a real one. And remember, President Trump also said that he wanted to consider forming a third party, which is a direct threat to Republicans. If you want to bring me down, I'll bring you down with me. But keep in mind that when it came to the vote on calling witnesses, the Republicans who are retiring from the Senate, Rob Portman and Pat Toomey and Richard Burr, all voted against witnesses. So it's more than just the threat of a primary challenge, or even the threat that, you know, you won't be able to find another job in Republican circles. Rob Portman is a wealthy man who's not looking for another job necessarily. This is a fear of their own constituents, and it's a fear that you will go back home if you take on Trump and be shunned by the people you're closest to, by your funders, by your supporters, by your friends. So we're in a very different place now than we've seen. As you know, I've been around the Senate for 52 years now, and I've never seen anything like this in the mindset of a political party that is so afraid of doing something that would anger the leader of a cult that they'll spurn almost every other human instinct that they have. And the fact is, many of them are very much aware of what Donald Trump did leading up to the 6th and on the 6th itself. What struck me as much as anything was James Lankford of Oklahoma, who probably came closest to being assassinated among the members of the Senate during the mayhem on the 6th. When the House managers were presenting their case with that vivid video, there were reports that he was so shaken that his colleagues had to come over and comfort him. But it hasn't changed his approach, his vote at all. Right. And we don't know if there's anything here, including testimony from a Republican member of Congress about this quite appalling phone call, that will change any more votes.
And the fear you describe, it's interesting, Norm, because that's exactly the term that that Senator Patty Murray of Washington State used yesterday. I interviewed her about her own experience hiding on the floor of her office, of a private office just near the Senate floor, when the mob reached that part of the building. They were banging on the door. She said, I was on the floor with my husband, who was holding the door closed, which the door was apparently locked, holding the door closed with his foot. And she said, I've never seen the terror in the eyes of my husband, and we've been married 49 years, that I saw that day. It was a gripping description of what she went through. She had not spoken out about it from January the 6th until yesterday, but it clearly shook her and has shook her to the core. And yet she went on to say, I'm coming out and speaking now because I am urging my colleagues and everyone involved in this to have the courage to stand up to your fear, that the only way we can go forward as a country is to be strong and to not be in thrall, in so many words, to this kind of fear of one politician and what they can do. We're joined now by another Democratic senator. He's Jeff Merkley from Oregon. Senator, I've been describing my conversation yesterday with the senator from your neighboring state of Washington, Patty Murray, because she was closest of all the senators. I'm going to put you on hold just a second while we go to Senator Schumer. Just 1 second.
Underway, and so I ask unanimous consent the Senate recess until 12:30 p.m.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we stand in recess till 12:30.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So, Senator Merkley, it sounds like the Senate has still not come to an agreement on how to proceed on this question of witnesses and documents. But tell us what your understanding is right now, what's going on.
Well, there's various alternatives that are under discussion, whether there are specific names that each side wants to propose and will be put before the body, whether the motion that will come before the body is that each side gets a certain number of folks to testify. I personally favor the latter. I feel like rather than trying to figure out in this moment exactly who would be appropriate for the House managers to interview and who the defense lawyers should interview, it'd be better to have each side say, we need 5 witnesses or we need 10 witnesses. It shouldn't be an unlimited number. That's designed to be a political circus. We saw the defense lawyers trying that tactic, but each side should get to call on an equal number of individuals to provide light and illumination on what exactly happened that day in terms of President Trump deciding not to call the National Guard, President Trump responding to those who asked him to stop the assault on the Capitol and he didn't respond, this conversation with Kevin McCarthy or others during the assault, whether he was deliberately making life harder for the vice president when the vice president was at risk of his life. These, I think, add a whole lot to our understanding of the president's actions leading up to and being followed through on the day of January 6th.
And Senator, how is the decision being made about whether to go forward with a vote on names of witnesses or, as you just described, the number of witnesses, which you said you favor?
Well, it's an intense negotiation that's going on between the defense team, the defense lawyers, and the House managers. They're probably providing some information back and forth or some ideas back and forth, facilitated perhaps by members of the Senate who are ultimately have to put motions forward. I'm not inside that room, so I can't tell you exactly what the latest conversation is, but I think there's a sense that this has to be fair. It has to be fair to the defense, it has to be fair to the House managers, and it can't be a circus. It has to be witnesses who bear directly on these events.
And that would include, presumably, Congresswoman Herrera Beutler of Washington State, who the House manager Jamie Raskin referenced this morning because of her statement overnight. Do you know who else it might include besides her?
Well, certainly we've seen reports of folks who spoke to the president and said, Mr. President, stop this assault on the Capitol. We've heard reports that his former budget manager, director, was one of those. Those individuals who had direct contact with the president, direct insight what was unfolding, those would be the right people from my viewpoint to shed light. If we don't know exactly who those folks are, if at this moment, again, it might be better to have just a certain number per side and give them a little bit of time to figure this out. Obviously, this is very important for not just the immediate consideration, but also to the historical record. So I think we have to be a little careful of rushing to be too precise and thereby making some significant errors in judgment.
But I hear you saying, Senator, that you think it's important to do this, as you just said, to get it on the record, the historical record, but also that you believe it's worth it, even though the desire had been to keep this trial as brief as possible and still get the work done. But you believe it's worth extending the length of the trial in order to hear from these additional people and see these documents potentially.
For the first time in over 200 years, the Capitol's been stormed. And been stormed as a result of actions that the president brought together, calling upon groups that he knew to be violent to come to the Capitol on that particular day, calling on the interruption of the vote counting to go on the Electoral College. I do think it's worth it, and I think it can be done without delaying the budget reconciliation process. We're aiming for March 14th. I think we can keep that on track. We could have done it much faster if the Republicans would have allowed us to have a bill on the floor that they were not going to use the McConnell veto on. That is, they can block us from getting to the floor and block us from getting off the floor by refusing closed debate under our current rules. And so it forces us to go through reconciliation. I think we can still get that done and do proper justice to the cause of understanding and truth. And to do something very important, which is my colleagues, they are wrestling with the fact that their base just doesn't understand or know what's happened because it hasn't been shared in the Trump media world. If their base sees that, it gives them ability to get out of this place between a rock and a hard point and take the position that their heart is telling them they need to take, which is that when a president coordinates this kind of activity, it needs to be considered without any partisan tinge on it.
So how do you know that's in their heart, though, Senator?
Well, by our comments our colleagues have made in conversations with Democratic members, they're uncomfortable. They're in a very tough spot. They're looking at the fact that the numbers show that their next primary election, the 30% of folks who believe everything that's wonderful about Trump are a majority of their primary. There's been a fierce attack on those individuals who have already stood up, people like Congresswoman McCain. And she's in leadership in the House, so they know it's a rough public go. And the more information the public has and that their base has, the more they can say, now you've seen the evidence, I've seen the evidence, this we have to act on.
I think you're referring to Congresswoman Cheney. But just quickly before I let you,
Congresswoman Cheney, thank you.
I assume that's who you meant. Sure, but just quickly, so you're thinking this could go how much longer if there is an agreement on a few witnesses?
Well, I imagine that if they proceed to say 5 or 10 witnesses per side, they will aim at having that work done and having it completed and bringing this back in, whether that is 10 days or 14 days. I don't know. It may depend on how much cooperation there is from those witnesses. I don't think it can be done over 2 or 3 days. I think we're talking about a week or two. If they decide, you know what, that is just an unacceptable delay, let's have 1 witness per side and keep going, then we may be able to resume this within a couple days.
Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon, thank you very much for talking with us while the Senate is figuring out how to proceed in this impeachment trial. Good to see you, Senator. We appreciate it. As we've been reporting, the Senate is in recess. This trial is in recess as they determine the next steps they are going to take. While they do, we're going to take a few moments to step back and look at how we got here on this dramatic day. Here now is a look at the beginning of today's Senate trial, and this began at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Senators. Over the last several days, we presented overwhelming evidence that establishes the charges in the article of impeachment. We've shown you how President Trump created a powder keg, lit a match, and then continued his incitement even as he failed to defend us from the ensuing violence. We've supported our position with images, videos, affidavits, documents, tweets, and other evidence, leaving no doubt that the Senate should convict. We believe we've proven our case. But last night, Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler of Washington State issued a statement confirming that in the middle of the insurrection, when House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy called the president to beg for help, President Trump responded, and I quote, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." Needless to say, this is an additional critical piece of corroborating evidence, further confirming the charges before you, as well as the president's willful dereliction of duty and desertion of duty as Commander-in-Chief of the United States, his state of mind, and his further incitement of the insurrection on January 6th. For that reason, and because this is the proper time to do so under the resolution that the Senate adopted to set the rules for the trial, we would like the opportunity to subpoena Congresswoman Herrera regarding her communications with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, and to subpoena her contemporaneous notes that she made regarding what President Trump told Kevin McCarthy in the middle of the insurrection. We would be prepared to proceed by Zoom deposition of an hour or less. just as soon as Congresswoman Herrera Beutler is available, and to then proceed to the next phase of the trial, including the introduction of that testimony shortly thereafter. Congresswoman Beutler further stated that she hopes other witnesses to this part of the story, other patriots, as she put it, would come forward. And if that happens, we would seek the opportunity to take their depositions via Zoom, also for less than an hour, or to subpoena other relevant documents as well.
Mr. President, thank you. Senators, good morning. And good morning to the American people. The first thing I want to say on the issue of witnesses is that the House manager just got up here and described the articles of impeachment and the charges. There is no plural here. That's wrong. There's one article of impeachment and there's one charge, and that's incitement of violence and insurrection. What you all need to know and the American people need to know is, as of late yesterday afternoon, there was a stipulation going around that there weren't going to be any witnesses. But after what happened here in this chamber yesterday, the House managers realized they did not investigate this case before bringing the impeachment. They did not give the proper consideration and work. They didn't put the work in that was necessary to impeach the former president. But if they want to have witnesses, I'm going to need at least over 100 depositions, not just one. The real issue is incitement. They put into their case over 100 witnesses, people who have been charged with crimes by the federal government. And each one of those, they said that Mr. Trump was a co-conspirator with. That's not true. But I have the right to defend that. The only thing that I ask, if you vote for witnesses, do not handcuff me by limiting the number of witnesses that I can have. I need to do a thorough investigation that they did not do. I need to do the 911 style investigation that Nancy Pelosi called for. It should have been done already. It's a dereliction of the House manager's duty that they didn't. And now at the last minute, after a stipulation had apparently been worked out, they want to go back on that. I think that's inappropriate and improper. We should close this case out today. We have each prepared our closing arguments. I had 8 days to get ready for this thing, but we each had those 8 days equally together to prepare ourselves. And the House managers need to live with the case that they brought. But if they don't, please, in all fairness and in all due process, do not limit my ability to discover the truth. That would be another sham. And that's the president's position, my position.
I should just have it standing by. Mr. Askin.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is the proper time that we were assigned to talk about witnesses. This is completely within the course of the rules set forth by the Senate. There's nothing remotely unusual about this. I think we've done an exceedingly thorough and comprehensive job with all the evidence that was available. Last night, this was breaking news, and it responded directly to a question that was being raised by the President's defense counsel, saying that we had not sufficiently proven to their satisfaction, although I think we've proven to the satisfaction of the American people certainly, that the president, after the breach and the invasion took place, was not working on the side of defending the Capitol, but rather was continuing to pursue his political goals. And the information that came out last night by Congresswoman Butler, apparently backed up by contemporaneous notes that she had taken, I think will put to rest any lingering doubts raised by the president's counsel, who now says he wants to interview hundreds of people. There's only one person the president's counsel really needs to interview, and that's their own client. And bring him forward, as we suggested last week, because a lot of this is matters that are in his head. Well, why did he not act to defend the country after he learned of the attack? Why was he continuing to press the political case? But this piece of evidence is relevant to that.
If I may.
And finally, I was a little bit mystified by the point about the article of impeachment, which I referred to. The dereliction of duty, the desertion of duty, is built into the incitement charge, obviously. If the President of the United States is out inciting a violent insurrection, he's obviously not doing his job at the same time. Just like if a police officer is mugging you, yeah, he's guilty of theft and armed robbery, whatever it might be, but he's also not doing his job as a police officer, so it's further evidence of his intent and what his conduct is.
If I may.
Counsel?
First of all, it's my understanding, it's been reported that Mr. McCarthy disclaims the rumors that have been the basis of this morning's antics, but really the rumors that have been the basis of this entire proceeding. This entire proceeding is based on rumor, report, innuendo. There's nothing to it, and they didn't do their work. Just like what happened with Mr. Lee 2 or 3 nights ago, some supposed conversation had happened, and they had to withdraw that. They had to back off of that because it was false. It was a false narrative. But it is one article of impeachment. Yeah, they threw a lot of stuff in it in violation of Rule 23. Rule 23 says you cannot combine counts. It's a defect in their entire case. It's one of the 4 reasons why you can vote to acquit in this case. Jurisdiction, Rule 23, due process, and the First Amendment. They all apply in this case. Let me take my own advice and cool the temperature in the room a little bit. It's about the incitement. It's not about what happened afterwards. That's actually the irrelevant stuff. That's the irrelevant stuff. It's not the things that were said from the election to January 6th. It's not relevant to the legal analysis of the issues that are before this body. It doesn't matter what happened after the insurgents into the Capitol building, because that doesn't have to do with incitement. Incitement it's a point in time, folks. It's a point in time when the words are spoken and the words say, implicitly say, explicitly say, to commit acts of violence or lawlessness. And we don't have that here. So for the House managers to say we need depositions about things that happened after, it's just not true. But if he does, there are a lot of depositions that need to be happening. Nancy Pelosi's deposition needs to be taken. Vice President Harris's deposition absolutely needs to be taken, and not by Zoom. None of these depositions should be done by Zoom. We didn't do this hearing by Zoom. These depositions should be done in person, in my office, in Philadelphia. That's where they should be done. I don't know how many civil lawyers are here, but that's the way it works, folks. When you want somebody's deposition, you send a notice of deposition, and they appear at the place where the notice says. That's civil process. I don't know why you're laughing. It is civil process. That is the way lawyers do it. We send notices of deposition. In the
I would remind everybody that we will have order in the chamber during these proceedings.
I haven't laughed at any of you, and there's nothing laughable here. He mentioned my client coming in to testify. That is not the way it's done. If he wanted to talk to Donald Trump, he should have put a subpoena down, like I'm going to slap subpoenas on a good number of people. If witnesses are what is required here for them to try to get their case back in order, which has failed miserably for 4 reasons. There is no jurisdiction here. There has been no due process here. They have completely violated and ignored and stepped on the Constitution of the United States. They have trampled on it like people who have no respect for it. And if this is about nothing else, it has to be about the respect of our country, our Constitution, and all of the people that make it up. And so that I ask, when considering or voting on this witness matter, and to be clear, this may be the time to do it, but again, and everybody needs to know that the backroom politics, I'm not so much into it all, and I'm not too adept at it neither. But there was a stipulation. They felt pretty comfortable after day 2, until their case was tested on day 3. Now is the time to end this. Now is the time to hear the closing arguments. Now is the time to vote your conscience. Thank you.
Mr. Raskin?
We were involved in no discussions about a stipulation, and I have no further comment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Position on that.
I would remind everybody, as Chief Justice Roberts noted on January 21st, 2020, citing the trial of Charles Swain, 1905, all parties in this chamber must refrain from using language that is not conducive to civil discourse. I listened to Chief Justice Roberts say that. I agreed with him, and I thought for our colleagues I would repeat it as I did last night. So the question we have before us is whether it shall be in order to consider and debate under the rules of impeachment any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents. The request for the yeas and nays has been made. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be there is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso.
And so just 20
Bennett.
minutes into this Saturday session of the Senate
Mrs.
trial, the
Blackburn.
senators are voting one by one
Mr. Blumenthal.
on whether to call witnesses or documents
Mr. Blunt.
to bolster the case on
Mr.
either
Booker.
side. What happened here is that Jamie Raskin, the congressman from Maryland, who's the lead House impeachment manager, began the proceeding by recalling news development overnight. That news is that the congresswoman from the state of Washington, Jamie Herrera Butler, has issued a statement describing her conversation with the House Republican leader, Kevin McCarthy, where Mr. McCarthy described his attempt during the riot at the Capitol, the attack on the Capitol, his attempt to get President Trump, then President Trump, to call it off, to plead, to urge his supporters to back off, to leave the Capitol. And according to Butler's statement, McCarthy said the president told him that words to this effect, that I guess, Kevin, they are more with me than you are. Their view of the election is closer to mine than yours. McCarthy has been very loyal to President Trump, so and it has been reported widely that McCarthy reached out to the president, as did a number of other people, to ask him to issue statements, to tweet, to put whatever statement out that he could, to make a statement to urge people to get away, to back off, to leave the Capitol, to stop the attack. But the president didn't make a statement for several hours after the attack began, and didn't make a forceful statement until much later, and indeed did not at all during that day back off his claims that the election was stolen, which was the entire rationale for the attack on the Capitol. So Raskin, Congressman Raskin this morning is saying to the senators, in order to get to the bottom of this, I'd like to question, to have a deposition of Congresswoman Butler. And he said, I'm prepared to do this by Zoom. He said, I can do it in less than an hour. However, after he finished his statement that the managers want a witness, the lawyer for President Trump, Michael Vanderveen, using an outraged tone of voice, insisted that this has nothing to do with the charge against the president, that this is all about, this is completely irrelevant in his words. It's an attempt by the House to strengthen their case, which he claims is weak, and a case that they haven't made. So, and he also went on, Mr. Vanderveen threatened to go on to call, in his words, over 100 witnesses. And he said there at the end, you heard him say, I would call these witnesses in person. I'd have them come to my office in Philadelphia. So there you have it. You have one argument by the House managers that they need, that they would like to deposition Congresswoman Butler, and then the president's defense saying, we think it's unnecessary. We think you should vote now on conviction. This trial is over. But if you do this, then we insist that we be allowed to call witnesses too.
Mr. Rubio.
So this was not a development anyone foresaw yesterday. At least most of the reporting was that they were likely to go to closing arguments this morning. But clearly now, with these new developments from the Congresswoman, we will see what happens. Let's see if our analysts are there with me. We're waiting on this vote count. Okay, Lisa Desjardins, our Capitol Hill correspondent, is listening to this. Lisa, I've been talking over the vote, so we haven't been able to hear how the senators are voting. Maybe you're keeping track.
Right. I see now that Collins, Murkowski, and Romney of the Republicans have all voted yes for witnesses. So it does look like that. I believe I haven't heard every Democratic vote, but I assume they are also voting yes. And it does look like, with those votes from those three Republicans alone, that the Senate will then proceed to allow witnesses of some sort. And it does mean that this trial, then, the timing of this trial is completely kind of thrown now up into the air. We don't know how many witnesses. We don't know. The Senate's going to have to prescribe exactly the guardrails on that, what those will be. And I think we're in for even more drama on top of the drama we've already been going through with this trial.
I think you're right, and thank you for sharing what you just heard from these Republican senators, because it would take a majority for there to be witnesses. I believe it's a simple majority, Lisa.
That's right.
the decision on whether to call witnesses or to have documents added to the record. If this happens, then we'll have to see if they do subpoena or if they do call Congresswoman Buettler, then how long does it take to organize, to arrange that interview, that deposition? And then aside from that, what does the defense do? And what witnesses do they want to call? What do they say in their cross-examination of the witness? And so on. We did not see witnesses in the first trial, impeachment trial of President Trump. That became a major subject of debate. There were witnesses the Democratic House managers wanted to call, but the Republicans opposed that, and they had the majority. Now you have a 50-50 divided Senate, and with some Republicans coming over to join the Democrats and saying, I want to hear from witnesses, it looks like it's going to happen. Let's listen and see if they're going to announce the count and see what the chair says, Senator Leahy. Just listen in for a moment.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Leahy, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Romney, Rosen, Sanders, Sasse, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Blunt, Bozeman, Braun, Burr, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Paul, Portman, Risch, Rounds, Rubio, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Tuberville, Wicker, Young.
Mr. President. I'd like to change my vote to aye.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye.
Mr. President.
Mr. Sullivan.
Just a point of inquiry. There's a little confusion here. Was that a vote on one witness or many witnesses?
Debate is not allowed during the vote. I advise the
not debate. It's
Senator
a point
from
of
Alaska.
inquiry. Mr. President, it's a point of inquiry on what we just voted on.
That is, I'm advised that is not allowed during the vote.
Can't know immediately before they start to cast.
Motions are not in order in a vote.
The points of order and debate are not allowed during the vote. That is established Senate procedure that we always follow.
We just heard 4 and then 5 Republican senators It sounded like Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, I think she said Senator Graham changed his vote, have voted to join the Democrats to call witnesses. And the only witness the Democrats have asked for is Congresswoman Herrera Beutler of Washington State, who came out with a statement overnight saying the Senate Republican leader, Kevin McCarthy, related to his conversation with President Trump, wherein he declined to urge his supporters to leave the Capitol during the riot. Lisa Desjardins, you're watching this along with us. There was a lack of, one of the senators from Alaska, Dan Sullivan, was asking what the vote was about, which I think was, I guess you could say was amusing because this was after they had voted.
That's right. Well, the vote is still open. The vote hasn't closed. That's the problem. That's what Senator Leahy, the President Pro Tem presiding officer, is getting at here. He's saying we can't actually have any discussion while the vote is ongoing. Before the vote, yes. After the vote, yes. But right now, they're still in the middle of the vote. They haven't closed the vote. That's why you were able to see, as you correctly reported, Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina changing his vote. Now, we're all very eager to hear why he did that. He himself, of course, is an attorney. He's been an attorney who's served in combat as well, or served overseas with the military. And he's very strategic, as our viewers know. And it would not surprise me if he saw the way this vote was going. Clearly, there were votes for witnesses. Witnesses were going to happen. And perhaps for some strategic reason, he believed that it would be beneficial for him in the future to say, I supported witnesses. I'm in favor of this.
That's right. I mean, you're right. Lindsey Graham had a distinguished career with the Judge Advocate Corps in the military, so he does have a very robust legal background. But he's also been a big supporter of and close to President Trump. So a little surprising to hear him. It is surprising to hear him vote with the Democratic request to call for a witness. But Lisa, we do need clarity on what exactly they voted about, because it sounded like Jamie Raskin, the lead manager, was
whether it shall be in order to consider and debate under the rules of impeachment any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents. The motion is agreed to by a vote of 55 to 45.
And now we are back live with our coverage of the Senate impeachment trial. You've just been listening to about 30 minutes of what happened first thing this morning when the Senate reconvened to hear what we thought might be closing arguments, but instead we heard from Jamie Raskin, the congressman from Maryland, the lead manager, saying that the Democrats would like to call witnesses, at least one witness, the congresswoman from the state of Washington, Jamie Herrera Beutler. And as you heard there in Senator Leahy relaying the vote on witnesses and documents, it was 55 to 45 to go ahead with that, which will have the effect of lengthening this trial that some thought might be over today. So while they work that out and while we wait to see what the next steps are, let's bring in Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut, Democrat of Connecticut. Senator Blumenthal, good to see you again. Thank you very much for talking with us. What is your understanding of what is being worked out right now?
The negotiations are underway as to what witnesses and how many, who, and in what form, over what timetable they may be called. And there are various different options circulating. Essentially, the key negotiators here are the House managers on the one hand and Donald Trump's lawyers on the other, but obviously the Senate is integrally involved as well. And I should just emphasize very clearly, this case has been proved overwhelmingly. It is, in my view, open and shut as to Donald Trump's impeachable offenses, his violation of his oath of office, and the one witness who has kind of raised her hand, as you've identified her, Representative Jamie Herrera Beutler, has evidence that corroborates Donald Trump's essentially avoiding any action that would help to save lives here at the Capitol, including his own vice presidents, and a conversation with the minority leader, Kevin McCarthy, in which essentially the then president blew him off. And We have that, but it's not on the record. The question is, will it be on the record?
And may I assume that you're in favor of at least trying to depose Congresswoman Herrera Butler in the interest of getting this on the record?
I'm a trial lawyer by training and career. I was a federal prosecutor in Connecticut, the U.S. Attorney and Attorney General of the state of Connecticut for 20 years. I'm in favor of the trial lawyers having the discretion to try their own case. And if the House managers want to have her as a witness, if they want to put her testimony on the record, so it's not just a matter of news reporting, that's their prerogative. And I supported them in that request, and I will continue to support them.
And Senator, I hear you saying you think they've already made the case, but you think it's worth it to extend this trial, even whether it changes the outcome or not, but that it's worth it to extend the trial in order to let them speak to her. And of course, that means we assume that the defense will be able to call their own witness or witnesses as well.
Not just any witnesses, though, Judy. The witnesses have to be material and relevant and probative of issues that are contested. They can't call Kamala Harris, the current vice president, who has no relevance, simply to, in effect, harass her. And certainly to suggest doing it in Philadelphia is laughable. And Trump's lawyer's suggestion to that effect prompted laughter in the chamber. So I think there are limits as to potentially how many and who that the defense might want to call, just as in any civil or criminal proceeding. A judge would not allow one side or the other simply to go on at unlimited length in numbers of witnesses, taking unlimited amounts of time. And to come right to the point here, Judy, the Senate needs to go forward with confirming Joe Biden's cabinet. We need to go forward with the American Rescue Program, providing more vaccines, manufacturing more and making them more available through vaccinations, as well as aid for state and local governments, for small businesses, for people who are unemployed through unemployment insurance, nutrition assistance, rental aid. We are in the midst of an unprecedented crisis, a health crisis and an economic crisis. And we can do both. We can do both, this trial and move forward at the same time. It's been done before. You'll recall during the Clinton impeachment proceeding, business was done by the Senate, even as they move forward with depositions and other proceedings.
That is my question, Senator, because as you know, it does take time. The trial does take the Senate's time, and already the Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, has used the trial as one reason to delay the confirmation of the Attorney General. So it's, my question is, you're saying it doesn't interfere with the business of the new administration, with moving ahead on COVID relief, with moving ahead with what President Biden wants to get done in the Congress, but there are so many hours in a day, hours in a week, and to the extent the trial goes on for several more days, it does step on, does it not, what else the Senate would be doing?
That's a key question, Judy. Obviously, depositions can be done by the lawyers without senators or even our staff being involved. But we do need cooperation from the Republicans. Your point is very well taken. We need, under the rules, consent from the Republicans to go back and forth, so to speak, between the impeachment trial, which has its own set of rules, and then business as usual, which is under the Senate's ordinary rules. And lack of cooperation from the Republican leader could severely hamstring our efforts to move forward and do both at the same time. So we need Republican cooperation. And the Biden administration agenda is of paramount importance. At the same time, the House managers, in trying their case, deserve their best opportunity to present the facts. And obviously, there is a sense of fairness that the defense also may need to call witnesses. And we want to be fair and full in this impeachment proceeding. Just to repeat, this case has been made so powerfully with the images that we've relived, that harrowing, horrific day. And your interview with Patty Murray was so powerful in recounting her experience. The mob here came within 60 feet of the Vice President of the United States. And we know from undisputed facts here that the President of the United States called a senator as the Vice President was being evacuated. So the President of the United States clearly knew of the danger. And then 10 minutes later, the President, then President Trump, tweeted again in a way to attack the Vice President, rile up the crowd, inflame the frenzy and the bloodlust. And that set of facts has never been disputed. So the case here on those facts and many others is very powerful, that the president built the mob, encouraged and emboldened domestic terrorists, invited them, in fact, implored them to come to Washington, then spoke to them, inflaming those passions, and set them upon the Capitol to do the kind of injury and cause the deaths that resulted, including the attempt to assassinate his own vice president. This kind of confirming evidence and other kinds of additional witness testimony would corroborate, confirm, add weight, but the case is essentially made.
Senator, I'm talking with Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut as we wait for the Senate to resume and we learn what the plan is with regard to deposing witnesses. But Senator, if the case has been made so powerfully, why does it appear that so many, most of the Republican senators are prepared to vote to acquit, including the minority leader, Mitch McConnell, who has himself criticized the president for his role in stirring up the mob?
Judy, that's a question that has been very much on my mind. I have to say I have no adequate explanation. The case is powerful. If senators see that Donald Trump clearly violated his oath of office to protect our democracy, put aside his incitement of the crowd, what he did afterward in refusing to take any action. He's never condemned that mob, never did on that day or really afterward, and failed to lift a finger to protect his own vice president. If my Republican colleagues obeyed their oath of office and observe Donald Trump's failure to fulfill his oath, they should vote to convict here. And I think they'll have to face themselves in the mirror, their children, and their place in history. But I have no adequate explanation other than their fear of Donald Trump's supporters, his base, the potential supporters of that mob that came here.
And finally, Senator, are you hearing a lot from your constituents about this trial? And are you hearing on both sides? What are you hearing from back home in Connecticut?
What I hear is that, number one, people want accountability. And they want to make sure that this kind of assault on our democracy never happens again. We came so close, Judy. It could have been so much worse. The mob could have...
I'm going to interrupt you. My apology. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to interrupt. The Senate looks like it's back in session, so we're going to go there. But Senator Blumenthal, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we are back on the Senate floor. We thought the presiding officer, Senator Leahy, was speaking. We want to be sure to hear, to catch what the decision is on how to proceed on witnesses. and documents, which is the request of the House managers. And it looks as if they've reached, they wouldn't have come back. They said they were coming back at 12:30 Eastern, presuming that they would have a decision by now. But we're waiting to see if that's the case. And my apology for cutting off Senator Blumenthal just then. He was finishing up his answer, and I interrupted him because we thought the Senate was actively in session. They are back in session formally, but they have not begun the business on the floor, and we're watching closely as they do. I believe we also have a clip of what Senator Ted Cruz of Texas was saying to reporters just a few moments ago about all of this. This is reacting to the vote on affirming the vote, the decision to call witnesses. Let's listen to that. Very short.
I don't think witnesses are necessary. It's kind of a bizarre morning because it is chaos that has played out. We were coming into this morning and the Democratic senators had agreed witnesses were not needed. Everyone expected that we'd have closing arguments and a vote today. And then at the last minute, the House managers changed their mind and they decided they wanted to call a witness, Jessica Herrera Butler. I think what happened is leftist Twitter got really upset last night that they weren't calling witnesses, and I think this is a political theater, and I think the House managers were feeling heat on their left flank, and so they decided they surprised Schumer and the Democrats by saying they wanted witnesses. At this point, nobody knows what's going to happen. I will say this. If we do call witnesses, it's not going to be one-sided. It's not going to be only the House managers get witnesses and President Trump doesn't get witnesses. And so if the House managers call Representative Herrera Butler, I think it is very likely that President Trump's lawyers will call Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi is clearly a relevant witness to this matter. Speaker Pelosi can testify as to when she knew about the threats on the Capitol, what she knew specifically, and in particular, she can testify. We heard already that the House Sergeant at Arms turned down National Guard protection for the Capitol on January 6th because of, quote, the optics. And I think Speaker Pelosi can testify as to whether she made a decision based on optics, based on politics, not to have additional protection at the Capitol to prevent the terrorist attack that played out. My view remains we don't need witnesses, but I think if the Democrats want to open this Pandora's box, I don't think it's going to work out well for them.
Should President Trump himself be one of the witnesses if there are witnesses, and why not?
You know, there is a long tradition in our trials that is reflected in the Bill of Rights that any individual is not required to testify against themselves, to testify at their own trial. I don't think we should attempt to force the president to testify at his own impeachment trial. This is the House managers or the prosecutors. They have the burden of proof. They haven't proven their case. The reason you're seeing this Hail Mary is everybody knows the outcome of this proceeding, which is that President Trump is going to be acquitted. It takes 67 votes to convict. There aren't 67 votes, and those on the extreme far left are angry right now, and today is a reflection of that anger.
Do you think there are any minds that could be changed if witnesses are called?
Sure. I think where we are right now, I think we likely are about 55 votes to convict. I think all of the Democrats are likely to vote to convict. By the way, I think all the Democrats were going to vote to convict on day one. All of the Democrats were going to vote to convict in 2017. Many of these Democrats went on record as Trump was being sworn into as president, saying they wanted to impeach him. So I think on the Democratic side, it's purely political. I think on the Republican side, we've seen 5 Republicans who voted with the Democrats on a couple of procedural motions. I think there's a reasonable possibility those 5 vote to convict. I'd say there are 55 votes to convict plus or minus 2. I think we could probably see a low of 53 and a high of 57. Neither of those are remotely close to the 67 it takes to convict.
That was Senator Ted Cruz of Texas speaking to reporters just a short time ago, as you heard, during this recess period during the Senate impeachment trial. And as you heard him say, He doesn't think there will be the 67 votes. That's been the general consensus, that there would not be 17 Republicans joining the Democrats. But the Senate has been in a recess in order to look at language on how to go forward on calling witnesses, calling for documents to support the case on either side. This is something that was raised this morning, 10 o'clock Eastern, by the lead House manager, Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland. There was discussion, very brief discussion. The Senate took a vote, and they voted 55 to 45 to go ahead with the debate and then the vote on the specifics of calling witnesses and documents. And what they've been doing over the succeeding hour and a half, or now longer, is they've been maybe 2 hours, is they've been discussing off the floor exactly what form that would take. Our Lisa Desjardins, our Yamiche Alcindor are at the Capitol following all this. Lisa, I understand maybe they're moving towards some kind of an agreement on how to do this.
That's right. Yamiche and I have been team reporting here at the Capitol. We've both been able to confirm. I spoke with Senator Mike Rounds. He told me that the Republicans have offered a deal, essentially, more or less. There's hopes for a deal in which they would allow the stipulation of the statement by Representative Jamie Herrera Beutler about that phone call with President Trump and Kevin McCarthy, that they would allow that to be entered into the record based on what she put in her statement. There is some discussion of whether they would also like another statement put into the record that is a differing account from hers, perhaps by Kevin McCarthy. That's one of the things under discussion right now. But Republicans are offering to add basically that content to the record and then move on. Some Democrats are kind of digesting that, thinking about it. There's some word that may be accepted. I'm not sure. I'll believe it when I see it. But notable to me is that Republican Senate leader Mitch McConnell has returned to the Senate floor, and that could indicate that there is something happening soon. If they're able to do this, if they're able to stipulate to this question, then what I would expect is for them to perhaps reconsider the question of witnesses, close out the witnesses, and then perhaps even move to closing statements today and perhaps a vote tonight. If they are not able to reach a deal today, Senator Rounds and others have told me that what could happen is this trial could in fact go on for days or weeks. And a reminder that as long as this trial is happening in the U.S. Senate, it is difficult, if not impossible, for the U.S. Senate to conduct any other business, including confirming the nominees for President Biden or passing a coronavirus new set of relief.
And in fact, that was part of the conversation exactly that I was having just a few minutes ago with Senator Merkley of Oregon, Senator Blumenthal of Connecticut, both Democrats, but both of them acknowledging this could take several days for witnesses, and both acknowledging that no matter how the Democrats might try to combine the business of the trial with business that they need to do with this new administration, COVID relief, of confirming members of the Biden cabinet, and so on, that they do need the consent of the Republicans. The minority, it's a 50-50 Senate, and they need the support of Republicans in order to come up with that kind of schedule. And we know there's been some objection placed by Senator McConnell, the minority leader. We do see, as you said, Lisa, Senator McConnell on the floor, and you've been saying if he's there, that means real business may be imminent, that when he's off the floor, we may be away from something. But I see people moving around the floor, handing out pieces of paper, so maybe we are getting close to something. Yamiche, I'm going to bring you in because I know Lisa's saying the two of you are tag teaming. You're both talking to your sources in and around the Capitol and off the Capitol grounds. But this idea of witnesses was something that the Trump defense team did not want. And so I guess it's not so surprising if they've tried to come up with compromise language that would avoid calling witnesses, but instead having a statement inserted in the record, but that would then be disputed by another statement.
That's right. President Trump, as well as his lawyers, wanted this to be over fast. They wanted this to end today. They wanted this to be something that the president could then take a victory lap on and say he was acquitted for a second time. Of course, as of now, that has not happened. All of this has been upended. And we are hearing, both Lisa and I, that there is this deal possibly being reached where the House impeachment managers will be able to put in a written statement for the record. Again, a written statement really for the history books to say, this is what a congresswoman said the president told the House Minority Leader on the day of the attack, that he was not as angry as the mob that was storming and threatening to kill the vice president, that should be in the record, and that then they could move on and have this end today. There's real pressure on both sides for this to end today. On the Republican side, of course, it's because the president wants this to be over and to be cleared. On the Democratic side, as you said, it's that legislative agenda by the new president. President Biden is still in his first 100 days. He has so many things he wants to do. Next week's supposed to be infrastructure week, a real infrastructure week apparently, where there's supposed to be a bill passed. He also has immigration on his agenda. The big thing, of course, is this $1.9 trillion COVID deal. Democrats have been working to try to get it passed before March, which is when Americans will see a difference in their actual checks that the government's helping them if they are on unemployment. But if this happens, if the Senate then has this elongated trial, that really does not just upend this trial, it upends the agenda of President Biden, who, of course, right now is in Camp David, at essentially the vacation home of the White House. He has not wanted to talk about this impeachment trial too much, but I can tell you if this trial gets elongated, he's going to have to answer a lot of questions about this trial, and it's going to take away from the focus of his agenda and what he wants to get done. So Democrats and Republicans here are still in this very fluid situation trying to work out this deal. One other thing, an advisor for President Trump, former President Trump, he was walking around the Capitol with a list of potential witnesses that they would call. It said 301 so far, Judy. 301 people that they think they would want to call. On that list was Nancy Pelosi, also Representative Maxine Waters, a number of Democrats that they featured in that 11-minute video where they were saying essentially that Democrats have also had the same language, the fiery language, using the word fight. Democrats, of course, condemned that when they were saying fight, they were talking about policy, healthcare, education. When President Trump was talking about fight, he was talking about trying to stop the American democracy that we have all, of course, come to cherish in this country.
And of course, the point, Yamiche, you're making is that the idea of calling witnesses is not just an abstract idea. It becomes very much caught up in the politics of this and the stakes that both parties, both sides, if you will, the managers and the defense team see that they have in the outcome of this. That we see more activity on the floor as I'm talking to Lisa and Yamiche, more action on the floor. Different people standing around the manager's table, handing pieces of paper out to the president's defense team. So it does look as if we may be getting closer to the announcement of some sort of language, which the two of you are describing, to potentially head off a deposition of witnesses if it does add up, or it does end up being a stipulation. But Yamiche, you know, your point about President Biden and the pickle, if you want to put it that way, that this puts him in, because on the one hand, he was clearly very much personally affected by what happened at the Capitol on January the 6th. He himself issued a statement that day asking President Trump, then President Trump, to call off his supporters. And clearly he was affected by what happened. But now that he's in office himself, he has his own agenda. He has a pile of problems and challenges in front of him that he wants to get to move to address. He wants the Congress to move to address. And so, Yamiche, it's interesting. He's had to walk an interesting line in the last days of this trial, not wanting to both say, I'm supportive of what is going on, but it's their decision. This trial is their decision. It's up to them to decide how to proceed, and he has tried to keep hands off.
That's right. We've heard from President Biden on the issue of this impeachment trial very, very little. He said that he thinks it needed to happen. He did say at one point that he didn't think that former President Trump was going to be convicted. He didn't think that he was going to get enough, and that Republicans were going to be able to vote to convict President Trump. So we did hear that from President Biden, but that was really a quick statement. After that, what you heard from President Biden over and over again is this is the Senate's deal. This is a constitutional thing that happens at the Senate. This is their responsibility. I, as the commander-in-chief, have to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. I've pushed the White House on this several times to try to get more information out of what the president thought about this. And President Biden has been very, very, really cautious to even weigh in on this trial. Now, if this trial becomes a thing that he has to deal with next week and the week after that and the week after that, there is no way he's going to be able to ignore it. There's no way that he's going to be able to not answer questions about how this trial is impacting his legislative agenda.
Senate will be in order.
Yamiche, we are now going back to the floor. Maybe they're ready to announce an agreement. Let's listen.
Majority Leader. Without objection, so ordered. Ms. Vanderveen? No. Mr. Castor, I'm sorry.
May I be recognized?
Yes, you are. You are recognized.
Senators,
Glasses all fucked up.
Donald John Trump, by his counsel, is prepared to stipulate that if Representative Herrera Butler were to testify under oath as part of these proceedings, her testimony would be consistent with the statement she issued on February 12, 2021, and the former president's counsel is agreeable to the admission of that public statement into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Castor. Mr. Raskin?
Thank you, Mr. President. The managers are prepared to enter into the agreement. I will now read the statement. This is the statement of Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler, February 12, 2021. In my January 12th statement in support of the article of impeachment, I referenced a conversation House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy relayed to me that he'd had with President Trump while the January 6th attack was ongoing. Here are the details. When McCarthy finally reached the president on January 6th and asked him to publicly and forcefully call off the riot, the president initially repeated the falsehood that it was Antifa that had breached the Capitol. McCarthy refuted that and told the president that these were Trump supporters. That's when, according to McCarthy, the president said, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." Since I publicly announced my decision to vote for impeachment, I have shared these details in countless conversations with constituents and colleagues and multiple times through the media and other public forums. I told it to the Daily News of Longview on January 17th. I've shared it with local county Republican executive board members, as well as other constituents who asked me to explain my vote. I shared it with thousands of residents on my telephone town hall on February 8th. Mr. President, I now move that the Senate admit the statement into evidence.
Objection, and without objection, the statement will be admitted into evidence. And does either party wish to make any further motions related to witnesses or documents at this time?
Mr. President, the President's counsel have no further motions.
Discussion.
And Mr. President, we have no further motions either.
Excuse me, then the chair would note that neither party wishes to make further motions under Section 6 of Senate Resolution 47. Therefore, the next question is on admission of the evidence submitted by both parties pursuant to Section 8 of the resolution. The majority leaders recommend.
So now, as we move to another matter, I'm advised that the House managers have no objection to the admission of evidence proposed to be admitted by the former president's counsel under the provisions of Section 8 of Senate Resolution 47. and that the President's counsel have no objections to the evidence proposed to be admitted into evidence by the House managers. Pursuant to Section 8 of the resolution, as agreed to by Leader McConnell and myself a few days ago, both parties have made timely filings of this evidence with the Secretary of the Senate and have provided copies to each other. I therefore ask unanimous consent that the Senate dispense with the provisions of Section 8A of Senate Resolution 47 and that the materials submitted by both parties be admitted into evidence subject to the provisions of Section 8C of that resolution, which provides that the admission of this evidence does not constitute a concession by either party as to the truth of the matters asserted by the other party, and that each senator shall decide for him or herself the weight to be given such evidence. This request has the approval of both parties and the Republican leader.
Without objection, is so ordered. Okay, then pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 47, the Senate has provided for up to 4 hours of closing arguments. They'll be equally divided between the managers on the part of the House of Representatives and the counsel for the former president. And pursuant to Rule 22 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate, when sitting on impeachment trials, the argument shall be open and closed on the part of the House of Representatives. So the Chair recognizes Mr. Manager Raskin to begin the presentation on the part of the House of Representatives. Mr. Raskin, under Rule 22, you may reserve time if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, before I proceed, it was suggested by defense counsel that Donald Trump's conduct during the attack, as described in Congresswoman Butler's statement, is somehow not part of the constitutional offense for which former President Trump has been charged. I want to reject that falsehood and that fallacy immediately. After he knew that violence was underway at the Capitol, President Trump took actions that further incited the insurgents to be more inflamed and to take even more extreme, selective, and focused action against Vice President Mike Pence. Former President Trump also, as described by Congresswoman Butler's notes, refused requests to publicly, immediately, and forcefully call off the riots. And when he was told that the insurgents inside the Capitol were Trump supporters, the president said, quote, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." Think about that for a second. This uncontradicted statement that has just been stipulated as part of the evidentiary record. The president said, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people," meaning the mobsters, the insurrectionists, "are more upset about the election than you are." That conduct is obviously part and parcel of the constitutional offense that he was impeached for, namely incitement to insurrection. That is continuing incitement to the insurrection. The conduct described not only perpetuated his continuing offense, but also provides to us here today further decisive evidence of his intent to incite the insurrection in the first place. When my opposing counsel says that you should ignore the president's actions after the insurrection began, that is plainly wrong. And it, of course, reflects the fact that they have no defense to his outrageous, scandalous, and unconstitutional conduct in the middle of a violent assault on the Capitol that he incited. Senators, think about it for a second. Say you light a fire and you're charged with arson. And the defense counsel says, everything that I did after the fire started is irrelevant. And the court would reject that immediately and say, that's not true at all. It's extremely relevant to whether or not you committed the crime. If you run over and try to put out the flames, If you get lots of water and say, help, help, there's a fire, if you call for help, a court will could infer that you didn't intend for the fire to be lit in the first place. They would accept your defense, perhaps, that it was all an accident. It was an all accident. Accidents happen with fire. But if, on the other hand, when the fire erupts, you go and you pour more fuel on it, you stand by and you watch it gleefully, any reasonable person will infer that you not only intended the fire to start, but that once it got started and began to spread, you intended to continue to keep the fire going. And that's exactly where we are, my friends. Of course your conduct while a crime is ongoing is relevant to your culpability, both to the continuation of the offense, but also directly relevant, directly illuminating to what your purpose was originally. What was your intent? And any court in the land would laugh out of court any criminal defendant who said, what I did after I allegedly killed that person is irrelevant to whether or not I intended to kill them. I mean, come on. Donald Trump's refusal not only to send help, but also to continue to further incite the insurgents against his own vice president. His own vice president provides further decisive evidence of both his intent to start this violent insurrection and his continued incitement once the attack had begun to override the Capitol. All right. Senators, that was in response to this new evidentiary particle that came in. But in my closing, I want to thank you for your remarkable attention and your seriousness of purpose befitting your office. We have offered you overwhelming and irrefutable and certainly unrefuted evidence that former President Trump incited this insurrection against us. To quote the statement Representative Liz Cheney made in January, quote, on January 6, 2021, a violent mob attacked the United States Capitol to obstruct the process of our democracy and stop the counting of presidential electoral votes. This insurrection caused injury, death, and destruction in the most sacred space in our republic. She continued, Representative Cheney continued, much more will become clear in coming days and weeks, but what we know now is enough. The President of the United States summoned this mob, assembled this mob, and lit the flame of this attack. Everything that followed was his doing. None of this would have happened without the President. The President could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence. He did not. There has never been a greater betrayal by the President of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. I will vote to impeach the President. Representative Cheney was right. She based her vote on the facts, on the evidence, and on the Constitution. And the evidence, the video, and the documentary, eyewitness has only grown stronger and stronger and more detailed right up till today, right up to 10 minutes ago, over the course of this Senate trial. And I have no doubt that you all noticed that despite the various propaganda reels and so on, President Trump's lawyers have said almost nothing to contest or overcome the actual evidence of former President Trump's conduct that we presented. Much less have they brought their client forward to tell us his side of the story. We sent him a letter last week, which they rejected out of hand. The former President of the United States refused to come and tell us, and I ask any of you, if you were charged with inciting violent insurrection against our country, and you were falsely accused, would you come and testify? I know I would. I'd be there at 7 o'clock in the morning waiting for the doors to open. I'm sure that's true of 100 senators in this room. I hope it's true of 100 senators in this room. Senate was lectured several times yesterday about cancel culture. Well, not even 2 weeks ago, the president's most reliable supporters in the House, I'm sorry, not the president, the former president's most reliable supporters in the House, tried to cancel out Representative Cheney because of her courageous and patriotic defense of the Republic and the truth and the Constitution. They tried to strip her of her leading role as chair of the House Republican Conference. But you know what? I hope everybody takes a second to reflect on this. The conference rejected this plainly retaliatory and cowardly attempt to punish her for telling the truth to her constituents and her country and voting for impeachment. Who says you can't stand up against bullies? Who says? In my mind, Liz Cheney is a hero for standing up for the truth and resisting this retaliatory cancel culture that she was subjected to. But she beat them on a vote of 145 to 61, more than 2-to-1 vote. You know, Ben Franklin, a great champion of the Enlightenment, an enemy of political fanaticism and cowardice, and of course another great Philadelphian, once wrote this: "I have observed that wrong is always growing more wrong until there is no bearing it anymore, and that right, however opposed, comes right at last." Comes right at last. Think about that. This is America, home of the brave, land of the free. The America of Ben Franklin, who said, "If you make yourself a sheep, the wolves will eat you." Don't make yourself a sheep. The wolves will eat you. The America of Thomas Jefferson, who said at another difficult moment, "A little patience and we shall see the reign of witches pass over, their spirits dissolve, and the people, recovering their true sight, restore their government to its true principles." The America of Tom Paine, who said, "The mind, once enlightened, cannot again become dark." Now, we showed you hour after hour of real-time evidence demonstrating every step of Donald Trump's constitutional crime. We showed you how he indoctrinated the mob with his Orwellian propaganda about how the election he lost by more than 7 million votes and 306 to 232 in the Electoral College, which he had described as a landslide when he won by the exact same margin in 2016, was actually a landslide victory for him being stolen away by a bipartisan conspiracy and fraud and corruption. We showed you how 61 courts and 88 judges, federal, state, local, trial, appellate, from the lowest courts in the land to the United States Supreme Court across the street, and 8 federal judges he himself named to the bench, all found no basis in fact or law for his outlandish and deranged inventions and concoctions about the election. In the meantime, President Trump tried to bully state-level officials to commit a fraud on the public by literally finding votes. We examined the case study of Georgia, where he called to threaten Republican Brad Raffensperger to find him 11,780 votes. That's all he wanted, he said. 11,780 votes. Don't we all? 11,780 votes. That's all he wanted to nullify Biden's victory and to win the election. Raffensperger ended up with savage death threats against him and his family, telling him he deserved a firing squad. Another election official urged Trump to cut it out or people would get hurt and killed. A prescient warning indeed. Raffensperger ended up saying that he and his family supported Donald Trump, gave him money, and now Trump threw us under the bus. We saw what happened in Lansing, Michigan, with the extremist mob he cultivated, which led to 2 shocking Capitol sieges and a criminal conspiracy by extremists to kidnap and likely assassinate Governor Whitmer. We saw him trying to get state legislatures to disavow and overthrow their popular election results and replace them with Trump electors. We showed you the process of summoning the mob, reaching out, urging people to come to Washington for a wild time. As we celebrate President's Day on Monday, imagine, is there another president in our history who would urge supporters to come to Washington for a wild time. You saw how he embraced violent extremist elements like the Proud Boys, who were told in a nationally televised presidential candidate debate to stand back and stand by, which became their official slogan as they converged on Washington with other extremist and seditious groups and competed to be the lead stormtroopers of the attack on this building. You saw the assembly of the mob on January 6th, and how beautiful that angry mob must have looked to Donald Trump as he peered down from the lectern with the seal of the President of the United States of America emblazoned on it. That crowd was filled with extremists in tactical gear, armed to the teeth and ready to fight, and other brawling MAGA supporters. All of them saying, "Stop the steal right now." And he said he was going to march with them to the Capitol, even though the permit for the rally specifically forbade a march. But he said he would march with them, giving them more comfort that what they were doing was legitimate. It was okay. But of course, he stayed back, as he presumably didn't want to be too close to the action at the Capitol, as the lawyers called it. Not an insurrection, they urged us yesterday. It's an action. He didn't want to be too close to the action when all hell was about to break loose. Now, incitement, as we've discussed, requires an inherently fact-based evidentiary inquiry. And this is what we did. We gave you many hours of specific factual details about, to use Congresswoman Cheney's words, how the president summoned the mob, assembled the mob, incited it, lit the match, sending them off to the Capitol, where they thought, as they yelled out, that they'd been invited by the President of the United States. And then, of course, they unleashed unparalleled violence against our overwhelmed and besieged but heroic police officers, who you thoughtfully honored yesterday when the officers got in their way as they entered the Capitol at the behest of the President of the United States to stop the steal. Now, I'm convinced most senators must be convinced by this overwhelming and specific detail, because most Americans are. But say you still have your doubts. You think the president really thought that he was sending his followers to participate in a peaceful, nonviolent rally, the kind that might have been organized by Julian Bond, who my distinguished opposing counsel brought up, Ella Baker, Bob Moses, our late beloved colleague John Lewis, for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Maybe the president really thought this was going to be like the March on Washington organized by Bayard Rustin and Dr. Martin Luther King, who said nonviolence is the answer to the crucial moral and political questions of our time. So let's say you're still flirting with the idea that Donald Trump's conduct was totally appropriate, as he proclaimed right off the bat, and he's the innocent victim of a mass accident or a catastrophe like a fire or a flood, as we were invited to frame it on our opening day by distinguished co-counsel or opposing counsel. And you think, maybe we're just looking for somebody to blame for this nightmare and catastrophe that has befallen the Republic. We're just looking for someone to blame. Well, here's the key question then in resolving your doubts, if you're in that category. How did Donald Trump react when he learned of the violent storming of the Capitol and the threats to senators, members of the House, and his own vice president, as well as the images he saw on TV of the pummeling and beating and harassment of our police officers? Did he spring into action to stop the violence and save us? Did he even wonder about his own security, since an out-of-control anti-government mob could come after him too? Did he quickly try to get in touch with or denounce the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the rally organizers, the Save America rally organizers, and everyone on the extreme right to tell them that this was not what he had in mind? It was a big mistake. Call it off, call it off, call it off, as Representative Gallagher begged him to do on national television? No. He delighted in it. He reveled in it. He exulted in it. He could not understand why the people around him did not share his delight. And then a long period of silence ensued while the mob beat the daylights out of police officers and invaded this building, as you saw on security footage, and proceeded to hunt down Vice President Mike Pence as a traitor and denounced and cursed Speaker Pelosi, both of whom you heard mob members say they wanted to kill. They were both in real danger, and our government could have been thrown into absolute turmoil without the heroism of our officers and the bravery and courage of a lot of people in this room. Here's what Republican Representative Anthony Gonzalez of Ohio said. He's a former pro football player. "We are imploring the president to help, to stand up, to help defend the United States Capitol and the United States Congress, which is under attack. We are begging, essentially," and he was nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. And as I've emphasized this morning, that dereliction of duty, that desertion of duty was central to his incitement of insurrection and inextricable from it. Inextricable. Bound together. It reveals his state of mind that day, what he was thinking as he provoked the mob to violence and further violence. It shows how he perpetuated his continuing offense on January 6th, his course of conduct charged in the article of impeachment as he further incited the mob during the attack, aiming it at Vice President Mike Pence himself, while failing to quell it in either of his roles as Commander-in-Chief or his real role that day, Inciter-in-Chief. And it powerfully demonstrates that the ex-president knew, of course, that violence was foreseeable, that it was predictable and predicted. That day, since he was not surprised and not horrified, no, he was delighted. And through his acts of omission and commission that day, he abused his office by siding with the insurrectionists at almost every point, rather than with the Congress of the United States, rather than with the Constitution. In just a moment, my colleague, Mr. Cicilline, will address President Trump's conduct, his actions and inactions, his culpable state of mind during the attack, as he will establish yesterday's explosive revelations about House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy's desperate call to Trump and Trump's truly astounding reaction confirm that Trump was doing nothing to help the people in this room or this building. It's now clear beyond doubt that Trump supported the actions of the mob, and so he must be convicted. It's that simple. When he took the stage on January 6th, he knew exactly how combustible the situation was. He knew there were many people in the crowd who were ready to jump into action, to engage in violence at any signal that he needed them to fight like hell to stop the steal. And that's exactly what he told them to do. Then he aimed them straight here, right down Pennsylvania at the Capitol, where he told them that the steal was occurring, that is, the counting of the Electoral College votes. And we all know what happened next. They attacked this building, they disrupted the peaceful transfer of power, they injured and killed people, convinced that they were acting on his instructions and with his approval and protection. And while that happened, he further incited them while failing to defend us. If that's not ground for conviction, if that's not a high crime and misdemeanor against the Republic in the United States of America, then nothing is. President Trump must be convicted for the safety and security of our democracy and our people. Mr. Cicilline.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, as we've demonstrated, there is overwhelming evidence that President Trump incited the violence and knew violence was foreseeable on January 6th. He knew that many in the crowd were posed for violence at his urging. And in fact, many in the sea of thousands in the crowd were wearing body armor and helmets and holding sticks and flagpoles. And then he not only provoked that very same crowd, but aimed them at the Capitol. He literally pointed at this building, at us, during his speech. He pointed to the building where Congress was going to certify the election results and where he knew the vice president himself was presiding over the process. Now, no one is suggesting that President Trump intended every detail of what happened on January 6th. But when he directed the sea of thousands before him, who were reportedly ready to engage in real violence. When he told that crowd to fight like hell, he incited violence targeted at the Capitol, and he most certainly foresaw it. My colleague, Manager Dean, will stand up after me and walk you through the overwhelming evidence that supports those claims. I want to start, though, by talking about what happened after that. There was a lot of discussion yesterday about what the president knew and when he knew it. There are certain things that we do not know about what the president did that day, because the president, that is former President Trump, has remained silent about what he was doing during one of the bloodiest attacks on our Capitol since 1812. Despite a full and fair opportunity to come forward, he's refused to come and tell his story. As Manager Raskin said, we would all do that. In fact, I would insist on it. If I were accused of a grave and serious crime that I was innocent of, I would demand the right to tell my side of the story. President Trump declined. But there are certain facts that are undisputed, that we know to be true despite the president's refusal to testify, which his counsel either ignored entirely or didn't and couldn't dispute. Before I go to those facts, let me quickly just touch on a few things. First, President Trump and his counsel have resorted to arguments that the evidence presented was somehow manufactured or hidden from them. And I want to be very clear about this because this is important. In terms of the timing of when they received materials here, defense counsel had access to all materials when they were entitled to have them under Senate Resolution 47, and they cannot and have not alleged otherwise. As to their desperate claim that evidence was somehow manufactured, they have not alleged that one tweet from their client was actually inaccurate, nor can they. We got these tweets, which are, of course, statements from the former president, from a public archive, and they are all correct. You also know the president's claims about evidence being manipulated also are untrue because they didn't even object to the introduction of the evidence when they had the opportunity to do so. So I hope we can now set those issues aside and turn to the facts of this case and really set the record straight about the undisputed facts in this case, about what the president knew that day and when he knew it. And at the outset, let me say this. As you may recall, in direct response to a question yesterday, President Trump's counsel stated, and I quote, "At no point was the president informed the vice president was in any danger," end quote. As we walk through these undisputed facts, you will see quite clearly that is simply not true. As you can see here, from just after 12 p.m. to just before 2 p.m., President Trump delivered his statements at the rally, which incited an initial wave of riot protesters coming down to the Capitol. And his speech was still ongoing, and you saw the evidence of people broadcasting that on their phones. He finished his speech at about 1:11 p.m., at which point a much larger wave surged toward us here at the Capitol, ripping down scaffolding and triggering calls for law enforcement assistance. 30 minutes later, at 1:49 p.m., as the violence intensified, President Trump tweeted a video of his remarks at the rally with the caption, quote, "Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about," end quote. During the half hour following that tweet, the situation here drastically deteriorated. Insurrectionists breached the Capitol barriers, then its steps, then the complex itself. By 2:12, the insurrectionist mob had overwhelmed the police and started their violent attack on the Capitol. And as you all know, this attack occurred and played out on live television. Every major network was showing it. We've shown you during the course of this trial, side by side, exactly what the president would have seen on TV or his Twitter account. We've also shown you that he would have seen around 2:12 p.m. images of Vice President Pence being rushed off the Senate floor. Now, I won't replay all of that for you, but for timing purposes, here's the footage reacting to Vice President Pence leaving the floor.
No audio. They just cut out. It looks like they and sometimes the Senate
like they just ushered Mike Pence out really quickly.
Yes, they did. That's exactly what just happened there. They ushered Mike Pence out. They moved him fast. I saw the motions too.
Defense counsel seems to suggest that somehow the President of the United States was not aware of this, that the President had no idea that his Vice President had been evacuated from the Senate floor for his safety because violent rioters had broken into the Capitol with thousands more coming, and with the Capitol Police completely overwhelmed. This was on live television. So defense counsel is suggesting that the President of the United States knew less about this than the American people. This is just not possible. That the Secret Service failed to mention that his Vice President was being rushed from the Senate for his own protection. That nobody in the White House thought to alert him. That none of our law enforcement agencies raised a concern to the Commander-in-Chief that the Vice President was being evacuated from the Senate floor as a violent mob assaulted the Capitol. That simply cannot be. And with each passing minute on the timeline of events on January 6th, it grows more and more inconceivable. Let's continue forward in time. Between 2:12 to 2:24, the Senate recessed. Speaker Nancy Pelosi was ushered off the floor. The Capitol Police announced a breach and a lockdown, and the insurrectionist mob began chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." And it was unfolding on live TV in front of the entire world. So again, let me ask you, does it strike you as credible that nobody, not a single person, informed the President that his Vice President had been evacuated, or that the President didn't glance at the television or his Twitter account and learn about the events that were happening? Remember, this was the day of the Electoral College. Remember his obsession with stopping the certification. It's just not credible that the President at no point knew his Vice President was in this building and was in real danger. Senators, I submit to you these facts. This timeline is undisputed. At 2:24 p.m., after rioters breached the barriers, after calls for assistance, after rioters stormed the building, after Vice President Pence was rushed from the Senate floor, and just before Vice President Pence was further evacuated for his safety, President Trump decided to attack his own Vice President on Twitter. The undisputed facts confirm that not only must President Trump have been aware of the Vice President's danger, but he still sent out a tweet attacking him, further inciting the very mob that was in just a few feet of him inside of this very building. The Vice President was there with his family. He was in danger for his life. They were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," and had erected a noose outside. And as we've shown, the mob responded to President Trump's attack instantly. The tweet was read aloud on a bullhorn, if you remember that video. Insurrectionists began chanting again about Mike Pence. And in those critical moments, we see President Trump engaging in a dereliction of his duty by further inciting the mob in real time to target the Vice President with knowledge that the insurrection was ongoing, and that's, of course, included in the conduct charged in this article of impeachment. The former President's counsel's suggestion otherwise is completely wrong. His further incitement is impeachable conduct that continued during the course of this assault itself, and it's part of the constitutional crime and was entirely and completely a part of his indefensible failure to protect the Congress. Now, there's been some confusion as to the phone call I referenced with Senator Lee. So I want to be clear about certain facts that are not in dispute. First, Senator Lee has confirmed that the call occurred at 2:26 p.m., so I've added that to the timeline above. Remember, by this phone call, the Vice President has just been evacuated on live television for his own safety. And Donald Trump had, after that, tweeted an attack on him, which the insurgents read on a bullhorn. And a few minutes after Donald Trump's tweet, he didn't reach out to check on the Vice President's safety. He called a senator to ask about delaying the certification. Call was interrupted. As Senator Tuberville has since explained, and I quote, "I looked at the phone and it said the White House on it. I said, hello. The president said a few words. I said, Mr. President, they're taking the vice president out and they want me to get off the phone and I've got to go," end quote. That was his second evacuation that day. A minute later, live feeds documented the insurgents chanting, "Mike Pence is a traitor." At this point, even if somehow he'd missed it earlier, it's inconceivable that the former president, was unaware that the vice president was in danger. And what does the president do after hearing that? Does he rush to secure the Capitol? Does he do anything to quell the mob? Does he call his vice president to check on his safety? We all know the answer to those questions too. There can be no dispute. He took none of those steps, not a single one. Even after learning that senators were being evacuated and that Vice President Pence had also been evacuated, he did nothing to help the vice president. And here's some more evidence that we've since learned. At some point over the following 30 minutes, President Trump spoke to Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. And as Representative Jamie Herrera Butler has revealed, evidence that now has been stipulated as part of the evidentiary record. In that conversation, Kevin McCarthy is pleading with the former president to do something. He first tries to assign the blame to another group, and Leader McCarthy says, "No, these are your supporters, Mr. President." And what does the president say in response? Not, "I'll send people right away. I didn't realize you were in danger." He says, "Well, Kevin," and I quote, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are," end quote. I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are. The president, just as he conveyed in that tweet at 6:01, was essentially saying, you got what you deserve. Let me say that again. Not only was the president fully aware of the vice president's situation and the situation that we were all in when he was asked for help, when he was asked to defend the Capitol less than 30 minutes after inciting this violence against his own vice president, President Trump refused that request for assistance. And he told us why. His singular focus, stopping the certification of the election of his opponent. He incited the violence to stop the certification. He attacked the vice president and further incited the insurrection to pressure the vice president to stop the certification. He called Senator Tuberville to stop the certification, and he refused to send help to Congress. When this Congress and the vice president of the United States were in mortal danger because he wanted to stop the certification. And he did these things, attacking the vice president, calling Senator Tuberville, refusing Representative McCarthy's request, with full knowledge of the violent attack that was underway at that point. He chose retaining his own power over the safety of Americans. I can't imagine more damning evidence of his state of mind. The call ended with a screaming match interrupted by violent rioters breaking through the windows of Representative McCarthy's office. Senators, the president knew this was happening. He didn't do anything to help his vice president or any of you or any of the brave officers and other employees serving the American people that day. His sole focus was stealing the election for himself. And he apparently has still not thought of anyone else. According to more new facts revealed last night, the vice president's team does not agree with the president's counsel or the president's counsel's assessment either. The report, and I quote, says, Pence's team does not agree with the Trump lawyer's assessment that Trump was concerned about Pence's safety. Trump didn't call him that day or for 5 days after that. No one else on Trump's team called as Pence was evacuated to one room in another with screaming mob nearby.
evidence. If you wanted a stipulation to this,
The council will sit down.
Senators, remember when
Chair has no way of knowing what materials evidence or not. The counsel for the president will have a chance to speak. And the chair will consider the issue.
Senators, remember, as one of you said during this attack, they could have killed us all. Our staff, the officers protecting all of us, everyone. And President Trump not only incited it, but continued inciting it as it occurred with attacks on his vice president, and then willfully refused to defend us, furthering his provocation and incitement by the mob, siding with the mob, siding with the violent insurrectionists, criminals who killed and injured police officers sworn to protect us because they were, quote, more upset about the election than Leader McCarthy. Those facts are undisputed. President Trump has not offered any evidence or any argument to disprove them. His lawyers almost entirely ignored these facts in their short presentation. We have only his counsel's false claim yesterday that, quote, at no point was the president informed that the vice president was in any danger, end quote. A claim that is refuted not just by common sense, but by the timeline you have seen and also the vice president's legal team. So there can be no doubt that at the moment we most needed a president to preserve, protect, and defend us, President Trump instead willfully betrayed us. He violated his oath. He left all of us and officers like Eugene Goodman to our own devices against an attack he had incited and he alone could stop. That is why he must be convicted. And I'd like to conclude by making one final point that follows directly from what I just discussed. Our case and the article of impeachment before you absolutely includes President Trump's dereliction of duty on January 6th. His failure as insider-in-chief to immediately quell or call off the mob, his failure as commander-in-chief to immediately do everything in his power to secure the Capitol, that is a further basis on which to convict, and there can be no doubt of that. The ongoing constitutional misconduct is like any continuing offense, and the proof of that is overwhelming. Most directly, his dereliction of duty offers conclusive, irrefutable evidence that he acted willfully as we charge. He wasn't furious or sad or shocked like virtually everyone else in America. He was reported by those around him as delighted. Rather than rush to our aid or demand his mob retreat, he watched the attack on TV and praised the mob to Leader McCarthy as more loyal to him, more upset about the election, and that was all that mattered. His reaction is also further evidence of his intent. He acted exactly the way a person would act if they had indeed incited the mob to violence to stop the steal. Moreover, as I've shown, President Trump's dereliction and desertion of duty includes his decision to further incite the mob, even as he failed to protect us. While the mob hunted Vice President Pence in these very halls, he attacked Vice President Pence. While he tried to stop the steal, he spread the big lie. We all saw how his mob responded in real time. This further incitement was part of his dereliction of duty, was also part of his course of conduct, encouraging and provoking the mob to violence. President Trump's dereliction of duty also highlights how foreseeable the attack was to him. In his tweet just after 6 p.m., he said, and I quote, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long." This tweet continued his endorsement of the attack, his failure to condemn it, his desertion of duty. But it also reveals his view that this was, of course, what would happen when Congress refused his demand to reject the election that he continued to tell his supporters was stolen and he had actually won in a landslide. Again, he wasn't surprised. He saw this as a predictable result of his repeated demands that his followers stop the steal by any means possible. This was all connected. His dereliction of duty, his desertion of duty was part and parcel of the crime charged in the impeachment. And it's certainly a basis on which to vote for conviction. If you believe that he willfully refused to defend us and the law enforcement officers fighting to save us, and that he was delighted by the attack, and that he saw it as a natural result of his call to stop the steal, and that he continued to incite and target violence as the attack unfolded, we respectfully submit you must vote to convict and disqualify so that the events of January 6th can never happen again in this country.
Mr. President.
I'd like to call up Ms. Dean.
Mr. President, I've got a point of order. Mr. President, moments ago, House Manager Cicilline reported again.
The senator will withhold. I'm advised by the parliamentarian that debate is not in order.
I appeal the ruling of the chair that debate is not in order because this is not debate. He said something that's not true.
An absence of quorum has been suggested.
There's clearly a quorum, sir.
And the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
For a second time, Senator Mike Lee, over the course of this trial, has objected to something the House managers have said
Is there objection?
about him.
Your objection is heard.
Let's listen.
Mr.
Maybe they're
Barrasso.
resuming. No. They've apparently gone to a quorum call because Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee is objecting to something that one of the House managers, Congressman Cicilline of Rhode Island, said in referring to Senator Lee and what he knew about President Trump, President Trump's lawyers trying to reach Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama. It's a little convoluted, but the president and Rudy Giuliani were trying frantically to reach some of the members of the Senate on January 6th, the day that Congress was confirming the final electoral vote count, which would finally certify that Joe Biden had won the election. And President Trump and his lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, were trying to do anything they could to prevent that from happening. And so they were calling senators to ask them to object to individual states as they reported their electoral votes. Norm Ornstein, who's a longtime Congress watcher, student of the Congress, is joining us. Norm, the rules right now during this Senate trial are different from what they normally are. I guess typically a senator, when he has what's called a point of order, he could interrupt, he could raise a question, but because we're in a Senate trial, it's a little different.
Exactly, Judy. An impeachment trial is handled in a completely different fashion than normal Senate business. And normally when we have something like this, what's been going on, where the House managers are giving their closing statements, there are no interruptions allowed. That includes points of order. That includes, as we saw a little bit earlier, the president's lawyers includes what Mike Lee's been saying now. I'm actually a little puzzled by Lee in this case because I thought that what David Cicilline said had been very carefully crafted, not to attribute anything to Mike Lee other than the fact that his phone had been called, and he made the time clear when he showed the phone records to the Senate at 2:26, and he handed the phone to Senator Tommy Tuberville because he had been called, of course, accidentally. It was the wrong number. So I'm not sure what Mike Lee was trying to do other than interrupt the flow of the power of the presentation by David Cicilline. But what they're doing now, just by calling a quorum call, which is, of course, as you know, what the Senate always does whenever they want to talk privately or figure out what to do next, is, I would assume, just trying to make it clear that this is not an appropriate place to raise this, and that probably Cicilline will say something in response to Lee's objection.
We can assume that, but you're right, Norm. I thought in listening to Congressman Cicilline's presentation that he was trying to be careful not to characterize the call to Senator Lee in a way that would assume anything, because that's what triggered Senator Lee's objection criticism the other day. But evidently just the showing of that timeline, which was put up on the screen briefly in the course of the afternoon, President Trump, and as we've mentioned, his lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, did try to reach a number of senators, including Senator Tuberville. And as you just said, one of the calls went accidentally. They had the wrong number, apparently. We don't know. It reportedly went to Mike Lee. But the fact that he's objected, again, a little puzzling.
And, you know, it has, of course, interrupted the flow, but it is puzzling because Lee made it clear that he did get that phone call, and what he had tried to make clear was that the call came at 2:26, which was after Trump's inflammatory tweet about Mike Pence at 2:24, because one of the charges had been that this had been with a different timeline, that it was that the tweet had occurred after the conversation with Tuberville that where he told the president that the vice president had been evacuated from the chamber. You know, Judy, one of the things that we should talk about a little bit is why they've taken this step not to call the witnesses themselves and move to closing statements, because what I've noticed is that this has inflamed Twitter and others, including a lot of Democratic partisans who are infuriated at what's happened here. My sense of this is, first, that Democrats tried to get other witnesses to corroborate the statement that they had from Congresswoman Herrera, that they've tried to get people close to the president who were there in the room as some of these events were unfolding, and that none of them were willing to testify on the record, I think frightened probably themselves about what the consequences would be. So it wasn't clear they would have a lot more witnesses, but what we also know is that the Republicans had made it clear that if they were going to call witnesses, and this would be stretched out over a long period of time, that they would, under the rules that involve impeachment, keep the Senate from doing any other official business. We're waiting for the confirmation of Merrick Garland as Attorney General, which is a particularly important one. Large number of other confirmations awaiting action, and of course the COVID relief bill. And I think Democrats made a pragmatic calculation here that while it would have been more powerful to have videotape of Congresswoman Herrera talking about her notes and the conversation that she had with Kevin McCarthy, that the delays probably wouldn't be worth it. But this is going to have some consequences, I think, with a lot of people unhappy with what the Democrats have done. But I think they also made the calculation that it wasn't likely to change any votes.
Clearly, that seems to be what happened, Norm Ornstein. The Democrats are getting a lot of criticism from the left. I've been reading criticism, including from journalists on the left, self-described as on the left, criticizing Democrats and saying, why didn't you go ahead with calling witnesses, calling them weak, saying that they caved. But you're also hearing from Republicans who, as you just said, Norm, are saying, look, okay, you do this, and we will hold up anything that you think is important, whether it's confirmations, whether it's Joe Biden's agenda. In fact, there was a very colorful quote that I just read within the hour or so from Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa, Republican Senator Ernst, who used some colorful language to say, okay, this is what's going on, and we will hold things up. I'm paraphrasing. If you decide to do this, we'll make your lives miserable. And again, I'm paraphrasing. That's not exactly the quote. I don't have it in front of me. But that was the message coming back from Republicans. If you choose to go with witnesses, see what happens. Yamiche Alcindor, you've been watching all this along with us while we wait to see, to learn more about the status of Senator Lee's complaint about what the manager, David Cicilline, said.
That's right. And while we're waiting, we, I think, have to really pause here to realize that we got on this roller coaster and there were twists and turns and ups and downs. But it seems like we are heading right to the direction and right to the location where we thought we were going at the beginning of this, which is an acquittal for former President Trump. My understanding is that there are some Democratic voters, when you look on Twitter, and I've been texting some sources, that are very angry at the Democratic House impeachment manager's decision not to call witnesses after they got that vote to call witnesses. But a senior Democratic aide is defending that. They're saying, in fact, that Jamie Raskin, the lead House impeachment manager, he won the right to be able to read that statement, the one that we've been talking about all day, from Representative Herrera Butler, saying that she believes that Kevin McCarthy and Kevin McCarthy told her that he called the president during this attack and that he said, well, Kevin, these people are more angry than you. They feel as though Democratic aides say that being able to read that statement into the record shows that the president's lawyers, President Trump's lawyers, were not arguing about the veracity of that. We're not saying that she was lying. We're not saying that this was a rumor. In fact, they were letting this become part of the record of this impeachment trial, a record that we know is going to be studied for years and years to come. I can also report that President Trump's lawyers and his legal defense team, as well as a lot of people who are close to President Trump, they went from being panicked, from really being worried about the timeline of this trial, being worried about whether or not he was going to, in fact, possibly not get acquitted, to now feeling very comfortable with the idea that he will, in fact, be acquitted. Of course, as we know this morning, Senate Majority Leader, I should say Senate Minority Leader, new title for him, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said that he was going to acquit the president. So that already had taken some wind out of all of this. And we are really back where we started, which is the Trump legal team just feeling like they are very confident in this moment. But it was a wild Saturday here, Judy, and one that I think just shows how, when things are unscripted, how crazy things can get, but also that which shows that from the very beginning, people thought that this was going to be a very hard case to make and to try to get 17 Republican senators to vote to convict President Trump. It just doesn't seem likely at this point.
It was always known, as you say, Yamiche, that it would be very tough to get 17 Republican senators to go along. It was clear they had the 5, and I guess there's been speculation that maybe they'd get a couple more or a couple fewer than that in the final vote on conviction, but not nearly enough to get to the 67 votes they would need. The Constitution requires a 2/3 vote of the Senate to convict a president. In this case, it would be a former president, which would be, I mean, it's historic anyway that we're having this trial, second impeachment trial of one president, but then historic also that we're having an impeachment trial of someone, a president who's no longer in office. But that does speak to the gravity of what the Democrats charge has happened here, that President Trump, over a period of time leading up to the events on January the 6th, did incite the insurrection at the United States Capitol, leading to, among other things, the loss of 5 lives and the destruction of incredibly valuable property, a number of over 100 injuries, some of them very serious. They are saying that was enough to cause them to bring this case against the president, to impeach him in the House of Representatives, and to move ahead with a trial in the Senate, even knowing that the odds were long that they would not be able to win a conviction. But you're absolutely right, Yamiche. It's been like a roller coaster this morning. We came in this morning thinking we'd be done in a few hours, but here we are. The House manager seized on this statement last night by one Republican congresswoman and proposed witnesses, but now they've backed off. Let's listen.
Objection so ordered.
Mr. President?
The senator from Utah.
I withdraw my appeal.
The appeal withdrawn. The chair would advise everybody. The evidentiary record is closed. S-Res 47 described the scope of those things not admitted into evidence. as those referenced in trial. New evidence is not permitted in closing argument. References to such new evidence will be stricken. Addition.
And that appears to be a reference
The House
to what
managers have the floor if they wish to
Cicilline
resume.
said. So now the House managers will continue to make their closing arguments. This is Congresswoman Madeleine Dean of
House
Pennsylvania,
managers.
third manager to speak in these closing arguments.
Mr. President,
House manager.
esteemed senators, good afternoon. We are grateful for your kind attention this week as we engaged in a process formulated and put to paper by the founders in my home city of Philadelphia, which is getting its fair share of attention this week, in 1787, 234 years ago. My colleague, Mr. Cicilline, addressed the importance of the President's dereliction of duty. I will focus on three specific aspects of this case which the defense have raised questions about. First, the defense suggests that this was just one speech, and one speech cannot incite insurrection. And the defense suggested, because the attack was pre-planned by some insurrectionists, Donald Trump is somehow not culpable. Both of these things are plainly not true, nor are they what we allege. So let's be clear. We are not suggesting that Donald Trump's January 6th speech by itself incited the attack. We have shown that his course of conduct leading up to and including that speech incited the attack. The defense is correct that the insurrection was pre-planned. That supports our point. We argued, and the evidence overwhelmingly confirms, that Donald Trump's conduct over many months incited his supporters to believe, one, his big lie, that the only way he could lose was if the election was rigged. Two, that to ensure the election would not be stolen, to prevent the fraud, they had to stop the steal. And three, they had to fight to stop the steal or they would not have a country anymore. This conduct took time, and it culminated in Donald Trump sending a save the date on December the 19th, 18 days before the attack, telling his base exactly when, where, and who to fight. And while he was doing this, he spent $50 million from his legal defense fund to simultaneously broadcast his message to stop the steal over all major networks. Donald Trump invited them, he incited them, then he directed them. Here are a few clips that will help bring that story to light.
Can you give a direct answer? You will accept the election?
I have to see. Look, I have to see. No, I'm not going to just say yes. And this election will be the most rigged election in history. This is going to be the greatest election disaster in history. And the only way they can take this election away from us is if this is a rigged election. We're going to win this election. That's right. It's a rigged election. It's the only way we're going to lose.
Do you commit to making sure that there's a peaceful transfer of power?
We want to get rid of the ballots, and we'll have a very peaceful. There won't be a transfer, frankly. There'll be a continuation. It's the only way we're going to. That's the only way we're going to lose, is if there's mischief, and it'll have to be on a big scale. So be careful.
But this will be one of the greatest most fraudulent elections ever.
We're not going to let this election be taken away from us. That's the only way they're going to win it. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret. And this is a case where they're trying to steal an election. They're trying to rig an election. And we can't let that happen. You can't let another person steal that election from you. All over the country, people are together in holding up signs, "Stop the steal." If we don't root out the fraud, the tremendous and horrible fraud that's taken place in our 2020 election, we don't have a country anymore. We cannot allow a completely fraudulent election to stand. We're going to fight like hell, I'll tell you right now. If you don't fight to save your country with everything you have, you're not going to have a country left. We will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield. We will never give in, we will never give up, we will never back down, we will never, ever surrender. All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen. We will never give up, we will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. Make no mistake, this election was stolen from you, from me, and from the country, and we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Our point is this was not one speech. This was a deliberate, purposeful effort by Donald Trump over many months that resulted in the well-organized mob's attack on January the 6th. That brings me to my second point, the violence. Defense counsel argues that there is no way that Donald Trump could have known what would happen. Yet we are not suggesting, nor is it necessary for us to prove that Donald Trump knew every detail of what would unfold on January the 6th, or even how horrible and deadly the attack would become. But he did know. As he looked out on that sea of thousands in front of him, some wearing body armor and helmets, others carrying weapons, that the result would be violence. The evidence is overwhelming. The evidence overwhelmingly demonstrates this. A few points on this. Donald Trump knew the people he was inciting leading up to January the 6th. He saw the violence they were capable of. He had a pattern and practice of praising and encouraging supporters of violence, never condemning it. It is not a coincidence that those same people, the Proud Boys, the organizer of the Trump Caravan, the supporters and speakers at the 2nd Million MAGA March, all showed up on January the 6th. And Donald Trump's behavior was different. This was not just a comment by an official or a politician fighting for a cause. This was months of cultivating a base of people who were violent, praising that violence, and then leading that violence, that rage, straight to a joint session of Congress where he knew his vice president was presiding. And Donald Trump had warnings about the crowd in front of him on January 6th. There were detailed posts online of attack plans. Law enforcement warned that these posts were real threats and even made arrests in the days leading up to the attack. There were credible reports that many would be armed and ready to attack the Capitol. Despite these credible warnings of serious, dangerous threats to our Capitol, when the crowd was standing in front of the president, ready to take orders and attack, he said, "We're going to the Capitol, and we fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore." Here's a short clip.
What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacists and
white like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud
Boys,
stand back and stand by. It is something. Do you see the way our people, they were protecting his bus yesterday because they're not. So his bus, they had hundreds of cars. Trump, and the American flag. That's it. You see Trump and American flag.
And the 1st Million MAGA March, we promised that if the GOP would not do everything in their power to keep Trump in office, then we would destroy the GOP. And as we gather here in Washington, D.C. for a second Million MAGA March, we're done making promises. It has to happen now. We are going to destroy the GOP.
Let's go! Destroy the GOP! Destroy the GOP! Destroy the GOP!
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Senators, the violence on January the 6th was demonstrably foreseeable. Trump even said so himself at 6:01 p.m. the day of the attack. The last thing he said before he went to sleep, quote, "These are the things that happened," end quote. He foresaw this, and he admitted as much. That brings me to my final point. The insurrectionists. Defense counsel has suggested these people came here on their own. The defense brief states that the insurrectionists, quote, did so for their own accord and for their own reasons, and are being criminally prosecuted. It is true that some insurrectionists are being prosecuted, but it is not true that they did so of their own accord and for their own reasons. The evidence makes clear the exact opposite, that they did this for Donald Trump, at his invitation, at his direction, at his command. They said this before the attack, during the attack. They said it after the attack. Leading up to January the 6th, in post after post, the president's supporters confirmed this was for Donald Trump. It was at his direction. One supporter wrote, and I quote, "If Congress illegally certifies Biden, Trump would have absolutely no choice but to demand us to storm the Capitol and kill/beat them up for it." They even say publicly, openly, and proudly that President Trump would help them commandeer the National Guard. So all they have to do is overwhelm 2,000 Capitol Police officers. During his speech on January the 6th, Trump supporters chanted his words back to him. They even live tweeted his commands, as Ms. DeGette showed you. During the attack, the insurrectionists at the Capitol chanted Donald Trump's words from his tweets, rallies, and from the speech of the 6th. They held signs that said and chanted, "Fight for Trump, stop the steal." They read his tweets over bullhorns, amplifying his demands. Another rioter, while live streaming the insurrection from the Capitol, said, quote, "He'll be happy. We're fighting for Trump." What's more, the insurrectionists were not hiding. They believed they were following the orders from our commander-in-chief. They felt secure enough in the legitimacy of their actions to take selfies, to post photos and videos on social media. After the attack, rioter after rioter confirmed this too. Jenna Ryan, who was later accused for her role in the insurrection, said, quote, "I thought I was following my president. I thought we were following what we were called to do." And President Trump requested that we be in D.C. on the 6th. When it became clear that Donald Trump would not protect them, some of his supporters said they felt duped. They felt tricked. Listen to some of this evidence.
And even if they think for a second that they're going to get away with it today, they got another thing coming. Because today is just a day. And today is just the beginning. They haven't seen a resistance until they have seen a patriot fight for their country.
If you died today.
Parties will withhold.
This is crooked.
The parties will withhold.
It is in the record.
The evidentiary record is closed. S. 47 describes the scope of those things admitted into evidence as those referenced in trial. New evidence is not permitted in closing argument. References to such new evidence will be stricken. Who yields time?
Mr. President, the statement was in evidence, the slide was not, so we will withdraw the slide. But the statement was in evidence. They told you themselves they were following the president's orders. And you'll see something clearly. Donald Trump knew who these people were. As the slide shows, the people he cultivated, whose violence he praised, were all there on January the 6th. The Proud Boys who Donald Trump told to stand back and stand by in September of 2020. Keith Lee, organizer of the Trump caravan that tried to drive the Biden campaign bus off the road. Katrina Pearson, the speaker at the 2nd Million MAGA March. They were all there. The video you're about to see is in the record.
The last one, too. The one he objected to is in the record.
Oh, correction. The record did include appropriately the last video. So we will keep that in the record, and I will keep it in my closing remarks.
True. Never saw it.
Can we play the next video?
They don't even know what they put in. It was not played. They don't even know what they put in.
As you can see, there's a discussion going on right now about whether what the Democrats are showing and saying in their closing argument is material that was used during the trial itself. The lawyer for President Trump, former President Trump, objected, apparently saying that it had not been used during the trial. At first, the Democrats backed off, withdrew the visual, but now we just heard Congresswoman Madeleine Dean say it had been used before. So there's some discussion about that right now, and they're attempting to work it out one way or another. The rules say that it is not permitted for either side to introduce new information, new evidence during the closing arguments. They have to rely on what's already been presented. So that's what this is all about. President Trump's lawyers saying it's new. The Democratic House manager saying it had been introduced. So let's see, they may be checking the records now. There you can see the officers of the Senate in the front of the chamber. Perhaps they're going over transcripts. It's not clear what they're doing. But we are watching. You see the president's lawyers, they've stood up and they're standing closer to the officers at the front of the Senate chamber. And you see several of the House managers gathered around, in addition to Congresswoman Dean. I'm told by my colleague Stephanie Katoubi that Michael Van Der Veen appeared to be arguing, or at least having a heated conversation with the Senate parliamentarian. That looks as if they're having a conversation right now. You can see them speaking to one another, gesturing back and forth. Between the president's lawyer, Van Der Veen, and the Senate parliamentarian, the parliamentarian and the people who work next to her play critical roles at a time like this when the Senate is following, well, they're always following parliamentary rules closely. At least they're supposed to be because that's just the way the Senate works, but particularly crucial at a time like this when they're in the extraordinarily rare Senate impeachment trial and following a very carefully laid out set of instructions. And they've been referring to those instructions. They've been referring back to the Constitution as this proceeding has gotten underway. All right, it looks like they've resolved. Let's listen. Apparently they have not yet resolved it, or maybe they're about to announce whatever the resolution is. We saw Jamie Raskin say something just now to Congresswoman Dean. We see the defense lawyers moving around.
Senators will take their seats. The Senate will be in order. Representative may continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to say that of all the trials I have ever been a part of, this is certainly one of them. As the slides show, the people he cultivated, whose violence he praised, were all there on January the 6th. The Proud Boys who Donald Trump told to stand back and stand by in September of 2020, Keith Lee, the organizer of the Trump caravan that tried to drive the Biden campaign bus off the road, Katrina Pearson, the speaker at the second Million MAGA March, they were all there. Here is one final clip, also submitted in the record.
That's what we fucking need, to have 30,000 guns up here. That's true. That's what we need.
Senators, some of the insurrectionists are facing criminal charges. Donald Trump was acting as our commander-in-chief. He was our president. He used his office and the authority it commands to incite an attack. And when Congress and the Constitution were under attack, he abandoned his duties, violated his oath, failing to preserve, protect, and defend. That is why we are here, because the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, incited and directed thousands of people to attack the legislative branch. He knew what his supporters were capable of. He inflamed them, sent them down Pennsylvania Avenue, not on any old day, but on the day we were certifying the election results. As they were banging on our doors, he failed to defend us, because this is what he wanted. He wanted to remain in power. For that crime against the Republic, he must be held accountable. Senators, the insurrectionists are still listening. Before I end, I must admit, until we were preparing for this trial, I didn't know the extent of many of these facts. I witnessed the horror, but I didn't know. I didn't know how deliberate the president's planning was, how he had invested in it, how many times he incited his supporters with these lies, how carefully and consistently he incited them to violence on January the 6th. While many of us may have tuned out his rallies, I also did not know the extent that his followers were listening, were hanging on his every word. And honestly, I did not know how close the mob actually came to their violent ends, that they were just steps away from all of us, that the death toll could have been much higher, but for the bravery of men and women who protected us. But now we know. We know the bravery of people like Officer Goodman and all the men and women of the Capitol Police, of the custodians who, with pride and a sense of duty in their work, cleaned up shattered glass, splintered wood, and blood-stained floors. We know the sacrifice of life and limb. We know what Donald Trump did. We know what he failed to do. Though it is difficult to bear witness and face the reality of what happened in these halls, what happens if we don't confront these facts? What happens if there is no accountability. For those who say we need to get past this, we need to come together, we need to unify. If we don't set this right and call it what it was, the highest of constitutional crimes by the President of the United States, the past will not be past. The past will become our future for my grandchildren and for their children. Senators, we are in a dialogue with history, a conversation with our past, with a hope for our future. 234 years from now, it may be that no one person here among us is remembered. And yet, what we do here, what is being asked of each of us here in this moment, will be remembered. History has found us. I ask that you not look the other way.
I'd now like to bring up Mr. Neguse.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, there's an old quote from Henry Clay, son of Kentucky, that courtesies of a small and trivial character are the ones that strike deepest in the grateful and appreciating heart. I want to say on behalf of all the House managers, we are very grateful for the courtesies that you've extended to us and to President's counsel during the course of this trial. You've heard my colleague, Manager Dean, go through the overwhelming evidence that makes clear that President Trump must be convicted and disqualified for his high crime. I'm not going to repeat that evidence. It speaks for itself. Earlier in this trial, you might recall a few days ago that I mentioned my expectation that President Trump's lawyers might do everything they could to avoid discussing the facts of this case. And I can understand why. I mean, the evidence that all of us presented, that Manager Dean just summarized, is pretty devastating. And so rather than address it, the President has offered up distractions, excuses, anything but actually trying to defend against the facts. They said things like, President Trump is now a private citizen, so the criminal justice system can deal with him, or that we haven't set a clear standard for incitement. They talked a lot about due process, and that all politicians say words like fight. I'd like to take a minute to explain why each of those distractions are precisely that, distractions, and why they do not prevent in any way the Senate from convicting President Trump. Number one, every president is one day a private citizen again. So, I mean, the argument that because President Trump has left office, he shouldn't be impeached for conduct committed while he was in office doesn't make sense. I mean, why would the Constitution include the impeachment power at all if the criminal justice system serves as a suitable alternative once a president leaves office? It wouldn't. Impeachment is a remedy separate and apart from the criminal justice system, and for good reason. The presidency, I mean, it comes with special powers, extraordinary powers, not bestowed on ordinary citizens. And if those powers are abused, they can cause great damage to our country, and they have to be dealt with in a separate forum. This forum. And it would be unwise to suggest that going forward, the only appropriate response to constitutional offenses committed by a president are criminal charges when the president returns to private life. That's not the kind of political system any of us want. and it's not the kind of constitutional system the framers intended. Second, it is true we haven't cited criminal statutes establishing elements of incitement because, again, this isn't a criminal trial. It's not a criminal case. President Trump is charged with a constitutional offense, and you are tasked with determining whether or not he committed that high crime as understood by our framers. So the relevant question, which President Trump's lawyers would have you ignore, is would our framers have considered a president inciting a violent mob to attack our government while seeking to stop the certification of our elections? Would they have considered that an impeachable offense? Who among us really thinks the answer to that question is no? Third, due process. So, just to be absolutely clear, the House, with the sole power of impeachment, determines what the process looks like in the House, and the Senate does the same for the trial. During this trial, the president has counsel. They've argued very vigorously on his behalf. We had a full presentation of evidence, adversarial presentations, motions. The president was invited to testify. He declined. The president was invited to provide exculpatory evidence. He declined. You can't claim there's no due process when you won't participate in the process. And we know this case isn't one that requires a complicated legal analysis. You lived it. The managers and I, we lived it. Our country lived it. The president, in public view, right out in the open, incited a violent mob. A mob that temporarily, at least, stopped us from certifying an election. If there were ever an exigent circumstance, this is it. Number 4, we all know that President Trump's defense, as we predicted, spent a lot of time, a whole lot of time, comparing his conduct to other politicians, using words like fight. And of course, you saw the hours of video. As I said on Thursday, we trust you to know the difference, because what you will not find in those video montages that they showed you is any of those speeches, those remarks culminating in a violent insurrection on our nation's capital. That's the difference. The president spent months inflaming his supporters to believe that the election had been stolen from him, from them, which was not true. He summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and when the violence erupted, he did nothing to stop it, instead inciting it further. Senators, all of these arguments offered by the president have one fundamental thing in common. One. They have nothing to do with whether or not, factually, whether or not the president incited this attack. They've given you a lot of distractions so they don't have to defend what happened here on that terrible day. And they do that because they believe those distractions are going to work. That you'll ignore the president's conduct instead of confronting it. I think they're wrong. Some of you know this already. I'm the youngest member of our manager team by quite a few years. So perhaps, perhaps I'm a bit naive, but I just don't believe that. I really don't. I don't believe their effort is going to work. And here is why. Because I know what this body is capable of. I may not have witnessed it, but I've read about it in the history books. I've seen the C-SPAN footage, archives, sometimes watched them for hours. And yes, I've actually done that. And the history of our country in those books and in those tapes, the history of this country has been defined right here on this floor. The 13th Amendment, the amendment abolishing slavery, was passed in this very room. In this room, not figuratively, literally, where you all sit and where I stand. In 1964, this body, with the help of senators like John Sherman Cooper and so many others, this body secured passage of the Civil Rights Act. We made the decision to enter World War II from this chamber. We've certainly had our struggles, but we've always risen to the occasion when it mattered the most. Not by ignoring injustice or cowering to bullies and threats, but by doing the right thing, by trying to do the right thing. And that's why so many nations around the world aspire to be like America. They stand up to dictators and autocrats and tyrants because America is a guiding light for them, a North Star. They do so, they look to us because we have been a guiding light, a North Star in these moments. Because the people who sat in your chairs, when confronted with choices that define us, rose to the occasion. I want to offer one more example of a decision made in this room by this body that resonated with me. The first day I stood up in this trial, I mentioned that I was the son of immigrants, like many of you, and many senators graciously approached me after my presentation and asked me where my parents were from. And I told those who asked that my folks were from East Africa. In 1986, this body considered a bill to override President Reagan's veto of legislation imposing sanctions on South Africa during apartheid. Two senators who sit in this room, one Democrat and one Republican, voted to override that veto. That vote was not about gaining political favor. And in fact, it was made despite potentially losing political favor. And I have to imagine that that vote was cast like the decisions before it because there are moments that transcend party politics and that require us to put country above our party because the consequences of not doing so are just too great. Senators, this is one of those moments. Many folks who are watching today's proceedings may not know this, but House members like me and Lead Manager Raskin, our fellow managers, we're not allowed on the Senate floor without express permission. No one is. Certainly the senators are aware of that. This floor is sacred. It's one of the reasons why I, like so many of you, was so offended to see it desecrated by that mob. To see those insurrectionists diminishing and devaluing and disrespecting these hallowed halls that my whole life I have held in such awe. Because of those rules that I just mentioned, this will be the only time I have the privilege to stand before you like this. When the trial's over, I'll go back to being not an impeachment manager, but back to being just a House member. The trial will end, and we'll resume our lives and our work. But for some, there will be no end to the pain of what happened on January 6th. The officers who struggled to recover from the injuries they sustained to protect us, they struggle to recover today. The families who continue to mourn those who they lost on that terrible, tragic day. I was struck yesterday by defense counsel's continued references to hate. One of my favorite quotes of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., it's one that has sustained me during times of adversity, I suspect it sustained some of you, is that I've decided to stick with love, that hate is too great a burden to bear. This trial is not born from hatred. Far from it. It's born from love of country, our country, our desire to maintain it, our desire to see America at its best. And in those moments that I spoke of, Civil Rights Act, so much more, we remember those moments because they helped define and enshrine America at its best. I firmly believe that our certification of the Electoral College votes in the early hours of January 7th, our refusal to let our republic be threatened and taken down by a violent mob, will go down in history as one of those moments too. And I believe that this body can rise to the occasion once again today by convicting President Trump, defending our republic. And the stakes could not be higher. Because the cold, hard truth is that what happened on January 6th can happen again. I fear, like many of you do, that the violence we saw on that terrible day may be just the beginning. We've shown you the ongoing risks, the extremist groups who grow more emboldened every day. Senators, this cannot be the beginning. It can't be the new normal. It has to be the end. And that decision is in your hands.
Mr. President.
Mr. Raskin.
Senators, my daughter Hannah said something to me last night that stopped me cold and brought me up short. Our kids have been very moved by all the victims of the violence, the officers and their families. But Hannah told me last night she felt really sorry for the kid of a man who said goodbye to his children before he left home to come and join Trump's actions. Their father had told them that their dad might not be coming home again and they might never see him again. In other words, he was expecting violence. He might die, as insurrectionists did. And that shook me. Hannah said, how can the president put children and people's families in that situation and then just run away from the whole thing? That shook me. And I was filled with self-reproach because when I first saw the line about, your father going to Washington and you might not see him again, I just thought about it, well, like a prosecutor, like a manager. I thought, what damning evidence that is, that people are expecting lethal violence at a protest called by the President of the United States and saying their final goodbyes to their kids. But Hannah, my dear Hannah, thought of it like a human being. She thought of it, if you'll forgive me, like a patriot. Someone who just lost her brother and doesn't want to see any other kids in America go through that kind of agony and grief. Senators, when I say all three of my kids are better than me, You know that I am not engaged in idle flattery. Maybe some of you feel the same way about your kids. They're literally better people than me. They've got a lot of their mom, Sarah Bloom Raskin, in them, and they're better than me. And Hannah saw through the legality of the situation. She saw through the politics of the situation, all the way to the humanity of the situation, the morality of the situation. That was one of the most patriotic things I ever heard anybody say. The children of the insurrectionists, even the violent and dangerous ones, they're our children too. They are Americans, and we must take care of them and their future. We must recognize and exercise these crimes against our nation, and then we must take care of our people and our children, their hearts and their minds. As Tommy Raskin used to say, it's hard to be human. Many of the Capitol and Metropolitan Police officers and guardsmen and women who were beaten up by the mob also have kids. You remember Officer Fanone, who had a heart attack after being tased and roughed up for hours by the mob, and then begged for his life, telling the insurrectionists that he had 4 daughters. And that just about broke my heart all over again. We talked about this for a long time last night. My kids felt terrible that other kids' fathers and mothers were pulled into this nightmare by a president of the United States. Senators, we proved he betrayed his country. We proved he betrayed his Constitution. We proved he betrayed his oath of office. The startling thing to recognize now is that he is even betraying the mob. He told them he would march with them, and he didn't. They believed the president was right there with them somewhere in the crowd, fighting the fantasy conspiracy to steal the election and steal their country away from them. They thought they were one big team working together. He told them their great journey together was just beginning, and now there are hundreds of criminal prosecutions getting going all over the country. People getting set to say goodbye to members of their family. And the president who contacted them, solicited them, lured them, invited them, incited them, that president has suddenly gone quiet and dark. Nowhere to be found. He cannot be troubled to come here to tell us what happened and tell us why this was the patriotic and the constitutional thing to do. Senators, this trial in the final analysis is not about Donald Trump. The country and the world know who Donald Trump is. This trial is about who we are. Who we are. My friend Dar Williams says that sometimes the truth is like a second chance. We've got a chance here with the truth. Do we still believe in the separation of powers? President Trump tried to sideline or run over every other branch of government, thwart the will of the people at the state level, usurp the people's choice for president. This case is about whether our country demands a peaceful, nonviolent transfer of power to guarantee the sovereignty of the people. Are we going to defend the people who defend us? Not just honor them with medals, as you rightfully did yesterday, but actually back them up against savage, barbaric, insurrectionary violence? Will we restore the honor of our capital and the people who work here? Will we be a democratic nation that the world looks to for understanding democratic values and practices and constitutional government and the rights of women and men? Will the Senate condone the President of the United States inciting a violent attack on our chambers, our offices, our staff, and the officers who protect us? When you see the footage of Officer Hodges stuck in the doorway, literally being tortured by the mob, if government did that to you, that would be torture. And when you see that footage, and he's shouting in agony for his dear life, it's almost unwatchable. When the Vice President of the United States escapes a violent mob that's entered this Capitol building, seeking to hang him and calling out, "Traitor, traitor, traitor," and when they shut down the counting of the Electoral College votes, is this the future you imagine for our kids? Is it totally appropriate, as we've been told? Or as Representative Cheney said, is it the greatest betrayal of the presidential oath of office in the history of our country? And if we can't handle this together as a people, all of us, forgetting the lines of party and ideology and geography and all of those things, if we can't handle this, how are we ever going to conquer the other crises of our day? Is this America? Is this what we want to bequeath to our children and our grandchildren? I was never a great Sunday school student. Actually, I was pretty truant most of the time. But one line always stuck with me from the book of Exodus as both beautiful and haunting, even as a kid, after I asked what the words meant. "Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil." Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. The officer who got called the N-word 15 times and spent hours with his colleagues battling insurrectionists who had metal poles and baseball bats and hockey sticks, bear spray, and Confederate battle flags posed the right question to the Senate and to all of us. Is this America? Dear senators, that's going to be up to you now. In whatever committees and subcommittees you're on, whatever you came to Washington to do, to work on, from defense to agriculture to energy to aerospace to healthcare, this is almost certainly how you will be remembered by history. That might not be fair. It really might not be fair, but none of us can escape the demands of history and destiny right now. Our reputations and our legacy will be inextricably intertwined with what we do here and with how you exercise your oath to do impartial justice. Impartial justice. I know and I trust you will do impartial justice, driven by your meticulous attention to the overwhelming facts of the case and your love for our Constitution, which I know dwells in your heart. The times have found us, said Tom Paine, the namesake of my son. The times have found us. Is this America? What kind of America will we be? It's now literally in your hands. Godspeed to the Senate of the United States. We reserve any remaining time.
The House is reserved 28 minutes.
Proceed.
And this,
I'm talking,
with that,
and it will not be so
here
long.
comes the defense. Here
And
comes the
before
defense,
I start my prepared
President Trump's
closing, I
defense
really want
lawyers
to clean
with
up
their
a
response.
few things from the mess that was the closing of the House managers. I do not want to ruin my closing because I think the ending's pretty good. What they didn't, they started off by misstating the law, and they started off by misstating the intent of our stipulation. What we did today was stipulate to an article that was published in a magazine. Apparently they've had for weeks, according to the documents they produced today, but for some reason this morning popped up with it. The stipulation was that they can put that in. We did not stipulate to its contents for truthfulness. And they tried to portray that in their closing as the stipulation. The stipulation was read into the record. The proponents of that conversation, the real ones, have denied its content, its veracity. With respect to, and I'm not going to talk much about the tortured analysis of our arson laws that started off, or the truly sideways analogies that were used with fires. What I do want to talk about, though, is the doctoring of evidence. First of all, they sent us their evidence on Tuesday the 9th at 2:32 p.m. by email. I was in this room trying the case already when they sent their evidence. Due process. They used evidence that was flat wrong 2 or 3 nights ago with Senator Lee and had to withdraw it. They tried to use it again today. They tried to use evidence that they had never presented in the case in their closing argument. That is a very desperate attempt by a prosecuting team, 9 of them, by a prosecuting team that knew that their case has collapsed. Their closing did not mention one piece of law. They didn't talk about the Constitution once. They didn't talk about the First Amendment and its application. They didn't talk about due process and how it applies to this proceeding for my client. Basic rule of any court is that when you close a case out, you close on the facts that were admitted in the trial. It's a basic, fundamental principle of due process and fairness. And that was violently breached today on multiple occasions. And you have to ask yourself, why? Why did they resort to those tactics at this moment in time? Senators, good afternoon, Mr. President. What took place here at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th was a grave tragedy. Over the course of this trial, you have heard no one on either side of this debate argue that the infiltration of the Capitol was anything less than a heinous act on the home of American democracy. All of us, starting with my client, are deeply disturbed by the graphic videos of the Capitol attack that have been shown in recent days. The entire team condemned and have repeatedly condemned the violence and law-breaking that occurred on January 6th in the strongest possible terms. We've advocated that everybody be found, punished to the maximum extent of the law. Yet the question before us is not whether there was a violent insurrection of the Capitol. On that point, everyone agrees. Based on the explicit text of the House impeachment article, this trial is about whether Mr. Trump willfully engaged in incitement of violence and even insurrection against the United States. And that question they have posed in their article impeachment has to be set up against the law of this country. No matter how much truly horrifying footage we see of the conduct of the rioters and how much emotion has been injected into this trial, that does not change the fact that Mr. Trump is innocent of the charges against him. Despite all of the video played, at no point in their presentation did you hear the House managers play a single example of Mr. Trump urging anyone to engage in violence of any kind. At no point did you hear anything that could ever possibly be construed as Mr. Trump encouraging or sanctioning an insurrection. Senators, you did not hear those tapes because they do not exist, because the act of incitement never happened. He engaged in no language of incitement whatsoever on January 6th or any other day following the election. No unbiased person honestly reviewing the transcript of Mr. Trump's speech on the ellipse could possibly believe that he was suggesting violence. He explicitly told the crowd that he expected the protest outside the Capitol to be peaceful and patriotic. They claim that's not enough. His entire premise was that the proceedings of the joint session should continue. He spent nearly the entire speech talking about how he believes the senators and members of Congress should vote on the matter. It's the words. The Supreme Court ruled in Brandenburg that there is a very clear standard for incitement. In short, you have to look at the words themselves. The words have to either explicitly or implicitly call for lawlessness or violence. Whether the speech, you have to determine whether the speech was intended to provoke the lawlessness and whether the violence was the likely result of the word itself. They fail on all three prongs. The false and defamatory claim that Mr. Trump gave a speech encouraging his supporters to go attack the Capitol has been repeated so often, uncritically, without any examination of the underlying facts that the Americans listening at home were probably surprised to learn it's not true. Furthermore, some of the people in this room followed Mr. Trump's statements and tweets in the weeks leading up to January 6th very closely. We know that he was not trying to foment an insurrection during the time because no one, from the Speaker of the House to the mayor of Washington, D.C., behaved in a fashion consistent with the belief that violence was being advocated for. Mr. Trump did not spend the weeks prior to January 6th inciting violence. He spent those weeks pursuing his election challenge through the court system and other legal procedures exactly as the Constitution and the Congress prescribe. To believe, based on the evidence you have seen, that Mr. Trump actually wanted and indeed willfully incited an armed insurrection to overthrow the U.S. government would be absurd. The gathering on January 6th was supposed to be an entirely peaceful event. Thousands and thousands of people, including Mr. Trump, showed up that day with that intention. A small percentage, a small fraction of those people then engaged in truly horrible behavior, but as we now know, that those actors were pre-planned and premeditated and acted even before the speech was completed, to which is the basis of the article of impeachment. It was pre-planned and premeditated by fringe left and right groups. They hijacked the event for their own purposes. The House manager's false narrative is a brazenly dishonest attempt to smear, to cancel constitutional cancel culture, their number one political opponent, taking neutral statements, commonplace political rhetoric, removing words and facts from context, and ascribing to them the most sinister and malevolent intentions possible. Their story was based not on evidence, but on the sheer personal and political animus. The flimsy theory of incitement you heard from the House managers could be used to impeach, indict, or expel countless other political leaders. Many leading figures in other parties have engaged in far more incendiary and dangerous rhetoric. And we played some of it. I'm not going to replay it. I'm not going to replay you the words. You all saw the evidence. I'm not going to replay you mob scenes. I don't want to give those people another platform, any more view from the American people as to what they did. They should be canceled. Democrat politicians spent months prior to January 6th attacking the very legitimacy of our nation's most cherished institutions and traditions. They didn't just question the integrity of one election, they challenged the integrity of our entire nation. Everything from our founding fathers, our Constitution, Declaration of Independence, law enforcement officers, and United States military. They said that our society was rooted in hatred. They even said that America deserved, and I'll quote, a reckoning. As you heard yesterday, throughout the summer, Democrat leaders, including the current president and vice president, repeatedly made comments that provided moral comfort to mobs attacking police officers. During that time, many officers across the country were injured. As we all know, 2 sheriff's deputies in Los Angeles were ambushed and shot at point-blank range. Members of this very body have been in danger. Senators from Maine to Kentucky and most points in between have been harassed by mobs. Last August, a menacing left-wing mob swarmed Senator Rand Paul and his wife as they left the White House, and they had to be rescued by police. For months, our federal courthouse in Portland was placed under siege by violent anarchists who attacked law enforcement officers daily and repeatedly and tried to set fire to the building. Speaker Pelosi did not call the violent siege of the federal building an insurrection. She called the federal agents protecting the courthouse stormtroopers. The White House complex was besieged by mobs that threw bricks, rocks, and bottles at Secret Service agents, set fire to an historic structure, and breached a security fence to infiltrate the Treasury grounds. When my client's administration sent in the National Guard to secure the nation's capital city amidst the violence, Democrat leaders demanded that the forces be withdrawn. The Washington, D.C. mayor said the presence of the National Guard was an affront to the safety of the district. It must be fully investigated whether political leadership here in Washington, D.C. took an inadequate and irresponsible forced posture on January 6th because of their commitment to the false narrative of what happened last June. Hopefully, we can all now agree that the administration acted properly by taking action to stop a riotous mob, establishing an appropriate security perimeter, and prevent the White House from potentially being overrun. The House managers argued this week that an alleged brief delay in issuing a public statement from Mr. Trump on January 6th was somehow evidence that he committed incitement or supported the violence. Yet for months last year, Joe Biden, Vice President Harris, and countless of other Democrats repeatedly refused to condemn the extremism as riots were occurring daily, as businesses were being ramshackled, as neighborhoods were being burned, as bombs were exploding. They repeatedly refused to tell their violent supporters to stand down. Some even suggested that the mob's actions were justified. Vice President Harris literally urged her followers to donate money to a fund to bail out the violent, extreme rioters so that they could get out and continue to do it over and over again. She later said that those folks were not going to let up and that they should not. All of this was far closer to the actual definition of incitement than anything President Trump has ever said or done, never mind what he said on the 6th. It's a hypocrisy. It's a hypocrisy that the House managers have laid at the feet of this chamber. The House managers suggested in this recent history is irrelevant to the current proceedings. But not only is Democrats' behavior surrounding last year's riots highly relevant as precedent, and not only does it reveal the dishonesty and insincerity of this entire endeavor, it also provides crucial context that should inform our understanding of the events that took place on January 6th. Many of the people who infiltrated the Capitol took pictures of themselves and posted them on social media. To some, it seems, they thought that it was all a game. They apparently believed that violent mobs, destruction of property, rioting, assaulting police, and vandalizing historic treasures was somehow now acceptable in the United States. Where might they have gotten that idea? I would suggest to you that it was not from Mr. Trump. It was not Mr. Trump. It was not anyone in the Republican Party that spent the 6 months immediately prior to the Capitol assault giving rhetorical aid and comfort to mobs, making excuses for rioters, celebrating radicalism, and explaining that angry, frustrated, and marginalized people were entitled to blow off steam like that. Let me be very clear. There can be no excuse for the depraved actions of the rioters here at the Capitol or anywhere else across this country. 100% of those guilty of committing crimes deserve lengthy prison sentences for their shameful and depraved conduct. But this trial has raised the question about words, actions, and consequences. As a nation, we must ask ourselves, how did we arrive at this place where rioting and pillaging would become commonplace? I submit to you that it was month after month of political leaders and media personalities bloodthirsty for ratings, glorifying civil unrest, and condemning the reasonable law enforcement measures that are required to quell violent mobs. Hopefully, we can all leave this chamber in uniform agreement that all rioting is bad, and that law enforcement deserves our respect and support. That has been Mr. Trump's position from the very beginning. The real question in this case is, who is ultimately responsible for such acts of mayhem and violence when they are committed? The House Democrats want two different standards, one for themselves and one for their political opposition. They have carried out a grossly unconstitutional effort to punish Mr. Trump for protected First Amendment speech. It's an egregious violation of his constitutional rights. Since he uttered not a single word encouraging violence, this action can only be seen as an effort to censor disfavored political speech and discriminate against a disapproved viewpoint. It is an unprecedented action with the potential to do grave and lasting damage to both the presidency and the separation of powers and the future of democratic self-government. Yesterday, we played you a video of countless Democrat members of the Senate urging their supporters to fight. We showed you those videos not because we think you should be forcibly removed from office for saying those things, but because we know you should not be forcibly removed from office for saying those things. But recognize the hypocrisy. Yesterday in questioning, House Manager Raskin admitted that the House Democrats had invented an entirely new legal standard. In fact, they've created a new legal theory, the Raskin Doctrine. The Raskin Doctrine is based on nothing more than determining protected speech based on the party label next to your name. Regardless of what you have heard or what you have seen from the House managers, if you pay close attention, you will see that any speech made by Democrat elected officials is protected speech, while any speech made by Republican elected officials is not protected. The creation of the Raskin Doctrine actually reveals the weakness of the House manager's case. Elected officials, and we reviewed this in depth yesterday, under Supreme Court precedent, Wood and Bond, and by the way, Bond didn't burn his draft card. He actually still had it. It was part of his defense. But in Bond and in Wood, the court clearly directed all to know that elected officials hold the highest protections of speech, the highest protections. And I remind you why. Because you all need to be free to have robust political discussion, because your discussion is about how our lives are going to go. And that shouldn't be squelched by any political party on either side of the aisle, no matter who's the majority party at the time. Why would the House managers make up their own legal standard? I'll tell you why. Because they know they cannot satisfy the existing constitutional standard set forth by the United States Supreme Court that has existed for more than half a century. They argue Mr. Trump, as an elected official, has no First Amendment rights. It's the complete opposite of the law. We've shown you without contradiction that is wrong. They also know that they cannot satisfy the three-part test of Brandenburg, as elucidated in the Bible Believers case. There was absolutely no evidence that Mr. Trump's words were directed to inciting imminent lawless action. There was no evidence that Mr. Trump intended his words to incite violence, and the violence was pre-planned and premeditated by a group of lawless actors who must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, but it proves that his words weren't what set this into motion. What was the incitement? With no ability and no evidence to satisfy the existing constitutional standards, what are the House managers to do? They had to make up their own law. This is not only intellectually dishonest, folks, it's downright scary. What type of precedent would be set if the Senate did vote to convict? Can Congress now ignore Supreme Court precedent on the contours of protected free speech? Will Congress be permitted to continually make up their own legal standards and apply those new standards to elected officials' speech? This would allow Congress to use the awesome impeachment power as a weapon to impeach their fellow colleagues in the opposing party. This is not a precedent that this Senate can set here today. If the Senate endorses the House Democrats' absurd new theory, you will set a precedent that will trouble leaders from both parties, literally, for centuries to come. But that will not be the only disgraceful precedent to come from this case. This has been perhaps the most unfair and flagrantly unconstitutional proceeding in the history of the United States Senate. For the first time in history, Congress has asserted the right to try and punish a former president who is a private citizen. Nowhere in the Constitution is the power enumerated or implied. Congress has no authority, no right, and no business holding a trial of Citizen Trump, let alone a trial to deprive him of fundamental civil rights. There was mention of a January exception argument. The January exception argument is a creation of the House manager's own conduct by delaying. They sat on the article. They could have tried the president while he was still in office if they really believed he was an imminent threat. They didn't. The January exception is a red herring. It's nonsense. Because federal, state, and local authorities can investigate. Their January exception always expires on January 20th. House Democrats and this deeply unfair trial have shamefully trampled every tradition, norm, and standard of due process in a way I've never, ever seen before. Mr. Trump was given no right to review the so-called evidence against him at trial. He was given no opportunity to question its propriety. He was given no chance to engage in fact-finding. Much of what was introduced by the House was unverified, second or third-hand reporting cribbed from a biased news media, including stories based on anonymous sources whose identities aren't even known to them, never mind my client. They manufactured and doctored evidence, so much so that they had to withdraw it. We had the evidence after we started the trial. They went on for 2 days. So in the evening, I was able to go back and take a really close look at the stuff. Myself and Mr. Castor and Ms. Bateman and Mr. Brennan, we all worked hard and looked at the evidence, 4 volumes of books in little tiny print. And we literally had, 12, 14 hours to really look at the evidence before we had to go on. And just in that short time of looking at the evidence, we saw them fabricating Twitter accounts. We saw the masked man sitting at his desk with the New York Times there. And when we looked closely, we found that the date was wrong, the check had been added. They fabricated evidence. They made it up. They never addressed that in their closing, as though it were acceptable, as though it were all right, as though that's the way it should be done here in the Senate of the United States of America. Fraud, flat out, fraud. Where I come from, in the courts that I practice in, there are very harsh repercussions for what they pulled in this trial. As we have shown, the House managers were caught creating false representations of tweets, manipulating videos, and introducing into the record completely discredited lies such as the Fine People hoax as factual evidence. Most of what the House managers have said and shown you would be inadmissible in any respectable court of law. They were not trying a case. They were telling a political tale, a fable, and a patently false one at that. House Democrats have denied due process and rushed the impeachment because they know that a fair trial would reveal Mr. Trump's innocence of the charges against him. The more actual evidence that comes out, the clearer it is that this was a pre-planned and premeditated attack, which his language in no way incited. Because their case is so weak, the House managers have taken a kitchen sink approach to the supposedly single article of impeachment. They allege that Mr. Trump incited the January 6th violence. They allege that he abused power by attempting to pressure Georgia Secretary of State Raffensperger to undermine the results of the 2020 election. And they allege that he gravely and endangered the democratic system by interfering with the peaceful transition of power. There's at least three things there. Under the Senate rules, each of these allegations must have been alleged in a separate article of impeachment. I need not remind this chamber that Rule 23 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials provides, in pertinent part, that an article of impeachment shall not be divisible thereon. Why is that? Because the article at issue here alleges multiple wrongs in the single article, it would be impossible to know if 2/3 of the members agreed on the entire article or just on parts of it as the basis for a vote to convict. Based on this alone, the Senate must vote to acquit Mr. Trump. You got to at least obey your own rules if it's not the Constitution you're going to obey. In short, this impeachment has been a complete charade from beginning to end. The entire spectacle has been nothing but the unhinged pursuit of a long-standing political vendetta against Mr. Trump by the opposition party. As we have shown, Democrats were obsessed with impeaching Mr. Trump from the very beginning of his term. The House Democrats tried to impeach him in his first year. They tried to impeach him in his second year. They did impeach him in his third year, and they impeached him again in his fourth year. And now they have conducted a phony impeachment show trial when he is a private citizen out of office. This hastily orchestrated and unconstitutional circus is the House Democrats' final desperate attempt to accomplish their obsessive desire of the last 5 years. Since the moment he stepped into the political arena, since my client stepped in, they have been possessed by an overwhelming zeal to vanquish an independent-minded outsider from the midst and to shame, demean, silence, and demonize his supporters in the desperate hope that they will never, ever pose an electoral challenge. We heard one of the congressmen on the screen. If you don't impeach him, he might be elected again. That's the fear. That's what's driving this impeachment. When you deliberate over your decision, there are 4 distinct grounds under which you must acquit my client. First is jurisdiction. There is no jurisdiction. And if you believe that, you still get to say it. 2, Rule 23. It had to be divisible. Each allegation had to be singularly set out in front of you so it could be voted on and to see if 2/3 of you think that they proved that case or not. They didn't do that. You got to ask yourself why. They know the Senate rules. They got them, and so did I. Why'd they do it? Because they hadn't investigated, first of all. But also, what they found out as they were preparing all of this, they couldn't do it. So if they threw as much in as they could and made as many bold, bald allegations as they could, then maybe 2/3 of you would fall for it. That's why the rules don't allow it to go that way. Due process, I've exhausted that subject. It's a really good reason for all of you in this chamber, to stop the politics, to read the Constitution and apply it to this proceeding, and acknowledge that the lack of due process, way over the top, shocking, and you must not stand for it. And of course, the First Amendment, the actual facts of this case. There were no words of incitement. 4 grounds. Nobody gets to tell you which ground to pick, and nobody gets to tell you how many grounds to consider. Senators, do not let House Democrats take this manacle crusade any further. The Senate does not have to go down this dark path of enmity and division. You do not have to indulge the impeachment lust, the dishonesty, and the hypocrisy. It is time to bring this unconstitutional political theater to an end. It is time to allow our nation to move forward. It is time to address the real business pressing this nation: the pandemic, our economy, racial inequality, economic and social inequality. These are the things that you need to be thinking and working on for all of us in America. All of us. With your vote, you can defend the Constitution, you can protect due process, and you can allow America's healing to begin. I urge the Senate to acquit and vindicate the Constitution of this great republic. Thank you.
Who yields time?
That appears to be the end of the closing argument from the president's defense, but more remarks coming now from the House managers.
I understand, I'm told we have around 27 minutes, but I will return all of that, but perhaps 5 back to you. There's just a few things that I need to address. And so in an extraordinary and perhaps unprecedented act of self-restraint on my part, I will resist the opportunity to rebut every single false and illogical thing that you just heard. And I am going to be able to return to you, perhaps 22 or 23 minutes. Few points. One, we have definitely made some progress in the last few days, because a few days ago, the president's team, although I think it was perhaps a member who has since left the team, lectured us that this was not an insurrection and said that the impeachment managers were outrageous in using the word insurrection. Today, counsel in his closing statement said it was a violent insurrection, and he denounced it. And I would certainly love to see President Trump also call it a violent insurrection and denounce it too. And I believe, although I don't have a verbatim text, that counsel called for long sentences for the people who were involved. Again, I would love to hear that come from the president as well. The distinguished counsel complains that there's no precedent with the developed body of law that the Senate has for impeaching and convicting a president who incites violent insurrection against the Congress and the government of the United States. Well, I suppose that's true because it never occurred to any other president of the United States, from George Washington to John Adams to Thomas Jefferson to James Madison to James Monroe to Abraham Lincoln to Ronald Reagan, to George W. Bush, to Barack Obama, to incite a violent insurrection against the Union. You're right, we've got no precedent for that. And so they think that that somehow is a mark in their favor. That's a score for them, that this Senate has to be the first one to define incitement of violent insurrection against the Union. And so the gentleman puts it on me. He says, inciting a president for committing incitement to violent insurrection against the Union is the new Raskin doctrine. We've tried to convince him that there are well-known principles and elements of incitement which we have talked to you about ad nauseum, and that this is an intrinsically, inherently fact-based judgment. But if that is the Raskin doctrine, that a president of the United States cannot incite violent insurrection against the Union and the Congress, then I embrace it, and I take it as an honor. Most law professors never even get a doctrine named after them. So I will accept that. And finally, the counsel goes back to Julian Bond's case, because I think in the final analysis, their best argument, as pathetically weak as it is really about the First Amendment. But remember, they keep talking about stifling President Trump's speech. Someone tell me when his speech has ever been stifled. He says exactly what he wants, whenever he wants. If and when you convict him for incitement of insurrection, he will continue to say whatever he wants on that day. Remember, they referred yesterday to interference with his liberty, which I found absolutely bizarre, because everybody knows that he will not spend 1 minute in prison or jail from conviction on these charges. It is a civil remedy to protect all of us, to protect the entire country, our children, our Constitution, our future. That's what impeachment, trial, conviction are all about. Julian Bond. See, I knew Julian Bond, so forgive me. Most people say, don't even respond to this stuff. I got to respond to this, okay? Julian Bond was a civil rights activist who decided to go into politics, like the people in this room, like all of us who are in politics. And they tried to keep him out. He was a member of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which really launched the voting rights movement in America. It's a great story that Bob Moses tells in his book called Radical Equations about, he was a graduate student in mathematics at Harvard, and he went down to Mississippi. You know why? Because he saw a picture in the New York Times of black civil rights protesters, college students, I think in North Carolina, AT&T, and he saw a picture of them on the cover of the New York Times, and they were sitting in at a lunch counter, and he looked at the picture and he said, they looked the way that I felt. They looked the way that I felt. And he said he had to go down south to Mississippi. And they launched the voting rights movement. That's where the phrase one person, one vote comes from. It was not invented by the Supreme Court. They would go door to door to try to register people to vote. But anyway, Julian Bond was part of that movement. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, nonviolence. It was the end and it was the means, nonviolence. And he ran for the state legislature in Georgia, a path other civil rights activists followed, like our great, late, beloved colleague, John Lewis, who's in our hearts today. And when he got elected, they wanted to try to keep him from being sworn into the Georgia legislature. And so they said, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee is taking a position against the Vietnam War. You're a member of SNCC. We're not going to admit you because you took a position against the Vietnam War. And the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, said you cannot prevent someone from swearing an oath to become a member of a legislative body because of a position that they took or a group they were a part of took before they got sworn in. That's the exact opposite of Donald Trump. He got elected to office. He swore an oath to the Constitution to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. He served as president for 4 years, right up until the end, when he wanted to exercise his rights under the imaginary January exception, and he incited a violent mob in insurrection to come up here, and we all know what happened. He is being impeached and convicted for violating his oath of office that he took. He's not being prevented from taking his oath in the first place. The First Amendment's on our side. He tried to overturn the will of the people, the voice of the people. He lost that election by more than 7 million votes. Some people don't want to admit it. Counsel for the president could not bring themselves to admit that the election's over. In answer to the question from the distinguished gentleman from Vermont, he refused to answer that. He said it was irrelevant, despite all of the evidence you've heard about the big lie and how that set the stage for his incitement of the insurrectionary violence against us. First Amendment is on our side. We are defending the Bill of Rights. We are defending the constitutional structure. We are defending the separation of powers. We're defending the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House against a president who acted no better than a marauder and a member of that mob by inciting those people to come here. And in many ways, he was worse. He named the date, he named the time, and he brought them here, and now he must pay the price. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Raskin.
Mr. President.
The majority leader is recognized.
Mr. President, the Senate is now ready to vote on the article of impeachment. And after that is done, we will adjourn the court of impeachment.
The clerk will read the article of impeachment.
And so in less than the time they were allotted, the House managers and former President Trump's defense team have finished their closing arguments, vigorous statements on both sides, much shorter statement coming from the defense team, but now the Senate prepares to vote. And right now we're going to hear the clerk read the article itself, the article of impeachment. After that, the vote will begin. It will be a voice
incitement of an insurrection.
vote. Let's listen.
Senate will be in order.
The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Further, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution prohibits any person who has engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States from holding any office under the United States. In his conduct while President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath, faithfully to execute the office of the President of the United States and, to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald John Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors by inciting violence against the government of the United States in that, on January 6, 2021, pursuant to the 12th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, the House of Representatives, and the Senate met at the United States Capitol for a joint session of Congress to count the votes of the Electoral College. In the months preceding the joint session, President Trump repeatedly issued false statements asserting that the presidential election results were the product of widespread fraud and should not be accepted by the American people or certified by state or federal officials. Shortly before the joint session commenced, President Trump addressed a crowd at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C. There he reiterated false claims that we won't We won this election, and we won it by a landslide. He also willfully made statements that in context encouraged and foreseeably resulted in lawless action at the Capitol, such as, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Thus incited by President Trump, members of the crowd he had addressed in an attempt to, among other objectives, interfere with the joint session's solemn constitutional duty to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election, unlawfully breached and vandalized the Capitol, injured and killed law enforcement personnel, menaced members of Congress, the Vice President, and congressional personnel, and engaged in other violent, deadly, destructive, and seditious acts. President Trump's conduct on January 6, 2021, followed his prior efforts to subvert and obstruct the certification of the results of the 2020 presidential election. Those prior efforts included a phone call on January 2, 2021, during which President Trump urged the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, to find enough votes to overturn the Georgia presidential election results and threatened security Raffensperger if he failed to do so. In all this, President Trump gravely endangered the security of the United States and its institutions of government. He threatened the integrity of the democratic system, interfered with the peaceful transition of power, and imperiled a co-equal branch of government. He therefore betrayed his trust as president to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to national security, democracy, and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-government and the rule of law. Donald John Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States, and demand that you, the said Donald John Trump, should be put to answer the accusations as set forth in this article, and that such proceedings, examinations, trials, and judgments might be thereupon had as are agreeable to law and justice.
Each senator, when his or her name is called, will stand in his or her place, and they'll vote guilty or not guilty as required by Rule 23 of the Senate Rules of Impeachment. Article 1, Section 3, Clause 6 of the Constitution, regarding the vote required for conviction on impeachment, provides that, quote, no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present, close quote. The question is on the article of impeachment. Senators, how say you? Is the respondent Donald John Trump guilty or not guilty? A roll call vote is required, and the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Guilty. Ms. Baldwin, guilty. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, not guilty. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, guilty. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, not guilty. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Blumenthal, guilty. Mr. Blunt. Not guilty. Mr. Blunt, not guilty. Mr. Booker. Guilty. Mr. Booker, guilty. Mr. Bozeman. Not guilty. Mr. Bozeman, not guilty. Mr. Braun. Not guilty. Mr. Braun, not guilty. Mr. Brown. Guilty. Mr. Brown, guilty. Mr. Burr. Guilty. Mr. Burr, guilty. Ms. Cantwell. Guilty. Ms. Cantwell, guilty. Mrs. Capito. Not guilty. Mrs. Capito, not guilty. Mr. Cardin. Guilty. Mr. Cardin, guilty. Mr. Carper. Guilty. Mr. Carper, guilty. Mr. Casey. Guilty. Mr. Casey, guilty. Mr. Cassidy. Guilty. Mr. Cassidy, Guilty. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. Guilty. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. Guilty. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn. Not guilty. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto. Guilty. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton. Not guilty. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer. Not guilty. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo. Not guilty. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz. Not guilty. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines. Not guilty. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth. Guilty. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin. Guilty. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst. Not guilty. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein. Guilty. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher. Not guilty. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand. Guilty. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Not guilty. Mr. Grassley.
Not guilty.
Mr. Grassley. Not guilty. Mr. Haggerty.
Not guilty.
Mr. Haggerty. Not guilty. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan. Guilty. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley. Not guilty. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich. Guilty. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper. Guilty. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono. Guilty. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven. Not guilty. Mrs. Hyde-Smith.
Not guilty.
Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Not guilty. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe. Not guilty. Mr. Johnson.
Not guilty.
Mr. Johnson. Not guilty. Mr. Kane.
Guilty.
Mr. Kane. Guilty. Mr. Kelly.
Guilty.
Mr. Kelly. Guilty. Mr. Kennedy.
Not guilty.
Mr. Kennedy. Not guilty. Mr. King.
Guilty.
Mr. King. Guilty. Ms. Klobuchar.
Guilty.
Ms. Klobuchar. Guilty. Mr. Langford.
Not guilty.
Mr. Langford. Not guilty. Mr. Leahy.
Guilty.
Mr. Leahy. Guilty. Mr. Lee.
Not guilty.
Mr. Lee. Not guilty. Mr. Lujan.
Guilty.
Mr. Lujan. Guilty. Ms. Lummis.
Not guilty.
Ms. Lummis. Not guilty. Mr. Manchin.
Guilty.
Mr. Manchin. Guilty. Mr. Markey.
Guilty.
Mr. Markey. Guilty. Mr. Marshall.
Not guilty.
Mr. Marshall. Not guilty. Mr. McConnell.
Not guilty.
Mr. McConnell. Not guilty. Mr. Menendez.
Guilty.
Mr. Menendez. Guilty. Mr. Merkley.
Guilty.
Mr. Merkley. Guilty. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Not guilty. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski. Guilty. Mr. Murphy.
Guilty.
Mr. Murphy. Guilty. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray. Guilty. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. Guilty. Mr. Padilla.
Guilty.
Mr. Padilla. Guilty. Mr. Paul.
Not guilty.
Mr. Paul. Not guilty. Mr. Peters.
Guilty.
Mr. Peters. Guilty. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, not guilty. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, guilty. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, not guilty. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, guilty. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, guilty. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, not guilty. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, not guilty. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, guilty. Mr. Sasse. Mr. Sasse, guilty. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, guilty. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, guilty. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of Florida, not guilty. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, not guilty. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, guilty. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, not guilty. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Sinema, guilty. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, guilty. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, guilty. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, not guilty. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, guilty. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, not guilty. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, not guilty. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, guilty. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, not guilty. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, guilty. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, guilty. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, guilty. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, guilty. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, guilty. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, not guilty. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, guilty. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, not guilty.
We believe that is 57 votes to convict. Not enough for a conviction, but 7 Republicans joining the Democrats to find former President Trump guilty of inciting insurrection in the building where this vote is taking place.
That's why we have these things. Unless you had a script.
We're waiting for the final vote announcement, but listening carefully, we heard 43 not guilty, 57 guilty. Let's listen.
The yeas are 57. The nays are 43. 2/3 of the senators present not having voted guilty. The Senate adjudges that the respondent, Donald John Trump, former President of the United States, is not guilty as charged in the article of impeachment. The presiding officer directs judgment to be entered in accordance with the judgment of the Senate as follows. The Senate, having tried Donald John Trump, former President of the United States, upon one article of impeachment exhibited against him by the House representatives, and 2/3 of the senators present not having found him guilty of the charge contained therein, it is therefore ordered and adjudged that the said Donald John Trump be, and he is hereby, acquitted of the charge in said article.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. President, I send an order to the desk.
And the clerk will report.
Ordered that the Secretary be directed to communicate to the Secretary of State as provided by Rule 23 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials, and also to the House of Representatives, the judgment of the Senate in the case of Donald John Trump, and transmit a certified copy of the judgment to each.
Without objection, the order will be entered. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate, sitting as a court of impeachment on the article against Donald John Trump, adjourn sine die.
And without objection, the motion is agreed to. The Senate, sitting as a court of impeachment, stands adjourned sine die. And could I have order, please? The presiding officer, the acting sergeant at arms will escort the House managers out of the Senate chamber. And in order.
And at 3:51 in the afternoon on this Saturday, February the 13th, the United States Senate has voted to acquit former President Donald Trump of the charge of impeachment, the charge that he incited the insurrection at the United States Capitol on January the 6th, and by a series of other actions that he took in the preceding months, charging that the election would be fraudulent if he lost, and then after the election charging that it had been fraudulent and that it should be overturned, that it had been stolen. A remarkable day here in the United States Senate. It got underway at 10 o'clock this morning, about almost 6 hours ago. Started out with some drama as the managers called for witnesses, then got back on track. After that was...
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection, so ordered. Does any senator seek recognition? Senator from New York, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, the case of Donald Trump's second impeachment trial was open. Mr. President, can we have order, please?
The senator is right. The Senate is not in order. Senate will be in order. Senate will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
from New York.
The case of Donald Trump's second impeachment trial was open and shut. President Trump told a lie, a big lie, that the election was stolen and that he was the rightful winner. He laid the groundwork for this big lie in the months before the election. He told the big lie on election night, and he repeated the big lie more than 100 times in the weeks afterwards. He summoned his supporters to Washington, assembled them on the ellipse, whipped them into a frenzy, and directed them at the Capitol. And then he watched as the violence unfolded and the Capitol was breached. And his own vice president fled for his life, and President Trump did nothing. None of these facts were up for debate. We saw it, we heard it, we lived it. This was the first presidential impeachment trial in history in which all senators were not only judges and jurors, but witnesses to the constitutional crime that was committed. The former president inspired, directed, and propelled a mob to violently prevent the peaceful transfer of power, subvert the will of the people, and illegally keep that president in power. There is nothing more un-American than that. There is nothing more antithetical to our democracy. There is nothing more insulting to the generations of American patriots who gave their lives to defend our form of government. This was the most egregious violation of the presidential oath of office and a textbook example, a classic example of an impeachable offense worthy of the Constitution's most severe remedy. In response to the incontrovertible fact of Donald Trump's guilt, the Senate was subject to a feeble and sometimes incomprehensible defense of the former president. Unable to dispute the case on the merits, the former president's counsel treated us to partisan vitriol, false equivalence, and outright falsehoods. We heard the roundly debunked jurisdictional argument that the Senate cannot try a former official, a position that would mean that any president could simply resign to avoid accountability for an impeachable offense, a position which in effect would render the Senate powerless to ever enforce the disqualification clause in the Constitution. Essentially, the President's counsel told the Senate that the Constitution was unconstitutional. Thankfully, the Senate took a firm stance, set a firm precedent with a bipartisan vote in favor of our power to try former officials for acts they committed while in office. We heard the preposterous claim that the former president's incitement to violence was protected by the First Amendment. The First Amendment right to free speech protects Americans from jail, not presidents from impeachment. If the president had said during World War II that, quote, Germany should attack the United States on Long Island, we've left it undefended, I suspect Congress would have considered that an impeachable offense. Finally, the defense counsel said that President Trump was not directly responsible for the violence at the Capitol. Quote, his words were merely a metaphor, his directions were merely suggestions, and the violent mob was just a spontaneous demonstration. But wind the clock back and ask yourself, if at any point Donald Trump did not do the things he did, would the attack on the Capitol have happened? There's only one answer to this question. Of course not. If President Trump hadn't told his supporters to march to the Capitol, if he hadn't implored them to come to Washington on January 6th in the first place, if he hadn't repeatedly lied to them that the election was stolen, their country was being taken from them, the attack would not have happened, could not have happened. January 6th would not have happened but for the actions of Donald Trump. Here's what the Republican leader of the Senate said. The mob that perpetrated the, quote, failed insurrection, unquote, was on January 6th was, quote, provoked by President Trump. You want another word for provoke? How about incite? Yet still, the vast majority of the Senate Republican caucus, including the Republican leader, voted to acquit former President Trump, signing their names in the columns of history alongside his name forever. January 6th will live as a day of infamy in the history of the United States of America. The failure to convict Donald Trump will live as a vote of infamy in the history of the United States Senate. 5 years ago, Republican senators lamented what might become of their party if Donald Trump became their presidential nominee and standard bearer. Just look at what has happened. Look at what Republicans have been forced to defend. Look at what Republicans have chosen to forgive. The former president tried to overturn the results of a legitimate election and provoked an assault on our own government. And well over half the Senate Republican conference decided to condone it. The most despicable act that any president has ever committed, and the majority of Republicans cannot summon the courage or the morality to condemn it. This trial wasn't about choosing country over party, even not that. This was about choosing country over Donald Trump. And 43 Republican members chose Trump. They chose Trump. It should be a weight on their conscience today, and it shall be a weight on their conscience in the future. As sad as that fact is, as condemnable as the decision was, it is still true that the final vote on Donald Trump's conviction was the largest and most bipartisan vote of any presidential impeachment trial in American history. I salute those Republican patriots who did the right thing. It wasn't easy. We know that. Let their votes be a message to the American people. Because, my fellow Americans, if this nation is going to long endure, we as a people cannot sanction the former president's Congress. Because if lying about the results of an election is acceptable, if instigating a mob against the government is considered permissible, if encouraging political violence becomes the norm, it will be open season on our democracy. And everything will be up for grabs by whoever has the biggest clubs, the sharpest spears, the most powerful guns. By not recognizing the heinous crime that Donald Trump committed against the Constitution, Republican senators have not only risked, but potentially invited the same danger that was just visited upon us. So let me say this. Despite the results of the vote on Donald Trump's conviction in the court of impeachment, he deserves to be convicted, and I believe he will be convicted in the court of public opinion. He deserves to be permanently discredited, and I believe he has been discredited in the eyes of the American people and in the judgment of history. Even though Republican senators prevented the Senate from disqualifying Donald Trump for any office of honor, trust, or profit under these United States, there is no question Donald Trump has disqualified himself. I hope, I pray, and I believe that the American people will make sure of that. And if Donald Trump ever stands for public office again, and after everything we have seen this week, I hope, I pray, and I believe that he will meet the unambiguous rejection by the American people. 6 hours after the attack on January 6th, after the carnage and mayhem was shown on every television screen in America, President Trump told his supporters to, quote, "Remember this day forever." I ask the American people to heed his words. Remember that day forever, but not for the reasons the former president intended. Remember the panic in the voices over the radio dispatch, the rhythmic pounding of fists and flags at the chamber doors. Remember the crack of a solitary gunshot. Remember the hateful and racist Confederate flags flying through the halls of our Union. Remember the screams of the bloody officer crushed between the onrushing mob and a doorway to the Capitol, his body trapped in the breach. Remember the 3 Capitol police officers who lost their lives. Remember that those rioters actually succeeded in delaying Congress from certifying the election. Remember how close our democracy came to ruin. My fellow Americans, remember that day, January 6th, forever. The final terrible legacy of the 45th President of the United States, and undoubtedly our worst. Let it live on in infamy, a stain on Donald John Trump that can never, never be washed away. Mr. President, on Monday, we'll recognize President's Day. Part of the commemoration in the Senate will be the annual reading of Washington's farewell address. Aside from winning the Revolutionary War, I consider it his greatest contribution to American civil life. And it had nothing to do with the words he spoke, but the example it set. Washington's farewell address established for all time that no one had the right to the office of the presidency, that it belonged to the people. What an amazing legacy. What an amazing gift to the future generations. The knowledge that this country will always be greater than any one person, even our most renowned. That's why members of both parties take turns reading Washington's address once a year in full into the record, to pledge common attachment to the selflessness at the core of our democratic system. This trial was about the final acts of a president who represents the very antithesis.
We are listening to the
our
Senate
first
Majority
president,
Leader Chuck
and
Schumer
sought
of New
to
York,
place one man
both
before the
thank
entire
his
country,
Democratic colleagues but
himself.
condemn his Republican
record
colleagues,
show.
the 43 of them who
Let the
voted
record show.
to acquit
For God,
former
history,
President Trump.
and the solemn
In fact,
oath
he
we swear to
spoke
the
of their
Constitution
having
that there
neither
was
courage
only
nor
one
morality
correct verdict in
to
this trial.
condemn him. And he called
Guilty.
the 7 Republicans who
pray
voted
that
to
while
convict,
justice was not
who
done in
found
this trial,
President Trump guilty.
will be
He called them
carried forward
patriots.
by the
Let's go
American
quickly to our correspondents who've
any
been
of
covering this
us in
entire
this
trial,
chamber
Lisa Desjardins, Yamiche Alcindor. Lisa, I know we're waiting to hear from the Senate Republican leader, Mitch McConnell. We want to go to that when it begins, and maybe it will shortly. But very interesting to see the largest number of members of the opposite party supporting an impeachment conviction of a president, in this case, a former president.
And also a majority of the Senate, I believe for the first time since the 1800s, the majority of the Senate wanted conviction.
Thank you, Lisa. We'll come back to you in a moment. This is Mitch McConnell, who's the Senate Republican
They use
leader.
terrorism to try to stop a specific piece of domestic business they did not like. Fellow Americans beat and bloodied our own police. They stormed the Senate floor. They tried to hunt down the Speaker of the House. They built a gallows and chanted about murdering the Vice President. They did this because they'd been fed wild falsehoods by the most powerful man on earth. Because he was angry he'd lost an election. Former President Trump's actions preceded the riot were a disgraceful dereliction of duty. The House accused the former president of, quote, incitement. That is a specific term from the criminal law. Let me just put that aside for a moment and reiterate something I said weeks ago. There's no question, none, that President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day. No question about it. The people who stormed this building believed they were acting on the wishes and instructions of their president. And having that belief was a foreseeable consequence of the growing crescendo of false statements, conspiracy theories, and reckless hyperbole, which the defeated president kept shouting into the largest megaphone on planet Earth. The issue is not only the president's intemperate language on January 6th. It is not just his endorsement of remarks in which an associate urged, quote, trial by combat. It was also the entire manufactured atmosphere of looming catastrophe, the increasingly wild myths about a reverse landslide election that was somehow being stolen, some secret coup by our now president. Now, I defended the president's right to bring any complaints to our legal system. The legal system spoke. The Electoral College spoke. As I stood up and said clearly at that time, the election was settled. It was over. But that just really opened a new chapter of even wilder, and more unfounded claims. The leader of the free world cannot spend weeks thundering that shadowy forces are stealing our country and then feign surprise when people believe him and do reckless things. Now, sadly, many politicians sometimes make overheated comments or use metaphors. We saw that unhinged listeners might take literally, but that was different. That's different from what we saw. This was an intensifying crescendo of conspiracy theories orchestrated by an outgoing president who seemed determined to either overturn the voters' decision or else torch our institutions on the way out. The unconscionable behavior did not end when the violence actually began. Whatever our ex-president claims he thought might happen that day, whatever reaction he says he meant to produce, by that afternoon, we know he was watching the same live television as the rest of us. A mob was assaulting the Capitol in his name. These criminals were carrying his banners, hanging his flags, and screaming their loyalty to him. It was obvious that only President Trump could end this. He was the only one who could. Former aides publicly begged him to do so. Loyal allies frantically called the administration. The president did not act swiftly. He did not do his job. He didn't take steps so federal law could be faithfully executed and order restored. No. Instead, according to public reports, he watched television happily, as the chaos unfolded. He kept pressing his scheme to overturn the election. Now, even after it was clear to any reasonable observer that Vice President Pence was in serious danger, even as the mob, carrying Trump banners, was beating cops and breaching perimeters, the president sent a further tweet attacking his own vice president. Now, predictably and foreseeably under the circumstances, members of the mob seem to interpret this as a further inspiration to lawlessness and violence, not surprisingly. Later, even when the president did half-heartedly begin calling for peace, he didn't call right away for the riot to end. He did not tell the mob to depart until even later. And even then, with police officers bleeding and broken glass covering Capitol floors, he kept repeating election lies and praising the criminals. In recent weeks, our ex-president's associates have tried to use the 74 million Americans who voted to re-elect him as a kind of human shield against criticism. Using the 74 million who voted for him as a kind of a human shield against criticism. Anyone who decries his awful behavior is accused of insulting millions of voters. That's an absurd deflection. 74 million Americans did not invade the Capitol. hundreds of rioters did. 74 million Americans did not engineer the campaign of disinformation and rage that provoked it. One person did, just one. Now, I've made my view of this episode very plain. But our system of government gave the Senate a specific task. The Constitution gives us a particular role. This body is not invited to act as the nation's overarching moral tribunal. We're not free to work backward from whether the accused party might personally deserve some kind of punishment. Justice Joseph Story, our nation's first great constitutional scholar, as he explained nearly 200 years ago, the process of impeachment and conviction is a narrow tool for a narrow purpose. Story explained this limited tool exists to, quote, secure the state against gross official misdemeanors, end quote. That is, to protect the country from government officers. If President Trump were still in office, I would have carefully considered whether the House managers proved their specific charge. By the strict criminal standard, the president's speech probably was not incitement. However, in the context of impeachment, the Senate might have decided this was acceptable shorthand for the reckless actions that preceded the riot. But in this case, the question is moot because former President Trump is constitutionally not eligible for conviction. Now, this is a close question, no doubt. Donald Trump was the president when the House voted, though not when the House chose to deliver the papers. Brilliant scholars argue both sides of this jurisdictional question. The text is legitimately ambiguous. I respect my colleagues who've reached either conclusion. But after intense reflection, I believe the best constitutional reading shows that Article 2, Section 4 exhausts the set of persons who can legitimately be impeached, tried, or convicted. It's the president, it's the vice president, and civil officers. We have no power to convict and disqualify a former office holder who is now a private citizen. Here is Article 2, Section 4. Quote, the president, the vice president, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, end quote. Now, everyone basically agrees that the second half of that sentence exhausts the legitimate grounds for conviction. The debates around the Constitution's framing make that abundantly clear. Congress cannot convict for reasons besides those. It therefore follows that the list of persons in that same sentence is also exhaustive. There's no reason why one list would be exhaustive, but the other would not. Article 2, Section 4 must limit both why impeachment and conviction can occur, and to whom. And to whom. If this provision does not limit impeachment and conviction powers, then it has no limits at all. The House has sole power of impeachment, and the Senate's sole power to try all impeachments would create an unlimited circular logic empowering Congress to ban any private citizen from federal office. Now, that's an incredible claim. But it's the argument the House managers seem to be making. One manager said the House and Senate have, quote, absolute, unqualified jurisdictional power, end quote. Well, that was very honest, because there is no limiting principle in the constitutional text that would empower the Senate to convict former officers that would not also let them convict and disqualify any private citizen. An absurd end result to which no one subscribes. Article 2, Section 4 must have force. It tells us the President, the Vice President, and civil officers may be impeached and convicted. Donald Trump's no longer the President. Likewise, the provision states that officers subject to impeachment and conviction shall be removed from office if convicted. Shall be removed from office if convicted. As Justice Story explained, the Senate, upon conviction, is bound in all cases to enter a judgment of removal from office. Removal is mandatory upon conviction. Clearly, he explained, that mandatory sentence cannot be applied to someone who's left office. The entire process revolves around removal. If removal becomes impossible, conviction becomes insensible. In one light, it certainly does seem counterintuitive that an office holder can elude Senate conviction by resignation or expiration of term, an argument we heard made by the managers. But this underscores that impeachment was never meant to be the final forum for American justice. Never meant to be the final forum for American justice. Impeachment, conviction, and removal are a specific intra-governmental safety valve. It is not the criminal justice system where individual accountability is the paramount goal. Indeed, Justice Story specifically reminded that while former officials were not eligible for impeachment or conviction, they were, and this is extremely important, still liable to be tried and punished in the ordinary tribunals of justice. Put another way, in the language of today, President Trump is still liable for everything he did while he was in office as an ordinary citizen. Unless the statute of limitations is run, still liable for everything he did while he's in office. Didn't get away with anything yet. Yet. We have a criminal justice system in this country. We have civil litigation. And former presidents are not immune from being accountable by either one. I believe the Senate was right not to grab power the Constitution doesn't give us. And the Senate was right not to entertain some light-speed sham process to try to outrun the loss of jurisdiction. It took both sides more than a week just to produce their pretrial briefs. Speaker Pelosi's own scheduling decisions conceded what President Biden publicly confirmed a Senate verdict before Inauguration Day was never possible. Now, Mr. President, this has been a dispiriting time. But the Senate has done our duty. The framers' firewall held up again. On January the 6th, we returned to our posts and certified the election. We were uncowed. We were not intimidated. We finished the job. And since then, we resisted the clamor to defy our own constitutional guardrails in hot pursuit of a particular outcome. We refused to continue a cycle of recklessness by straining our own constitutional boundaries in response. The Senate's decision today does not condone anything that happened on or before that terrible day. It simply shows that senators did what the former president failed to do. We put our constitutional duty first.
President. The senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I take this time to explain why I voted to convict.
We just heard from the Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell, a remarkable statement from Mitch McConnell, who voted not guilty on the impeachment conviction question, but then proceeded to spend, I would say, 10 to 15 minutes in a damning indictment of former President Trump, saying what he did. He said the former president was practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day, referring to January the 6th. He described in detail how he spent months talking about that the election would be fraudulent if he didn't win it, and then after the election, saying that the election had been stolen. Went into really remarkable detail, condemning President Trump, and then at the very end, you heard him say what the Senate did today was simply what the former president failed to do. We put our constitutional duty first. The statements of criticism don't get any stronger than that. And yet, Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader, said he personally voted that the former president was not guilty because he said the constitutional responsibility of the Senate is only to convict someone who still holds office. Sliding or using that as a reason, and yet painting what former President Trump did in very dark terms, and saying, in fact, that he's still criminally liable for what he did in office. Let's bring in our Lisa Desjardins, who covers the Capitol for us, Yamiche Alcindor, who covers the White House for us. Both of you have been covering this trial from the beginning. I have to start with you, Lisa, to go back to, because we haven't had a chance to talk about it. 7 Republicans joined the Democrats in saying former President Trump was guilty. But that was not enough. They needed 2/3. So I'd like your comment on that, but also on this, again, remarkable statement from Mitch McConnell.
So much to talk about. And also, even as you and I are talking, former President Trump's defense team has entered the rotunda that I'm standing in, and they gathered to take photos with each other. So it really remains a strange and obviously very historic day. Let's talk about those 7 Republicans, a fascinating group of people. And I want to talk specifically about a couple of them who stand out to me. Richard Burr of North Carolina, and of course, Senator Cassidy of Louisiana. I want to say at 3:09 p.m., Judy, as the closing statements were ongoing, the President Trump's attorneys were speaking at that point. I had been watching Senator Cassidy's desk for a long time. He had not really been sitting in the chamber during closing arguments. He entered, he tore a piece of paper off of his notepad, folded it, walked around, took it to Senator Burr, and Senator Burr opened it. And I could tell watching Senator Cassidy's eyes, he was very eager to get a response from Senator Burr. Senator Burr turned around, nodded, Cassidy nodded. You know, in my notebook, this could be anything, but it felt like it had some importance. And indeed, those two senators both voted to convict President Trump, and they're notable because they come from states that voted for President Trump. Especially Louisiana, by 18 points, voted for President Trump. Now, Senator Cassidy has sent out a statement saying, I voted to convict President Trump because he is guilty. Also want to point out one other senator that voted no that stands out, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska. Why does she stand out? She's the only Republican in that group of 7 who is up for election in 2022. The rest of them either were just reelected or are retiring. So for her, that was really an act of political courage. Her state also voted by 10 points for President Trump, but here she is today saying, and we understand she intends to run for re-election. We'll see if that changes, but right now she's the only one facing that kind of risk. I also want to say that this is the largest vote we've seen from members of an opposing party to convict a president, or members of their own party to convict their own president. And let's think about the argument that Mitch McConnell was making, essentially. It's a procedural one. He's saying, I think this is too much of a precedent. I don't think the Senate should go far as convicting someone who is out of office. He's not the only one that feels that way. And I'm not bringing that up just to talk about it philosophically. But I know I've spoken to at least 6 other Republicans who voted to acquit today, who said that they would consider the argument to acquit, except for that. So it feels to me, given these 7 votes of Republicans who voted to convict, and then if you add on top of that Senator McConnell and others who have said the president was responsible for the riot, to me, if the president was still in office, we're very close to the amount of votes to convict.
It sounds like we would be, Lisa, and again, I mean, it raises the question of whether there will be any movement now to pass a motion of censure or some other. Is there something else that could come up before the Senate that would serve as a punishment for President Trump, or are they finished with this?
Absolutely. There are still some who would like a motion of censure. My guess, just from talking to senators in the past couple of days, is that after this trial, they will want to take a break from this subject matter entirely. Literally, they'll take a break from Washington itself. I can't see the parking lot of the U.S. Capitol, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are cars sitting in it right now to take senators away. They have a 1-week break from the Capitol. When they return, top of mind for Democrats is the coronavirus relief legislation and also getting some important nominees for President Biden confirmed, positions like the Attorney General. So while I think it is possible a censure resolution could come up, right now the vast majority of the Senate is ready to move on past this trial and past President Trump.
You're right, and I am sure a number of members of the Senate and others are trying to get out of there because Washington, while all this has been going on, Washington has been experiencing an ice storm,
yes,
which will affect the ability of a number of these senators and others to travel home. Yamiche Alcindor, you watched the Trump presidency today, a dark stain on his legacy in that he had 7 Republicans voting with Democrats agreeing that he was guilty of inciting the insurrection, and yet the final vote was to acquit because they didn't have the 2/3 vote that they needed. He's put out a statement. Yamiche, what is he saying?
Well, this is the most bipartisan impeachment in history. This was the most bipartisan vote, even though President Trump was acquitted. And the bottom line is that President Trump got the outcome that he wanted, despite the lofty speeches by Mitch McConnell, despite the fact that he's pointedly criticizing him, despite the fact that Democrats played video after video saying that, in fact, he did really plant this seed of anger in his supporters. Then told them to go fight like hell and march to the Capitol. At the end of the day, this is exactly what President Trump wanted. And that's what his statement is saying just a few minutes ago. He's saying that he is praising and thanking the senators who voted to acquit him. He's also saying that the journey is just beginning. He's saying that in a few months, people will be hearing from him. He'll have more to say. That's the president really saying, I'm not anywhere near done. He understands, in some ways, speaking to people that are close to him, that he has this political power, that he has these 75 million people who supported him, Republican voters who senators and lawmakers are going to be having to answer to during their own elections. And of course, he has this big fundraising haul that he's collected while he was falsely claiming that he won the election, but that it was stolen from him. Again, that of course is not true. But the president here is just feeling very good about this outcome. Yes, Mitch McConnell just said he could be criminally liable. And yes, that Liz Cheney, who was another Republican on the House, is also saying something very similar. President Trump right now is feeling like this is now his second impeachment and his second acquittal. If he had Twitter, you could imagine that the president would likely be saying that he was exonerated and that this is just another witch hunt. That's a part of also what his statement said, that it was part of a witch hunt, which of course is also what his lawyers argued during the Senate chamber when they were making the case that this was not a trial about good and evil, about whether or not he incited an insurrection. President Trump's lawyers made the argument that this was about hatred for President Trump, that Democrats were trying to stop him from running for office. Democrats did say they were trying to stop him from running from office, but it's because they saw him as a clear and present danger. Now Democrats will have to contend with the idea that President Trump will not be barred from running for office, and that he will have all sorts of political influence going forward.
No question, Yamiche. And I actually was also quickly looking at part of the statement, and you're right. He said our historic, patriotic, and beautiful movement to make America great again has only just begun. He does make it sound as if this is not going to slow him down. And yet, Yamiche, with these 7 Republicans who voted with the Democrats, a couple of them, only one of them, as Lisa pointed out, up in 2022. That's Lisa Murkowski of Alaska. But Senator Cassidy will be running again in a few years. It does raise the question of whether President Trump will seek some kind of retribution. He'll try to get people to run against them. He certainly is already we've looked to the 10 members of the House, Republicans who voted to impeach. They're hearing from their constituents. President Trump very angry with them. So, the question is there going to be some kind of retribution?
Well, that is the question. What are these senators and these House GOP members, what are they going to face now that they are on record as being against the president, as saying that he was responsible and that he should have been held accountable for his role in the siege on the Capitol on January 6th? President Trump has been someone who has gone into different lawmaker states, tried to primary them. Let's remember that he went after his own former Department of Justice, he went after his own Attorney General and Jeff Sessions in Alabama because he was angry at him because he wasn't loyal enough. That, of course, being about the Russia investigation when his Attorney General recused himself. That angered President Trump enough that he went after him and then made sure to have his opponents get the political favor of him and campaigned against Jeff Sessions in Alabama. That's how he got Tommy Tuberville, who, of course, today voted to acquit President Trump. That was also the same senator that reportedly and has told me and other reporters over and over again that the president called him during the attack to try to slow down the vote certification. What this all really means is that there is now a wild card in the Republican Party, and that wild card is named President Donald Trump. The wild card is, what is he going to do with all the money that he's raised? What is he going to do with the influence that he has? What's he going to do as he sits in Mar-a-Lago watching all of these different senators go about explaining their decisions? How is he going to extract revenge on the Republicans who voted against him? This is a president who has been very vocal in the way that he deals with his opponents, very vocal in how he makes sure that people know that he is angry with them. And I can only imagine the planning that's going on for President Trump as he looks at these Republican senators who cross him, especially the ones in states that he won.
What is he going to do indeed? And has he lost any influence in the party with Americans as a result? Not so much of the verdict, but of the fact that this trial has taken place. The attention focused again on the events at the Capitol on January the 6th, the violent insurrection there. Yamiche Alcindor, Lisa Desjardins, watching this trial for the last several days with us all day on this Saturday here in Washington. I do want to also bring in Norm Ornstein with the American Enterprise Institute, a longtime observer, a student, if you will, of the Congress, somebody who's watched the institution for decades. Norm, in so many ways, history made, as we've said over and over again, the first time a president's been impeached twice and then to face a trial now that he's out of office, first president to face a trial as formerly having been in office, but now the verdict having 7 members of his own party vote to convict him.
And 10 House members as well, 10 House Republicans. So this is the first truly bipartisan impeachment process against a president that we've seen, and that will be a part of the historical verdict. You know, I was struck as Yamiche was talking, remembering back in the first impeachment trial, that Susan Collins, who to her great credit voted for conviction today, said afterwards, well, I think Donald Trump has learned a lesson from this. And we saw what lesson he learned, and we have to fear, just as the last conversation you had would suggest, with what lessons he's learned from this impeachment trial as well. We know that Kevin McCarthy, after that quite horrific conversation that he had during the siege with Donald Trump, a couple of weeks later went down to Mar-a-Lago to meet with the president to ask him for his donor list and basically to try and keep him on board. His goal, as well as that of Mitch McConnell's, is the 2022 elections. It's to win back their majorities, and they were willing to swallow a lot, apparently, to try and move in that direction. The fact that Trump didn't give McCarthy the donor list will tell you that he's not out to make sure that Republicans win back the House and Senate. He is going to exact retribution against those who didn't do what he wanted, but also his loyalty is not to the Republican Party. And they're going to reap some kind of whirlwind from this. And we don't know what Trump will do, nor do we know what the Senate will do from this point on. I thought, as you mentioned earlier, Judy, as Mitch McConnell was speaking with that quite extraordinary speech, that he was laying the groundwork for a censure vote, that he wants to protect his members, the 17 who are running for re-election, the 3 seats that are open, 2 of those senators, or 4 seats open actually, 2 of the 4 voting to convict, to protect them. And a censure vote may enable them to have it both ways. But perhaps a lot of his colleagues are going to say it's just time to move on and leave it at this.
Yeah, I was going to ask you where you see the Senate going on that, because as Lisa was reporting, there's not an appetite to do it immediately. First of all, there's a short break this coming week, President's Day on Monday, and there'll be several days before the Senate comes back. But then they are backed up. There's a crying need for them to focus on pandemic aid, on COVID relief, and not to mention to get on with confirming President Biden's, the remaining members of his cabinet.
You know, the optics of the Senate leaving for a week are not good. And if I were Chuck Schumer, and I'm not, but if I were, I would urge him to have the Senate, if not itself formally stick around for the week, to at least enable the committees during this week when they're out to do some of the confirmation hearings, to set the table, and to do more of the markups that we've seen in a number of the committees. That legislation that's going to happen through a reconciliation bill is a complicated one. It goes to a large number of committees to try and put their own imprint on it, and to get a lot of that work done during the week away. What Democrats in the Senate need to do now, with an awful lot of their base very unhappy that they did not move to witnesses after the expectation that they were going to, they need to demonstrate that one of the main reasons for moving on with this trial and getting it over with is to accomplish the business that they had pledged to do. And if I were Joe Biden, and I'm not, I would be talking to Chuck Schumer and telling him, get that Senate back to work as soon as possible. You know, on censure, I've had a number of people ask me, how can they censure if they can't go to a trial with a former president? Is that an argument? The fact is that the Senate and the House have the power in the Constitution to enforce actions against their own members, which includes censure, but they can censure anybody they want. It doesn't have the force of anything other than a formal action by the body. So they can do it at any point. And we know that there was a bipartisan move. Chris Coons of Delaware, the senator, was one of those involved in it before we had this impeachment process begin, trying to get a censure done, believing that it was the best course of action. There's nothing that prevents them from doing that. And I might say that there's also nothing that prevents them from bringing up another bill based on the 14th Amendment, Section 3, which says that nobody who has participated in or worked towards an insurrection or sedition should be able to hold any office of the United States. So they've got other options. Whether they're going to take the temperature of their own members and do any of them is something we don't quite know right now.
That's an important reminder. You're right that there's another part of the Constitution that does address individuals who have incited insurrection and what might happen to them. So much to think about coming out of this. And you're right, Norm Ornstein, some people are going to be looking at what happened over the course of the trial and asking, all right, when are you going to get back to the rest of the country's business in addition to holding former President Trump accountable? Norm Ornstein, thank you very much for joining us. And I do want to also bring back in our two analysts who've been very patiently watching all of today's events. Melody Barnes, who worked for the late Senator Edward Kennedy at the time of the impeachment trial of former President Bill Clinton, and also John Hart, who worked for the late Senator Tom Coburn of Oklahoma. John Hart, to you first. I keep thinking about those 7 Republican senators who voted guilty today. What kind of courage does it take, or does it, to raise your hand and say the word guilty when most of your fellow Republicans are going in the other direction?
Well, Judy, it does take a fair amount of courage, and I think they were inspired by, the example of Eugene Goodman, the officer who embraced short-term danger to himself to lead the mob away from Vice President Pence and other senators. And I think Eugene Goodman was an inspiration and a metaphor for those who voted to convict, is that they're trying to lead really the country and the party away from danger, away from this acceptance of actions that undermine the rule of law, that undermine self-government. And Judy, what we've seen really since January 6th is what I call a tale of two GOPs. You've got 70% of the House GOP that votes to keep Liz Cheney in her leadership position after she cast a vote that is described as a betrayal of President Trump. Yet we're obviously seeing only 5 or 10, 15% of GOP House members and senators willing to either vote for impeachment or conviction. And so, it's both discouraging and encouraging. I think Senator McConnell gave a profound statement. I think he made clear that he would like to censure the president. I hope he was telegraphing a future censure resolution. I think we probably should have done that already before this happened. I think it could have avoided some of the pain that we've gone through with impeachment. But I do think it's a good thing to keep in mind in the future. And I think there's a fallacy that's been at work on the Trump side that, look, the base is with Trump, it's unshakable. And that just isn't true. And I've pointed to polls, before the election, 60% of people said they're Trump voters. Now it's about 40%. And identity has already, switched back to the GOP over Trump. 55% of voters want someone besides Trump to run. Of course, if he does run, for re-election or election again, rather, he would be a formidable opponent for sure. But it's just not true that the base is fixed. The base is fluid. That's what we worked through and saw for 15 years with Senator Coburn and House Member Coburn, is that the base responds to leadership. The base responds to good arguments. Tom Coburn talked about the rumble back in 2005. He helped shape that rumble around conservative policy goals like limited government, healthcare choice, and that's the challenge the GOP has now. Is how do you promote principled populism We're not going to make the base not populist, but how do you infuse principle solutions in it so that we can talk about the environment, we can talk about healthcare, talk about the size and scope of government, and move away from this era of frankly, lies and distortion. I think President Trump betrayed not just the country, but the conservative movement. And so we've got to move past him. And there are some discouraging signs, but some very hopeful signs that the party's already doing that.
And Melody Barnes, I mean, this war that's going on to some extent inside the Republican Party has implications for Democrats. And I want to ask you about that, about what it means for the other party when the Republicans are going through what they're going through right now, some being very loyal to former President Trump, and others, at this late hour, now that he's out of office, speaking up and saying what he did was wrong, that he's guilty. But comment on that, but also on this historic verdict today.
Right. There's so much here. And I think this trial and its conclusion is not only historic, but it also has a legacy. And it has a legacy for Congress, and it has a legacy for the American people, and certainly for democracy. And in response to your question about what this means for Democrats, I mean, to John's point about real conservatism and a Republican Party that's animated by real conservatism, I know from my time on Capitol Hill, and I imagine John saw the same thing, there's an ability to negotiate, to go back and forth, for people to work within the guardrails of democracy. Right now, we've got a situation where there are Democrats, and I would imagine the Republicans who voted guilty, who believe that they're working side by side with people who are willing to abdicate their responsibility under the Constitution to support someone who has no relationship to democratic values and democratic culture. And that's going to be difficult, particularly for people like Senator Murray, who describe a situation where their lives were in danger. So getting things done, negotiating, believing that you can shake a hand and a deal can be made, that's going to be very difficult, layered on top of a Senate and a House where calcification was already the rule of the day. And then there's the whirlwind that has been unleashed as a result of this. We've got a former president who is promising that he's got a plan for the future, that things have only just begun. And as I said the other day, the fever doesn't seem to have broken yet with regard to those who have been elected, who are worried about being primaried, and their relationship with the former president of the United States. And that's a danger to a Republican Party that is really governed by conservative principles. And for all of us, it is a danger to democracy. I mean, what we saw on January the 6th sits at the end of, or perhaps at this point in the middle of, a long history of violence of those who don't believe in democratic institutions, and they are feeling emboldened right now. So there's a lot of work to be done, and there's a threat to what can happen on Capitol Hill, but there's also a larger threat to democracy that we all have to be concerned about.
And just to pick up on that, I mean, John Hart, we are getting really two different pictures of President Trump today. He has enough influence, still among Republicans that he was able to avoid conviction on impeachment. But you were telling us a few minutes ago that his influence is waning. I think it remains to be seen what will happen, because the statement he put out today was unmistakable. He said, I'm coming back. You're going to hear more from me. I have a plan.
Well, I take that with a grain of salt, because President Trump is great at saying things, and he's great at putting out noise and statements, and his follow-through often leaves a lot to be desired, and it's not obviously what we want in terms of follow-through. So, I'm skeptical that he can really do that. What I tell members all the time directly is look, there are 15 other ways to get the base excited other than by pledging fealty to Donald Trump. And again, this isn't theory to me. I did this with Tom Coburn. We didn't like spending in government, so we went out. We didn't talk about across-the-board cuts abstractly. We found examples of government waste. We talked about the bridge to nowhere and told a story of how, that represents your tax dollars, funding special interest. On healthcare, we can talk about choice. We can talk about price transparency. On the environment, innovation, focusing on a whole of society approach, not a whole of government approach. And the list goes on. And so there is so much depth, so many ideas that are resonant on the conservative side that it is absolutely maddening for people like me and a lot of my friends and colleagues that Donald Trump has hijacked the conversation. And again, the irony is Donald Trump's successes, and he did a lot of things well. He did things well when he listened and followed mainstream conservative Reagan type advice. When he went off and promoted things that had no connection to conservatism, no connection to the Constitution, he didn't do very well. And that's what members know. That's why 70% of voters, or rather 70% of the House, voted to keep Liz Cheney. They know that. And so we've got to just do a better job of blocking and tackling.
John Hart, Melody Barnes, we thank you both with us throughout this trial, with us throughout this day. Yamiche Alcindor, Lisa Desjardins, both of you doing a remarkable duty there at the Capitol day after day. We appreciate it on behalf of the entire NewsHour team and a lot more of us behind the camera you can't see right now. I want to thank all of you. That does conclude our coverage of the second Trump impeachment trial. We ask you to please be sure to join us here again on Monday for the PBS NewsHour, and of course online anytime at pbs.org/newshour. And please stay tuned for PBS NewsHour Weekend tonight with Hari Srinivasan. I'm Judy Woodruff. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
You're watching PBS.
Never been construed by any court to bar the impeachment and conviction of an official who violates his oath of office by summoning and inciting a mob to threaten other officials in the discharge of their constitutional obligations. My vote in this trial stems from my own oath and duty to defend the Constitution of the United States. The abuse of power and betrayal of his oath by President Trump meet the constitutional standard of high crimes and misdemeanors. And for those reasons, I voted to convict Donald J. Trump. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. Madam President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll. Ms. Baldwin.